favorites as well. So thank you so much. I was gonna say, so being the athlete that
I
you
will never talk to
are,
you again, Michelle.
oh, it's equal between you and David. You are both my favorites. So I don't even think I could pick between the two of you which ones are my favorites. And I would say, I think, David, the athlete that you are, I think the burpee challenge would be perfect because you would be able to do it. I don't know about M there being 39, like he's a youngin. So I don't think his stats are super impressive for us. Well, I'm 9. So us, are, that's all I'm going to say is older.
Well, that's good. That's all
So,
you have to do is say, I will tell you,
right?
it was all downhill from 50 for me. I've just accepted. I accepted decline. I've embraced it, and in actual fact, we've got someone here who's also going to tell us how he's embraced something. Right? I think.
Ooh.
Yeah,
So, you
we
know what?
could.
So I think this is what you should do. So we tried the Wimbledon, and it doesn't seem to have gone. I mean, I think it's been great. I think we've tried it as hard as we could. So let's go for the burpee challenge. So one burpee a day for 100 days. So basically, you do one burpee on day one, you do 2 burpees on day 2, you do 3 burpees on day 3, and if you get up to say you get up to 49 days and you miss 1 day, you have to go back and do 48 days if you miss 48 days. So it's 1 burpee a day for 100 days. And I think that is a perfect challenge for MriyaReport and for all of us. I don't think M could actually do it. I'm not super impressed with his skills at being 39. I think all of us at 50 plus, I think we would be able to handle it way more than he could. So that is my challenge for us at MriyaReport.
That's absolutely brilliant, Michelle. I can guarantee one thing, right? I will not be doing 100 burpees. I may, if I attempted, you would probably be taking me away in a cardboard box. But anyway, yes. So anyway, sorry, I'm too busy laughing. John, it's to you. Please talk. I'm going to carry on laughing.
I just could not resist coming up to discuss the MriyaReport physical training daily mental health. I did the 100 burpee challenge, but it was 100 burpees a day for 31 days during COVID. It's easy; anybody could do it. I'm older, I'm 47. Great challenge. Really tests that mental toughness. I'm all for it, and love this conversation.
I'm trying to think of a sedentary thing I could do. I suspect that a pint a
You can watch
day.
the flowers grow.
Yes, exactly. I could probably do 1 pint a day for 100 days. I mean, I could do that, and then, yeah. Well, there you are. Anyway, following it through. So, M.
I only have 2 words: game on. Bring it.
I will say I see M's pictures of his watch, which is there's a really famous Navy SEAL who does that, Jocko Willink, and it doesn't. I'm sorry, M. It doesn't impress me because Jocko sends like a 4:30 in the morning picture of his a watch like getting after it. Like, yeah, but tell me what time you went to bed. Like, yeah, I go to bed. I get up at whatever time it is, but I think we're both getting the same amount of sleep, early to bed, early to rise. Like, okay, I get that, but the watch thing doesn't do it for me.
Well, I have to wake up at 4 because I have to walk Oakley first before I pack and go to the gym, and that's why I reach the gym at 5:15. That's one thing. The other thing is that I rarely sleep. So if I wake up at 4, I'm usually going to bed at 11 or midnight. It's only 4 or 5 hours of sleep, sir.
That's crazy. That's like, that's almost as bad as Axel's not sleeping at all.
He doesn't sleep at all, does he?
I get my 5 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm the happiest person on earth.
Yes. Anyway, so Michelle.
I bet Michelle gets more.
I get my 9 to 10 hours of sleep. I need a lot of beauty sleep. So that's all I can say about my sleep. However, I will bet on Colonel Spencer to beat M any day because I know Colonel Spencer is a CrossFitter. I don't know what M does for a workout. I don't know. I'm not super impressed with sometimes his weightlifting or whatever he posts on Twitter. It's not super impressive. So I will bet Colonel Spencer is going to beat his sorry butt any single day. So that is what I'm going to go for right now. And burpee challenge, hashtag.
Right, well, there we are. Definitely burpees. That's going to be painful. Right. Well, anyway, we'll have to do something like that. Or maybe we could run a MriyaReport poll as to burpees, and then what something else might be.
It's good. They all do it, and we report on it, David. I
Yeah.
like it.
No. How about planking? Photos of planking in Ukraine, showing support for Ukrainians. That would be another fun one.
Ukraine planking. There you go.
Is it cheating if your stomach keeps you keeps you in
Keep you
position?
bounce, yeah.
Has it come that far, David?
No, it's battle moose. Right, okay,
Sorry,
we've got that.
John, you were saying. I apologize.
No. I mean, I
Right
just
off.
back to Ukraine. I'll be there next month, and I either want to be walking the ground of Bakhmut or walking the ground of Mariupol. I like the things that I'm seeing, and I'm so hopeful. Not selfishly, because I want to get there to be able to tell the story better of the valiant stories of what happened there in both those locations. But I'm really hopeful.
Yeah, if they manage to get to encapsulate, circumnavigate, then in some shape or form free Mariupol by that time, that will be exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. But it's a tough nut to crack.
It is, and to hold it. I mean, you can get there, but you got to be able to reinforce your position, consolidate your gains, and be able to hold it.
Yep, always as was demonstrated in Bakhmut, wasn't it? Right, can you hold what you've just tried to take? Obviously, the other way around. If anyone was confused about what I was trying to say, M.
Yeah, for God's sake, I started the idea and I'm getting more direct and indirect fires than a sorry Russian sitting in a trench. Fine, I'll take one for the team. I'll post my videos first.
Well, thank you very much. That's very good. If you would do mine for me as well, that would be brilliant.
Well, that will cost
everybody
you.
should send M a message. It's very simple. You donate to MriyaReport, and M will do the burpees.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Wait, we actually, so whilst we started the discussion, we sort of gone to exercise and the rest of it, but we haven't really discussed the issues that are going to come around the fact that if you're going to, 65-year-olds on the battlefield and the problems that's going to cause. Meta, I've tried to bring you up 3 times. You probably need to restart your phone or something, and I'll bring you up when you try again. Yeah, because there's going to be considerable problems at the point where you're when you get over 40. So prior to 40, there are a few reasons as to why you can't physically keep improving, right? But past 40, you get all sorts of functional changes to your muscles, how your recovery, and the rest of it, and it becomes harder and harder to maintain a standard, which is why, right, world records, as people get past 40, they go down. Maybe some of the ultra distance ones are they're around about there, but 65-year-old, ask a 65-year-old to tab over there. It's only 10 kilometers, and you've got an hour to do it, and you've got that big rucksack, right, or Bergen or whatever you want to call it now. they're not going to do it. They're not going to be able to achieve what they need to do, and they won't even be able to carry the weight that they need to. And cool, John, your story about wading through the mud is going to stay with me to the rest of my life. And imagine that if you were 65.
Yeah, no. I will have PTS from that mud for the rest of my life. And I say in the book, as you know, that I do all kinds of physical stuff, and I do CrossFit now and workouts that just destroy you, which I love. I actually do it for a community, not for the physical benefits, really the social benefits, while also getting the endorphins and all that. That's the mental health part of it. But I've done multi-day, nonstop, no sleep competitions, ever been physically tested, but like that. And as I see soldiers in the trenches of Ukraine and understanding and talking to and listening to the soldiers that we have on the space, and it brings that memory that I want to let go right back up into the forefront. But yeah, I mean, there were 17-year-old kids, like you said in the book that we talk about, who just hadn't had time to physically condition themselves to that, and they're physically able, but it takes conditioning, that could not move in that mud. And there were older personnel as well that could not move in that mud, and that's a life and death situation. But it's what I went back just last month to Italy to talk to my unit, and it was one moment which a lot of soldiers never get. Ukrainians are getting it every day, why they do the training every day, why the physical training, why the walking with the backpack. That was a moment, and the only moment of 24 plus months of combat experience, that's why you do it, because it's still required in that physical aspect. And this is why I don't like in militaries, not in the Ukrainian military, of course, in militaries, that this job doesn't need this level of physical requirements. It's the war. War has changed. Like the hell it has.
Yeah, we had the post the Falklands around 1985, 83, 84. The British Army changed, and they started this thing of fitness is your own responsibility, right? We could get on and do other stuff. It just meant we painted more vehicles green, right? Because it was just extraordinary. I just watched it. So I was the person in the t-shirt in the gym taking people around for quite a long time, and you could just watch it, the level of fitness, how it dropped. And it's not, as we all know, right, your fitness, your ability to carry on is life and death, isn't it? And
and it's, people misappropriate, to include us in, as we get older. I don't call myself older, separate that physical, like military people try to separate the physical from the job requirement, but the physical is so strongly linked to the mental and the emotional, that's why you do that. Not just because of your health is going down, your stress hormone, all of this is going to shit. Like, people can't disconnect the physical. It's not disconnected. It's so much about mental health, mental resilience, emotional resilience, that it's so hard to teach younger people. That's why you exercise every day. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
it is.
It's a human being. It's a water bag, as our friend Douglas Adams once wrote about it. And this water bag, unfortunately, is steered by a very tiny brain. And we fail to take the cues from the rest of the water bag. Mental acuity is directly linked to exercise in older people. It's extremely simple. You fail to do it, you won't survive as long, and you make worse decisions, and you are worthless to your environment, and you can't be any good unless, of course, you are so Einstein-esque that your brain will function without the exercise. That is, however, the exception. And so the vast amount of the population will have to heed the advice of the Marine Corps. Clap on your right foot, clap on your left foot. PT, good for you.
I mean,
Good for me.
Yeah, exactly. It's good for everyone, isn't it? The one thing that I overriding memory is the people who push the storyline. I mean, senior people who push the storyline that we didn't need to do the fitness anymore were, in actual fact, the people who needed to do the fitness, right? And there's the point. They made it a self-fulfilling prophecy for them. I don't need to do the fitness, and then anyway.
Right. This is the cyber warrior for us, right? The cyber warriors don't need those physical requirements, those body health requirements. We need their brains. Like, you're separating the brain from the physical, like, injuries and healthcare and all that, but you're separating it from the mental resilience. Even if I was in Ukraine, which I will be, for the soldiers rotating back, like, that would be a daily requirement, and not necessarily because of the physical requirements of the job, although that's theirs, because it's so strongly tied to your ability to mentally build that strength of what's required of soldiers. It just it's ridiculous how we continue, as our technologically societies advance, to separate that.
And look, physically fitness, your mental, as Axel said, acuity, your alertness, everything, right? Even if you think someone believes that they're just in the digital realm, their ability to carry on working, it will be so much linked with it, right? And when you're in the military, no one, when the chips are down, gets away with not getting that gun when the chips are down. You just don't know what's going to happen, do you?
Right. No, that's been proven time and time again. There is no job that is not a warrior, and I'm not scared of that word, although there's a conversation on that. If you're fighting for the nation, you will be prepared to fight, no matter what your assigned specialty is.
Right. Oh, we have quite a few hands. M. Then I think it's Chris. Then Angry. Then Meta. M.
Yeah, on a more serious note, there's an opening here to make 2 points. The first one would be that the Russians are facing real challenges when it comes to fourth generation, and that's why they're trying to recruit older people. So, in the beginning of the invasion, we saw the amount of military-aged Russian males escaping the country to avoid being conscripted or being called or mobilized or asked to be sent to the front. They don't believe in the mission. The ways of attracting them to sign up for their service contracts mainly revolves around giving them money, which is a testament to how the current government of the Russian Federation has been running things back home, and the decline, if not the full fall and destruction of their value system. Right? They don't have a cause in Ukraine. This is not a just cause. This is a criminal act that they have been engaging in for, I would argue, almost a century right now against the Ukrainian people. And if we are to bring science fiction into this, and following up on what Colonel Spencer's has said about cyber warriors, in Frank Herbert's Dune, the perfect model for this would be the guild navigators, right? So they consume spice in order to be able to fold space, in order to enable intergalactic travel, which is essential for the empire, right? If you look at the cyber warriors or other soldiers who are more or less involved with other missions and other tasks that do not require physical fitness, eventually what happens in the Dune universe is that the guild navigators are reduced to just a brain, and they have to be locked up in a compartment where they get a continuous aerosoled dosage of spice in order to function, in order to think, and in order to produce reports or to fold space or to participate actively in the intelligence gathering and the intelligence analysis and execution of orders for the guild navigators and the navigators
Okay,
guild.
you're describing déformation professionnelle on a higher level in science fiction.
Exactly, and you know, I think we're reaching an inflection point right now, given you know how internet and online connectivity and the cyber domain is affecting our real lives and spilling into real lives, right? And eventually, those guild navigators just became brains locked up in a compartment where they require a continuous dose of spice to function. So it's a very distant parallel. Maybe a lot of people won't agree with it, but that's the case if you forego your physical attributes and just focus on the mental ones. And you have to understand that even in that science fiction universe, those mental attributes didn't function to specs and didn't function to desired outcomes unless they were fed an external substance, right? Which is not the case in
Exactly.
real
You
life.
become dependent. That's the whole point which I was trying to make. In order to be independent and sovereign, the human being needs to exercise.
Bingo.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I wanted to the point that I wanted to make.
exactly. And another favorite sci-fi, and I love sci-fi that can expose the deeper meanings. The Old Man's War, which kind of reminds me of Axel, John Scalise's, where they take these marvelous brains but put them in a young man's body, and then keep them serving. That's the future, if the evolution of which, to be frank, the American society is very much trending in that direction with an obesity level that's beyond any country of the world. Um, the trend that's going there. I love the book Old Man's War and Ender's Game to expose those deeper implications on national security, national service, and I've written a bunch of articles actually trying to dust off JFK's Sports Illustrated magazine, where he ties health to national security, but it just falls on deaf ears.
Yeah, but it's a message worthwhile bringing out. And the interesting thing, we amongst ourselves, one of our wonderful co-hosts and an exceptionally dedicated worker is how do you call this in English? Paraplegic. So he's tied to a wheelchair, but he is bloody super fit because of his arm movements and everything else. And that's what it is. If you look at the Paralympics, if you look at the fulfillment human beings can have when they exercise against all odds, you see what is the human condition. It is this inspiration, it is this dedication, the focus, the joy which comes out of what you make out of yourself. And without that, you fall into dependency.
I think I said it was Chris, Angry, and then Meta, didn't I? Chris, are you going to tell us that you're 65, but you can do a sub-3 marathon, right?
307. I could do 307. Once upon a time I could do 307, David. But David, I was just you mentioned it, and I was like thinking, yeah, what day is it of the Falklands War? Do you know, David?
Well, I did know earlier on because I read G-Man's tweet, and then I've forgotten. G-Man can certainly tell us.
Well, okay. I'll just queued this up. So, like, you know, I'm half Welsh, don't you? So
I do.
We will
June the
hold that
8th.
against you.
Yeah, so it's a very positive factor, particularly when it comes to rugby. You know, being half Welsh and half English, very strong. June the 8th.
It's June the 10th now.
I know, but I'm going back to June the 8th. June the 8th, the Welsh Guards were bombed, and I am connected to Simon Weston on LinkedIn. We talk every now and then. I sent him a little message on June the 8th saying, "Hope you're okay." Yeah, so that was when the RFA Sir Galahad and RAF Sir Tristram were unloading the troops at Port Pleasant, and they were attacked by A4 Skyhawks. So maybe a minute of silence or something for them, for my Welsh Guards, who, by the way, my mum had 10 brothers, at least 4 of whom were in the Welsh Guards and killed in the Second World War. June the 9th, the British were closing in on Port Stanley. There was 2 weeks to take Port Stanley, because then it was assessed that it would be too cold. Freezing, and the British were freezing. 4-2, 4-5 commando, 2 and 3 para, the remnants of the Welsh Guards, the Scots Guards, and the 1 out of 7, not sure how you pronounce that, Gurkhas. And that was June the 9th. And then I shouldn't go ahead of myself, really, but the next thing is June the 11th to June the 12th. Do you want me to tell you or no?
Go on, Chris, you might as well.
As 3 para advanced towards its objective, the summit of Mount Longdon, Company Sergeant Major John Weeks of B Company took note of the atmosphere. It was a very eerie, very quiet, cold night. We were going quite well towards the hill and were 500 meters short of the rock formation when Corporal Milne trod on a mine. That was the end of our silent night attack. It then became like Guy Fawkes' night. I've never seen so many illuminations. I think most of the RGs must have been asleep, but what came at us was bad enough. So if they'd all been awake, they'd have wiped our 2 platoons off the face of the mountain. I could go on, but I think you get the picture. If you'd like me to go on, I will.
Carry on.
Go on.
Weeks were right. The Argentinians were asleep. As Cabo, Corporal Oscar Carrizo from the 7th Regiment remembered. I stood and looked down towards the western slope. Then I heard a clunk click. Then many clunk clicks. I knew that sound. It was bayonets being fixed. Panic surged through my body. I ran to the other bunkers to rouse the men. Many were sound asleep. Men were scrambling out of their bunkers. Within seconds, the whole place was alive with tracer bullets. They whizzed past my head and whacked into the rocks and the ground. Everyone was in a panic. I ran for cover and crawled into a bunker with a Sargento. It was impossible to fire my mortar now. Outside, the English were running past, screaming to each other and firing into the tents and bunkers. I could hear my men being killed. They had only just woken up, and now they were dying. There's more if you want it, but I think you got the gist of it. Actually, that's the end of the quotes. The fighting raged for 8 hours, with the paras ejecting the Argentinians, only to find the sun coming up. They had to hug the reverse slope of the mountain they just captured to avoid becoming artillery targets that day. There you go. God bless them.
Absolutely. God bless them all.
Top of the hour for a minute silence then. Okay. We got loads of hands. It was Angry, Meta, then Peter. Angry.
Hey, how are you guys doing? I'm driving. I hope you can hear me okay.
We can, loud and clear.
All right, awesome. Well, I saw John up, and I just wanted to step up and you know, we've been on before talking about a wonderful vehicle that we both have a little in common called the Bradley, and you know, I was just wondering, you know, we've seen some really interesting video, and we've seen a lot of hot takes and some good takes, but I was just wondering what your thoughts are. You know, I've seen over the last couple of days Bradley's doing what I said I really hope to see him do the most, and that was save Ukrainian soldiers' lives and be able to get folks out of danger areas using superior smoke systems and the ability to take hits. Just wondered if you thought the same way, and your thoughts on seeing Bradley's on the open plains of Ukraine for the first time.
Well, hey, Angry, it's great to hear from you, and that, of course, exact same feelings. I want to see a lot more of it. To be honest, I want to see a lot more of them headed that way. So, fine, people need to continue seeing validation and all of this, but amazing feeling and deep emotion seeing my vehicle, our vehicle, that mighty platform being deployed in pursuit of freedom, and Ukrainians using it. And we'll continue, I'm sure, like every other piece of equipment we've seen them showing us in high intensity, large scale combat operation against a inferior military, but what greatness that can be done by that vehicle. So I'm so anxious to hear about and continue to see great things, but the fact that they're going to even improve my former institutions and units' ability to use that platform. So I agree 100%. I can't, that 25 millimeter is going to make its mark on Ukrainian history now and what it can do in their fights and even in this counteroffensive. Although there's that, I'm a realist and a bit of a skeptic too. They should have had much more of it.
I agree. I think I'd like to see 500 Bradleys given away. Given to Ukraine like immediately. I think that could be a major turning point. But one of the things that I saw this morning was the video of the Ukrainian soldiers, being covered by a Bradley and then using that Bradley to exfil. And I saw one of their faces as they're climbing up on that Bradley underneath the smoke, it just was a split-second flashback to one time when I was having to exfil a compound under really heavy fire, and seeing that smoke go off and knowing that if I made it that very short distance to that Bradley, I was going to be safe. And it's just really, really reassuring to see that some of these Ukrainian soldiers have that and can withstand even a bad situation. What we've talked about so many times on this space, that the minute we saw anything happen to a NATO vehicle, the world was going to end, of course, and it was all a waste of time. But the reality of it is these things take a lot of time. But it's great being up here with you. And anyway, we've been a little busy in D.C. I've been a little away from the space, John. It's really, some really good things are happening to support Ukraine in a lot of different ways. And me particularly knowing that there's a lot of folks working to support the veterans today of Ukraine and the future veterans of Ukraine is really, really cool. And been lucky to be able to do that a lot over the last couple of weeks.
That's awesome. And that's amazing. And that work is so critical. Will have such a massive impact. I love seeing that work being done, and the connection between U.S. veterans and Ukrainian veterans. So huge. And it's going to have, an unmeasurable impact. And that's amazing. And the last thing on the Bradley is one of the things that we don't get from the videos, which you have the experience, I have the experience, is the extreme psychological effect it is to hear the 25 millimeter Bushmaster going off. It is so far reaching, it's so deep reaching. It's a very unique sound. It's kind of like the A10 Warthog when it comes in. It's not just the system and not just the power, but it's that sound. And there's a book that talks about that sound of like tank fire and tank tracks and what it does to the psychology of a soldier. But I can't express my pride in knowing that that sound is with the Ukrainians, and we can't really get it from the videos and seeing the videos that what that sound does for the Ukrainians and what the fear it puts in the Russians and the sound and motivation and pride that it puts in everybody that can hear it within the Ukrainian formations. That is such a amazing gift to give to soldiers.
Yes, I'd seen the that 25mm had been as quite an effective way of taking down those dragon's teeth as well, because they're not big and they're not very they're not well made, right? No need to get close to them. No need to even use explosives on them. Just 2 or 3 rounds from a 25mm, right?
Yeah, if necessary, or just drive over them.
John, I was going to just add to that. You're 100% right, and it's psychological on both sides. And that 25mm it echoes because there's the sound of it going off, and then the sound of the rounds exploding. And I've been in me and fellow soldiers, and many folks in Iraq, especially, in those big cities. Many times you get stuck. It wasn't easy fight there, and you would be feeling pretty lonely, and then you'd hear that come down the road, both the sound of the Bradley and its tracks, and hearing that 25mm open up. I knew you were going to be pretty okay. You always knew you were going to probably get out of it okay, but we still had folks run over mines. Sometimes on a daily basis, depends on how good the enemy was. We still had some mobility kills and penetration kills even. But for the most part, it's great to see it, doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I think I can't highlight that enough, and I know I love science fiction, but one of the things as I advise personnel in the pursuit of like the Iron Man suit and things like that is that human necessary requirement to know that somebody is next to you, to know that there's somebody coming. War is not an individual act in any way. So even ideals of the Iron Man by himself fighting forward of you, it totally erases all the psychological things that have been learned from Homer to today in that the sound, sight, sounds. There's even noise cancellation devices and experimentation of that. And like, look, there's a moment when you need to hear the sound of a machine gun. The need to for both enemy and friendly, and there's a need to hear that system in the distance that that sound, that's yours, not for any other reason than the psychological needs of an individual soldier, the psychological needs of a small group of soldiers. People try to remove that from current and future ideals of warfare. Like you just can't. You don't understand how much the audio is needed, in the requirements of the human to do these things.
That's why you need mental acuity in all your senses. David, are you hard of hearing already?
Why? Why would I be hard of hearing? And what did you say?
Fortunately, only explosions in your past, right?
The explosions in my brain. Yes. Anyway, why do you ask, Axel?
No, it's about the selectors. We were just talking about the noises in battle, and that you need to be alert. That whilst you can try to cancel out noise, and you actually would have to, and sometimes it works well, and it's an important feature of your kit that you have noise canceling capabilities and the likes. But at the same time, you need to be alert. You need to be in the know and fully, utterly focused whilst in battle.
Well, I come from a time when they didn't have noise cancelling, and you didn't take your headphones anywhere, and even live firing exercises were you came away a little bit deaf, right? Or not even a little bit, a lot deaf.
Ringing in your ears.
I did it. I mean, I have to say that the way worse than any hard house nightclub could ever have been. Right? Yeah, ringing there, and I've probably not probably. I do have a tinnitus as a result of it.
Well, thanks God for telecom and nightclubs, I would say.
Yes, exactly.
We just had a serious topic, but there you go. All right, let's. I think Meta was next, and then we go to Chris, right?
Okay, I'll try to be brief. There's so much topics again. Oh, but you know, John Spencer really impressed me last night. I mean, up all night listening to him. But you know, this feeling of unity and the soldier's mind. I have a very, very, very short story about my grandfather when the Winter War was. When it finished, it's like they've been in fighting in minus 40 degrees. It was the record cold winter, and they've been fighting there, you know, like 10-1 in forces, and of course they had a really hard time. But that moment when the war was over, and my grandfather has said that, you know, the planes, the Finnish few planes they have they wave their wings. So in the front, in middle of the forest, in middle of nowhere, those soldiers, they knew that the war was over. It's over, you know, and this waving of the wings, it's something he said he can never describe. And I hope Ukraine will experience that. Every Finnish person, we have this composer Sibelius, who has composed Finlandia. That sort of tells about this moment when the war was over. Anyway, and I think that this unity with the guys you are stuck with all the time, life in danger, you are watching each other's backs. I have so many stories from my grandfather, and I'm so grateful for that, because I understand the war a little bit better. But you know, I'm thinking of PTSD. The entire Ukraine will be suffering of danger of having PTSD, but at the same time, I've learned that, you know, when you are not the aggressor, you're the victim, it helps. And for the second, it's that you can talk about it, and you have your comrades, and you have I hope they have sessions, you know, and re-meetings, and the whole country can talk about it. It will be shared. It won't be like, you know, I know in United States, like the Vietnam veterans have, because they are so alone with this PTSD. But I hope that Ukraine will recover from that and from everything else. For the second, a little bit lighter, I thought I'd put up a voluntary sort of challenge that you plank for 100 seconds, and you reduce your age from that 100 seconds, and what you can't hold, you put on to Ukraine in like dollars or euros. And that's just, you know, because I'm a runner, I have no power in my arms. Also, I'm really a bad planker. So, but you know, just to keep us in shape, so we can fight for Ukraine all together. And it's just an idea, you know, you just do a challenge, and nobody's controlling it, but it will be nice to see videos of you planking 100 seconds, full plank. Okay, that was me. Sorry, take your time, uh, John Spencer, and angry ants, I have to say. congratulations, the Congress and Senate finally did that, plead for attacks. And I imagine you have this big event on the 14th coming. So I really, really wish to hear from that. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meta. Thing to remind everyone is not everyone gets PTSD. The mechanisms for it are relatively complex. We've got a couple of psychologists. Tom, who's talked about it several times, is taking a break himself from this space, so he won't be coming up and telling us. But just the thing to remember is not everyone gets it, so not even the majority of people. But it is a complex mechanism that anyway, I won't get into it because it'll be a long discussion. And we have other hands coming up, right? So I think it was G-Man, then Chris, then Angry, and then Slava. G-Man. G-Man. Maybe he's fallen over in the bath and he's trying to get out. Right, we'll go to Chris.
I've just got a sound for you. That's all, David. Like that, the guys might remember.
If I'm honest, Chris, what it sounds like is a very bad coffee machine, but I do know what you're talking about.
That was a 25 millimeter on a Bradley, mate.
Yes, hence why I said I know what you're talking about. It still sounds like a broken coffee machine.
Okay. I can't do quality, but anyway, there you go.
Another sound actually or that I would love to hear, that, and it reminded me of the respect of the wings dipping. Of course, A10, but I'm not going to get into conversation on that platform, what Ukraine needs, all this. But the MC-130 Spectre, how I would love for Ukrainian soldiers to know that sound of the MC-130 weapons engaging above them, when we call it the Airborne Ranger in the sky, out of respect for that platform being up there. There's 1,000 things that would need to be given to Ukraine to be able to have air supremacy, to have that platform, but that distinct sound and feeling, emboldenment that it gives soldiers is unmatched much on the land forces.
Because it's the sound of the cavalry arriving, isn't it, John? Right? Here you are. If there's something else that's going to come and help us, must be, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Airborne Ranger in the sky has its own meaning, but it's almost like a heavenly protector that is there, and that will bring down the wrath of God on all, because it can see and do so much. It's almost like, it means so much to us. When I was a soldier, when that platform was up, you knew, and you felt protected.
It's a military comfort blanket, right? That's maybe the way to look at it.
Right, and that's why it's just another.
Stop sniffing, Garth. Just leave it alone.
Yes. Anyway, Chris, hot miking.
Sorry, mate.
All right, hey, David.
With the Malamoods.
David, I'm going to switch down the listener. It's always great to be with the family.
Oh, and thank you very much. It's been brilliant, John, listening to you. Thank you very much for coming up and giving us your time. Very, very much. Very, very thankful for it. Anyway, we got Angry. So, Angry, I'm going to ask G-Man whether G-Man, are you still there, or are you going to sit there with your hand up and not say anything?
Yes, sorry about that. I was putting my daughter to bed.
when the call came and I couldn't answer the call because the
Yeah.
phone was in the other room. It's day 70 today of the Falklands War, and if you're in 1982, that is June the 10th. So what happened today? Special Air Service team was spotted by Argentine troops and fired upon. They lost their commanding officer, Captain Hamilton. Lots have happened today, but tomorrow's a big day. 3 different battles. As Chris has already told us all. Very movingly. There is a book that I tweeted out about just while Chris was talking. I think it was Chris was talking. It was 3 Days in June, 3 Paras Battle for Mount Longdon, written by James O'Connell. I really recommend that book if anybody wants to read about that battle. But we're all obviously very conscious of the battle that's happening in Ukraine, or the battles that are happening. That somebody will write about in the future, and we just at this point pray for them and pray good fortune for those troops, and of course we can say Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, Herum Slava. Yeah, I lost someone I respected, very much respected in the Falklands. He'd been in 9 Squadron and in 5-9 Commando. Anyway, Angry.
No, I was gonna, one of the things that is on this space, there's a lot of military folks, and I think for folks who aren't in the military, until they really hear how, even if you're in different wars or different militaries, that if you've been on the side of fighting for freedom, fighting for values and democracy, etc., there's a camaraderie and what I was going to talk to John about, and John really talks about that brotherhood and that connectivity in his books and in his teaching. And for the last couple of months, I've been working with the Ukrainian veterans organizations and their ministries and their embassy to work to try and bring together groups in America. And yesterday was kind of like an accumulation of a couple months worth of work, and I've got to have some amazing. Able to learn from so many amazing Ukrainians, and that's what we've been doing is just seeing what can we do to try and help them out. And we were able to meet with a bunch of the heads of their veterans programs and veteran leaders, and the majority of them were, whether they were in their barracks or some of them were in hospital recovering from wounds. Some of them were in the front line. Some of them had their military gear on with guns on. And we were able to sit as a group of Americans from massive national veteran organizations like the VFW, the American Legion, to just individuals who are experts that are volunteering their time at the starting point, and just tell them that, hey, we've been working on something, we've got a plan for you. And to have that alone was really incredible yesterday. For the Americans, because most of us, a few of us weren't soldiers, but most of us were all soldiers. And I will tell you what, we none of us got off the phones from everybody afterwards. Everybody was calling each other, and this went from being a project to a true mission. Once we talked to our brothers, overseas, and sisters, we had and on both sides of the aisle. It was just incredible to see them, and then for them again to see that these just random folks were coming together to help them out. It was really awesome. I know if you go to the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, the UA Veterans Fund, there's probably some pictures and stuff, and that Will Addick guy, his page. But it was really a positive moment, and it was probably one of the most important things I've ever worked on in most of the people, and it's going to turn into something really special that we'll get to talk about a lot more. That will help build the veterans program, as the Ukrainian country rebuilds, and trying to figure out what we can do in them right now, because there is a lot of need to help and support those veterans immediately right now, because there's a lot that are behind the front lines that aren't able to fight anymore, and that's something that we need to make sure our governments are thinking about also. But anyway, I just thought it was a really unique thing to talk about, especially with John. Even though we're completely seas apart, there was an instant connection, and we were able to bond within a few minutes on that Zoom call. It was a really powerful moment.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Angry. Slava Ukraini.
Hi, thank you for having me. When I joined, there was a lady that was talking about PTSD, and I would like to talk about my personal experience about that. And uh, by no means I am no psychologist. It's just my personal experience. I have born in war, and I am 40 years old right now, almost early 40s, and I'm still suffering with the consequences of what I experienced. And my nightmares is very much related to my experience when I was child. I clearly remember my mother hugged me and ran to the garden. We had a small garden, and we didn't have a shelter, and she was very much feared. And I could remember still she was kind of praying and try to calm me down, and I could see the fighters and the air defense shooting at them and stuff. So I could clearly remember that. And I think PTSD going to be, and it is a problem for Ukrainian population, and it need to be taken serious because it's gonna be a long term thing. And I believe all of us, whoever supports Ukraine, we need to also see what we can do personally. If there is a soldier near you, if there is they came to your country for rehabilitation, they lost legs, hand, they suffer a lot, they have families, they have kids, there are Ukrainian kids in your city. Just be with them, show them love, uh, let them know that they are not alone, and you stand by them, and they are not alone, and their sacrifice is not just for nothing. And I believe that is a quite important thing to do. And I hope that the Ukrainian government do um, um, changes in the medical system, so all Ukrainian can have access to the psychological help if they need it. So that I think that gonna prevent lots of uh, problems. And yeah, I personally do what I suggested other people does. Please help Ukraine in whatever you can financially. Just be with them, help refugees. Just let them know that they are not alone, and just slow Ukraine.
Herem Slava. It's what this space is for, is to help support Ukraine and Ukrainians through these tragic times, right? As we say, though, not everyone. It's PTSD is very complex. There are some people who go through entire wars are not affected. Some people are. As I said, the mechanisms are very complicated. However, right, the important part is, right, just making sure that we know that that people know they're being supported. I don't think the I think all Ukrainians know that what they're doing is the right thing, right? And everyone knows when they sign up and they sign on that dotted line, what they're getting involved with, I guess. And that's what you do for your love of country and for the love of the people around you.
David, I'd like to add something. I understand. I totally agree with you on that. But personally, I met a Ukrainian soldier who lost two hands and one leg. Half of his face was gone, and he's in my country for, I don't know, for more than a year, and he has one child and wife. They suffer, and imagine, and they are unfriendly people as well. So when they go outside, they can get some bad looks or whatever like that. So every time I'm there with them, every time I, I just try to show how much I love them. And yeah, I, that's my feeling. They feel not so much secure when they go outside. This is what I felt. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just for that street or whatever. But so I saw it as my duty to stand by them. And yeah. So I think all of them are suffering. And it's quite unfair that 9 years old kid see the father that cannot eat, and for drinking or something need the help of a mother. It's just too bad. And yeah, yeah.
And I completely agree with you. Look, the Ukraine is going to see a great deal, a number of people who are missing limbs. They'll have burn marks. They'll be missing bits and pieces, right? And just showing them the love and explain, is always the way forward, isn't it? Right? They've personally sacrificed for their country. So anyone thinking anything differently, yeah, I mean, look, there's always a strange person in the world who might be looking at someone. You just don't know. Sometimes it's because that they don't know what they should be saying or doing as well, and that's the important part. Hopefully Ukrainians will get the message, go over and give them the love and attention they need. I know my mother, she was a nurse at the end of the Second World War, and she was dealing with burns unit people, people in the Navy specifically, who were terribly disfigured. It's something that people, or countries who haven't really experienced war in this way, just can't comprehend. It's an absolute tragedy, but Ukraine is going to succeed in what they're doing. Unfortunately, people are going to be sacrificing lives and their families and the rest of it until we get this moment where Ukraine succeeds and finally evicts the invader. Slava, do you want to come back on that at all?
I just agree with you. I'm quite emotional right now, and more Russian bomb Ukrainians. I will help Ukrainians more personally. I talk about myself only, and they are not alone. As long as I'm alive in this earth, I stand by Ukraine. Slava Ukraini until end of my life.
Harem Slava. And look, we feel for you, Slava, and we feel for everyone, right? If there's a way I could be taking that pain away, I certainly would. Angry.
Well, I really think that what Slava brings up is an incredibly important conversation, and it's an important conversation that I've been having a lot of. And what I will say is that there is an incredible need to support mental health facilities and support the veterans, like the building, it's not even rebuilding, but actually creating veterans programs and veteran systems that Ukraine needs to take care of the soldiers. But I will say is that the Ukrainian government are taking it very, very seriously and are very focused on mental health and the need to be able to care for the large number of folks with PTSD that are already, that are coming out the field every day, to be truthfully honest, and people who are in very bad shape because of the style of this war. It's incredibly sad to hear some of the stories from this, but again, that is kind of what we're working to do, Slava, is to work to make sure that Ukraine has the quickest, easiest access to all the knowledge of what can get, what are the best practices, what are the things that work, what are the things that don't work, how are we addressing this right now and then also in the future. So it is being taken seriously, and it is a serious problem. It's a problem just as bad as the bombs and the guns going off, in my opinion, when it comes to these soldiers.
So the thing to remember, war has consider. I mean, trying to find the right words is difficult, but war has huge changes on society in countries where they've had war. The Second World War is an example. In the United Kingdom, the NHS came out of what happened with the World War II. Things change. I can't be saying what's going to happen in Ukraine, but I do know the overwhelming. Everything I hear is pretty much just how Ukrainians are caring people. How they care about their soldiers. I mean, they and the people are people who are fighting for them. So it'd almost be incomprehensible that something didn't happen. We know there are aid organizations and psychologists who are helping. Without a doubt, there'll be enough psychologists in Ukraine to do the work themselves. Maybe they've got some professionals outside from other countries that can help and advise and take some of the load as well. But it's just one of those sad facts. We have to wait out and see who is affected and who isn't. But the cost will be high. Yes, Meta.
Hi again, David Axel. Slava Ukrainian, I don't know which country you come from, but it sounded like you are somewhere where you have patients from Ukraine. But I think, I'm not a doctor, so I only read psychology for 3 years, and then I have only experienced. My mother was like 3 when she was sent to a strange place, experience bombings and stuff like that, and my grandfather's stories, of course, and so on. But my apprehension from all of this is that, the most important thing, that you are not alone, that you are never left alone. That's sort of, and you are not strange because you are having these nightmares, or you are waking up to a nightmare, or something like that. My mother suffers still about some phobias from her memories. That it's totally all right. That's I think it's because otherwise your whole lifetime you think, and I've never killed a person, never, of course, but and these guys are killing like 100 people a day, sort of, and but they're doing it for the right cause because they've been attacked. They're defending.
So Meta, look, we sort of have discussed this to death, really.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Otherwise,
I'll
all we're
step
doing
down,
is
yeah.
carrying on down. So look,
Yeah.
important we say, look, it will be a problem. Not everyone gets PTSD. It's a really, really complex set, and it's the sort of thing that medics, psychologists, and the rest of it who will get involved with. And I'm, I say I'm certain. I don't know because I can't foresee the future. But as I said, Ukraine is an emerging nation, and it's grabbing these things by the short and curlies, and it's doing stuff, right? So it's going to be a problem for them, and it isn't just PTSD. It'll be the other things, the amputees, and the people with other disfigurements, and how they get on, because the one thing is that we say is, if you send someone to war, you'd best be able to look after him when he comes back not whole, right? And not whole, it doesn't mean necessarily physically. There's the other side to it, and that'll be the task afterwards, right? So ensure that in actual fact Ukrainian soldiers get the help they need.
Right. I'm not saying that everyone gets PTSD. All I'm saying
I know, Meta. What I'm trying to say is I'm just finishing the topic with that statement.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
And so, while we're about this, let's change it a little bit. So I'm going to try and put something into the net. Well, I will do. I was going to try and put it into the nest, but it's just disappeared. There's Constantine and Special Hurston Cat have posted a Russian column that's just stopped and getting millered by some artillery. Anyway, look, we're here to talk about Ukraine. I don't see any hands up. I do see lots of people who are in the speakers' seats. So perhaps someone wants to come up start a conversation, and then we can get on with one. Someone, anyone? Nope. Okay. Axel. Yes, G-Man. Axel is no doubt in his garden somewhere. Right, G-Man.
I stumbled upon a piece written by Natalia Antonova. Now it's right from January 22, but it, I stumbled upon it because some Vatnik was from America, was going back and forward talking about Maidan and fascism and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And this article she wrote, I'm going to read part of it because it's interesting, and it talks about the phrase that we use all the time: Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine, and then we respond Heroam Slava, which is glory to the heroes. So, if everybody's sitting comfortable, then I'll begin. In the last years of his life, my father would frequently toast his friends with the phrase "Glory to Ukraine." Glory to the heroes, their traditional reply went. This call and response used to be strongly associated with nationalist and Nazi collaborators. And before Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, my father would have been caught dead saying it. A Kiev-born former Soviet officer, he disdained nationalists and referred to them dismissively as Banderites, i.e. followers of the militant Stepan Bandera. War with Russia changed my father's mind and the minds of many Ukrainians. When my Russian-born mother criticized him for using the chant, he would become visibly upset. I don't care what happened decades ago. I care about what's happening right now, he told her during one of their frequent clashes over politics. Formerly divisive, the chant was uniting Ukrainians, especially because it so upset Russians. Similar things were happening with the Ukrainian language. Both my father and I, it must be said, that the man raised me in his image, would catch ourselves speaking Ukrainian to people if we knew that would piss them off. So as I would stop there, because it's a very long article, but I didn't know until I read this morning that the phrase Slava Ukraini was once contentious and now isn't. And I find that brilliant that there's absolutely nothing that could be wrong with it. But as I've written about Ukrainian history, because it was a topic I didn't know about, and the best way I find to get to know about a topic is to write about it and research it, write about it. Russia for 200 years was in a on and off process, but mostly on, to Russify and de-Ukrainify Ukraine. And so much so that even a slogan that says glory to Ukraine was contentious. And thank God it's not anymore. And so I'm going to say it again. Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava. Yes, look, you can see it, isn't it? So it's interesting, isn't it? You can see why a genocidal nation, or a nation that's intent on what it's doing, subjugating people, will remove these things and perpetrate the lies. I mean, look, they're perpetrating the lies and have been since 2014, when the Russian schools have moved into, Russian teachers have moved into Donetsk, Luhansk, etc. And that's just part and parcel of Russian indoctrination, right? There will be a lot of Ukrainians who will be struggling because they've been taught a different history, right? I spent some time in China. My wife's Chinese, and talking to people about how propaganda went and what they were taught when you were kids. And in Russia, it's going to be a particular problem for them because they've been taught their version of history, and yeah, how people adapt things, isn't it? I think, yeah, colonial nations have a history of doing these things. How do you remove the person's belief in nationhood and where they're from? Right. Anyway, G-Man, are you going to comment again?
Yeah, I've got a follow up. Actually, just one more short piece from this article, and then I've got something else to say just about language, suppression of language or not. But she goes on. On the other hand, vehemently Ukrainian-speaking friends and relatives were also changing. Natalia will speak whatever language she wants in my house because she is one of us. So said my uncle Taras, father of my beloved cousin and a transplant from Western Ukraine to Kiev, snapping at his dinner guests when they tried to criticize me for using Russian. My uncle had become sensitive to Russian accusations of Ukrainian militancy, and he had come to admire me when my personal loyalties to Ukraine, country of my birth, had cost me 2 jobs in a row in Moscow. And so I said, I'll stop there in this article. I did actually post it today, but I'll retweet it or something like that. I mean, I'm from Northern Ireland, so we are, the island of Ireland has a long period of history. And some would say that, oh, I'm not going to go there. The language issue here is something that has been more than a political football, and some of the parties have allowed it to be weaponized by other parties. Now, I don't personally really speak any language, but if you look at my profile, you'll see that there's Irish language all over it, and you know that's sort of just I'm a unionist. I'm an Irish. I call myself an Irish unionist, but I also am British. And a Good Friday Agreement that was signed in 1998 allows me to identify as British, Irish, or both, which is what I do. And we can speak English, we can speak Irish, so if we wish. And that's how it should be. There should not be any compelling to speak. You should not be compelled to speak a language, even indirectly. Like, for example, I've spent a lot of time in Montreal. And had I, in my job, I was there over 25 years, probably for 2 years, all told. Now, had I went as an expat and took my family there, my children would have to have gone to school and learned in a French school, a French-speaking school. That was their language laws to preserve the Quebecois, to preserve that language. I'm not going to get into that either, but the fact is that they had to put laws in to preserve a language. It's probably a losing battle somewhat. But it shouldn't be a political football, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not going any further because I'll get myself into some trouble in hot water. And I'm going to get in some hot water anyway, but anyway, that's another story. That's all for now. There's other hands. I'll stop talking.
Thank you very much, G-Man. Listen, Welsh was a dying language until they put it into schools, and now it's not. It's an evolving, and there are more and more people. There are more people speaking Welsh now, 2023, than there were in 1970, right? And people see it as part of their heritage. Thankfully, they do see it as that. I mean, look, and here's the other one. There are distinct advantages to being bilingual, right? The way your brain functions, all the other bits and pieces. When I was a kid, it was seen as, you might confuse kids if they gave them too much information. And now we know as to be a bit of a lie. That would be the 1960s and 1950s psychologist for you. Anyway, Kerry, you've got your hand up.
Hiya, David. I wanted to ask if you would mind giving me a bit of an overview of what's been happening.
Do not ask me. I do not know. I was in the garden today again.
Okay, well, that's what I've been doing. And
but
I've been
my overdue. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Keep talking, Kerry.
Yeah, thank you. I I've nearly done the whole thing now, and every time I dig down more than 6 inches, any part of the garden, I am literally coming across bits of bicycles, prams, machinery, God knows what else. So I've been fighting with trying to just dig a square foot of ground this afternoon. So I like, when I listen to Maria, I like to try and properly engage with what's being said. So I knew I couldn't because I was swearing too much. So if anybody is willing to give me an overview,
Well, I
I'd be
can give
very
you a bit of an
grateful.
overview, but did they
Thank
build
you.
your house on a rubbish tip? Did they, Kerry? It's either that or your
Well,
builders
I
did a
think
number
what
on
they
you.
did, yeah, I mean, this is going back a long, long time. As you know, my place is
So
absolutely
it's a penny
minuscule. They took
farthing
an
that's
old,
that was buried. Is that what you're saying?
it probably is. It was unidentifiable items that have rusted smithereens. But yeah, one property turned into 3. And I think literally the builders just probably threw everything in the garden and just went over the top with a roller and then put 6 inches of soil
That will
on
be
top.
exactly
So
what happens when people split houses down because it's done for profit,
yeah,
right?
exactly. So yes, I've been keeping an eye on the various sites that I look at, but the last maybe 4 or 5 hours, I've not kept on top of what's going on. So be very grateful for any update.
Poor
Okay.
concrete.
Sorry. Have you got an update? Do you, Lily?
I just said plant concrete.
I've hacked out concrete. I found, do not ask me why, I found when I was trying to dig in one area, literally a coffin-sized bit of concrete. And so I just took a hammer to it, chisel, cold chisels, my protective equipment. Yeah, it's been an absolute bastard doing the front and the back, but I'm nearly there.
Anyway, okay, let's get away from buildings. So a brief overview, right? The thing is that we're not going to get a lot of information at the moment, Kerry. So we'll hear stuff, right? But I'm just reminding. So a brief overview is obviously there are pictures that are coming out of from the beaches around the Black Sea, and they're just dreadful pictures. The stuff that's coming out of Kherson is just something that shouldn't ever be forgotten, right? This will be something that we need to go on, and we need many more aid agencies to at least start taking the kit, even if they can't do anything. I know there was a thing about the UN talking about doing something or whatever, but Ukraine can handle these things themselves. They just need the kit, and we need to get it there. But as opposed to how the front is doing, it appears to be doing okay. We don't know a lot. Some people are reporting there have been some big, so there's some big changes and land taken, etc. But we won't know. There's a couple of videos that have come out where some trenches are being cleared. They're interesting. They're interesting for many reasons. I'm not going to comment on them. But stuff is happening. I suspect, just in the same way,
it's moving nicely. Let's put it this way.
Exactly. And in the same way as we heard last year, when we sort of heard things, we didn't really hear a lot, so we were speculating a lot about what was going to happen, and then it really, really sort of changed. And I guess we might have something like that. But there's explosions happening all over the place. Alle über der Platz. I know.
David, this is wonderful.
I really appreciated like Mick Ryan, Ben Hodges, Thomas Tyne. I really appreciated the strong sort of stance they've said of let these guys get on with it. They're going to win. I love the attitude that's coming from those very knowledgeable people and the messages that they're putting out.
I mean, the thing is that there was never a question of whether Ukraine wouldn't win. They were always going to win. As I said, that at the end of the first week, it was obvious. The only question is how quickly right? How quickly, and let's hope it's speedy. But yeah, the important that we just remind people there'll be stuff that isn't great, and there'll be stuff that's really great, and that's about all we know at the moment. I'm afraid that's pretty much it. I'm all ears for anyone who's got some information, and they can send it to me.
And in
I've
the
seen a
meantime,
lot
we
of
are
safe
polishing.
animals.
Yeah, well, that is a touchy subject today, Carrie,
Yes,
because
yes.
so
Can you, because there may be people on here that haven't heard that, could you possibly tell people the awful things that, well, of one of the many awful things that Russia's done today?
I mean, look, the thing I think all we need to say is that look, the Russians are known for bombing civilians and anything else and doing whatever they think was heinous, right? So if they think there's something that's horrible, they'll find a way of doing it. And I think that's probably all we need to say on this. I'm not sure what we can get benefit by talking loads about it. It's just dreadful. They're going to carry on doing these things. The only way to stop them is just to smash them out of Ukraine, and smash them out as quickly as we can, and in any way we can. But we do have other hands. We've got Fancy and then Waypoint. So it's going to go Fancy, then Waypoint.
Waypoint was actually earlier.
Was it? All right. Well, then
Yep,
why didn't you
no
tell me
worries.
earlier?
I wasn't able to because I was still coughing. I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll let you off. So, okay, is Waypoint then Fancy? Waypoint.
Thank you very much, David. Hi, Axel. Well, Axel, it's actually a funny one for you. Well, today it's my 29th wedding anniversary, and I decided to take my wife out for a nice meal here near Hanover. And well, we were afterwards. We went to a cocktail bar, and I sat down. And my wife really likes Moscow Mule, and everybody knows Moscow Mule normally is Russian standard. But I noticed there was two. I was actually going to have something completely different. I actually cleared the trenches, believe it or not, in my age. And anyway. So as we sat down and we said this meal, and I realised I mean, I cannot tell the difference when somebody's speaking Russian and speaking Ukrainian. I can't differentiate between the two accents when they are speaking Russian. But we do have some Russians in this area, and as obviously Ukrainians, and my neighbour's a Ukrainian lady with her a young boy. And anyway, we sat down with this, and I turned around to my wife and I said, "Whatever you do not order Moscow Mule with Russian standard." And she said, "Well, what am I going to do? Because I would really like to drink it." I said, "Well," I looked at the thing and I saw there's Grey Goose, there's French vodka, which is much far better than the Russian standard anyway. Anyway, so we ordered it. We came and we ordered. And I turned around to the girl and said, "Well, I'd like to have a Moscow Mule." I said, "But I'd like to call it, obviously in German, Muscovy Tears." And she said, the girl was like really laughing and everything.
Fatnik tears, Fatnik
Yeah.
tears.
Anyway. So the girl turned around and said, "Well, you don't want to have it?" I said, "Yeah, I'd rather have it. I'd rather have it with Grey Goose." She said, "Not a problem. I go and speak to the boss." And she came back and said, "Well, it costs too much, €2 more, because it is a more expensive vodka." Anyway, so she went off and brought them, and I turned around to these two Russian girls and I said, "Yeah, blad." Because they were the way they were looking at me, because they obviously caught me saying this. Anyway, they really ranted off, and they said they were going to get up, and they started swearing, and in German as well, and they said they're getting up to leave. And so they were going to leave without paying. So then the boss, the waitress, she went absolutely ape. Got the boss. The boss turned around and said, "You're going to call the police if they don't pay." And yeah, well, they ended up paying, and apart from blah 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 blah, as they were walking off, I cleared the trenches. So yeah, 1-0 to us. Fuckers.
Did you not leave them with a Heroem Slava?
I actually did. I said that, and all I saw was the middle finger as they were walking off.
Quality, wonderful. Right, there we are, clearing the trenches in Germany. That's good news.
See, this is the consequence of having the British Army of the Rhine.
You said it.
That's spectacular. Right, okay, so Fancy. Oh, and Nick, I see Nick has his hand up. Fancy.
Yeah, and with that spirit, Slava Ukraine to everyone. I really like pissing off Vatniks equally in Vienna, as we have a lot of them. And yeah, it's great to show them who's welcome in Europe and who's not. Russians, they can stay in Muscovy, and to the east of it, they can fuck off to China, wherever. But if they come to Europe, they better support Ukraine. There is something else which I wanted to talk about, David, to something that you said earlier. I do completely agree with you that I think there is not a iota of a doubt that Ukraine will win. But I do have one concern, actually, which is that the West continuously fails to disincentivize Russia from escalating to war crimes and to usage of weapons of mass destruction, such as the dam. And that is the one thing that I'm concerned about. I have no concern. I have no worry that I think that Ukraine will just regain all the territory lost. I think they are equipped and they will be better equipped even than before. So I think the West keeps the supply up, and we have better production power than Russia, of course, or than Russia and China and Iran and all those bastards combined, right? But it breaks my heart every time seeing something like the dam breaking in Kherson, or seeing another warehouse where animals or humans are collected being blown up by Russians. And I'm super angry that we don't disincentivize Russia from doing so. And honestly, I mean, I know that we can push our politicians, that we can write to them, that we can spread in the media our outrage. And I was there when Lunchtime and Nick talked about that. Lunchtime would write an article, which I thought was a great idea. That's what we can do, right? But that is one big concern I have, right? Russia is losing, and I think if we don't change the gear in the West, they will just pay back with more scorched earth. And yeah, I personally don't know so much what else we can do to change it, right? It's just something that keeps bothering me.
Well, you have to accept it. Sorry, David, if I may interject. You have to accept that conventional war with an evil counterpart will produce such results. This is what we've been saying here on this space since last year. People simply didn't believe it, often just pushed it aside. This is a conventional war. Many thousands, many tens of thousands of people will die fighting. Many thousand civilians will die. We will find mass graves. The Russians will continue to torture civilian populations. They will create displaced people. They will rape, pillage, loot, shoot, create economic consequences, ecological disasters. They have nothing which will prevent them from doing so other than the ZSU. And they can only do that job better, faster, more comprehensively with our assistance and our continued increased support. So what we can do is do the same thing we're doing quite effectively. Don't underestimate the power of what we're doing here. Think about how many decision makers have reached out, how many have listened in parliaments along the line. We have massive feedback from Britain, from Canada, from the US, from Germany, not from France, of course, unfortunately not from Spain, very little from Italy, but we have massive positive feedback from the rest of Central Eastern Europe and Northern Europe as to what we're doing, what kind of platform this is, that we're reasonable, that we're trying to suss things out, and that we're advocating for Ukraine. And we need to continue this. We need to increase. We have to be creative. We'll have to change a few things here, left, right, center. Sure. But we have to do exactly this, keeping it up, making sure that we support Ukraine, generate donations, as we tend to do here at MriyaReport. There's a reason for why we created the charitable organization in the United States. So we can actually specifically pinpoint support operations in Ukraine, whether it's Chechnya, whether it is Natalia Kamikova and the fund of the Veterans Affairs. We spoke about Veterans Affairs and their needs in future. Whether it is the Rubige unit of Fairlane, the Rapid Reaction Force, who are currently fully engaged in battle, or whether it is now the city of Kherson and its administration. This is what we do here. So when you ask yourself, in a slightly, if I may, it sounded a little bit klassisch wienerisch.
Yeah, well, I can't
Was kann
deny
ich
that.
tun?
Akbar.
Was kann ich tun?
I can't deny my birthplace. I can hate it as much as I do for all the Vatniks who live here, but unfortunately, 10th district Favoriten Vienna, that is stuck with me.
That's what I try to allude to. So, if you're from, my dear American audience, or if foreign audience, if you're from the 10th heap, you are coined. This is deep Vienna, period. That's what it is. And that's completely fine. But there is a certain sense of melancholy and, say, perceived inescapability. It has always a connection to the heritage of Franz Kafka just as well, because the Habsburg authorities and the inevitable subjugation of the, say, civilian freedoms, which originated and emanated from there. And by the way, the Russians easily adopted and copied, don't forget. I mean, Catherine the Great, thank you very much. They knew what they were doing. There's a certain sense of this meandering stream of life being navigable but hard, and die Erde ist ein Jammertal. Earth is a valley of complaints, moaning, and the likes. But it's not the case. We all, not only do we have agency, we have cobbled together lots and lots of very dedicated people who commit time, resources, intelligence, creativity to helping Ukraine. That in itself is excellent. I am superbly proud. You have no idea. I am so enthusiastic every single day when I wake up, knowing that there are so many volunteers who have joined us, so many people who participate in this space, who support Ukraine. I think it's grand. It's excellent. It is beyond belief that people from all over the world, if I go through the list of people who actually dial in every day, I have a list of this, of course, here. And we have the host data and all sorts of things. We can see who downloads, for example, our podcast. If I go into the analytics of our podcast and look who has been looking, for example, at Thomas Tyner's most recent podcast, which by itself, by the way, it was published on the 29th of May, and already 7,000 people, 7,000 unique addressees have downloaded it on Spotify. A little more even, but 7,000, let's put it this way. And that's excellent. And people, despite the fact that it's a very, very long affair, I can see that by this time, 30%, no, actually 25% have listened to all of it in full. And people have listened to half of it. 50% have listened to half of it already. But people also listen to things over time a lot more. So in a month from now, I'd say that the audience retention on that podcast will mean that people will have listened to the full thing about 75% of it. And if you go to the regional allocation as to where people are from and how this is set up, how is the audience composed? You see the States, you see Germany, Britain, Australia, Sweden, Canada, Norway, Finland, Austria, Netherlands, Denmark, Switzerland, New Zealand, Spain, Ireland, Belgium, Czech Republic, Italy, Poland, France, and Brazil. And that's just the leading nations who tune in. This is a global community. That is our strength. Our strength lies in numbers. By the way, I can go through the long, long list of nations as well. I mean, it goes, of course, further. I mean, I stopped at Brazil because that was the first page. But we have, of course, one of the leading nations I left out on the top is, of course, Ukraine. But apart from that, we have Slovenia. I'm quite sure it must be definitely parents or family members of Domen, of course. Romania, Lithuania, Israel, Portugal, Estonia, of course, Hungary, India, Bulgaria, Croatia, Nigeria, Taiwan, a lot of them. We have Republic of Serbia, you wouldn't believe, Turkey, Vietnam, Greece, Latvia, Hong Kong, Slovakia, Iceland, Singapore, Malaysia, and Barbados. The list is longer. We cover the whole globe. We have listeners in Kosovo, Namibia, Honduras, Costa Rica, Colombia, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Georgia, South Africa, Mexico, Malta, Luxembourg, and Ecuador. We have listeners in Japan. I know at least one of them who's a professional and a consummate professional who's been speaking on our space, Tom Logan, fantastic individual, an excellent contributor, and a wonderful bridge to the political elite of Japan, and also giving us insights into how Japan has changed. We are lucky that you all are with us. We are privileged that you are all dedicating your time. It is an absolute pleasure, but it's also a moral imperative that we do what we do, and we do it every day. So thank you for that. No means, no need to, in any shape or form, to be melancholic.
Yes, although I suspect Fancy's question was more along the lines of because we're going to have this increasing question, aren't we? Because we haven't had a red lines. We've not held the Russian feet to the fire. I mean, Ukraine is doing that at the moment, but the West hasn't. And increasingly, we're going to have this problem. The problem is we've got a reticence to do anything because they've got nuclear weapons. But in the future, there are going to be more states that get nuclear weapons. There's going to be states who are going to do exactly what Ukraine has done, but we've got nuclear weapons, and therefore, where are we? Right, we're in this cycle of we can't do anything, right, and that is a real problem. We need to work out what to do. We don't have a coherent strategy other than we say that we've got sanctions, but sanctions, when we go into them, and we haven't we, Axel? Right, they're not as comprehensive as they should be. What's happened to the secondary, the sanctions? Those, how are we addressing Turkey, because they're making a mint over just all those breaking those sanctions? And one of the reasons why we're probably not trying to bring in those secondary sanctions is because we don't want to be punishing Turkey, because Erdogan's holding our feet to our fire, which is just madness. So what's going to happen, right? Eventually, because we are at the moment, we're the school teachers who aren't punishing the school bully and just hoping he will go away, right? And here's a little bit of a detention, but in actual fact, everyone who's been bullied around them is still being bullied, and it doesn't change anything, right? Sometimes it has to be swift and severe a reaction, swift and severe, which is the antithesis of how we've been dealing with things at the moment.
And this was actually the discussion earlier today. You weren't there at that time, David, or if you have listened during the day whilst in the garden, you would have been on point with this comment just as well, because we went through the fact that at the moment, the administration and Britain, they met up, and it was a complete and utter disappointment to only have them talk about what is exceptionally important. Don't get me wrong. It is vital that Britain and the United States work together. It is vital that the AUKUS program will make a significant change for the better for future deterrence. It is a superbly important signal, both in terms of industrial relations, trade, but also intelligence sharing, and a general sign towards China and the world as to where the priorities are. Completely fine. But at the press conference, the ingoing statement should have been directed to the dam being blown up, the ecocide, the effective deployment of a indirect or hybrid weapon of mass destruction, the humanitarian catastrophe created by this, the fact that this is a war crime, a crime against humanity, and this moral leadership and this swift action which should have been connected to it, which we waited for, did not come. There has been no deterrence. There has been no increase. We would have been happy already. Well, happy. We would have been contented, I'm sure, if they had said, oh, by the way, Australia released XYZ tanks, APCs and IFVs, and the F-18s are coming. And Rishi Sunak should have stood at the podium over there in bloody Washington and told them that as the Prime Minister of Britain, I have decided to direct my Defense Minister to release, and then it now comes, pick your number, XYZ typhoons. This should have been the answer, or something like it. Or Biden should have included, or President Biden, sorry, should have included, of course, to say that the United States of America have decided to release ATACMS. And these decisions, these clear, guided, and swift decisions should have been made, could have been made, were called for, and were necessary, and they didn't come. And this is what makes this all so challenging.
Sorry, I was hot micing there, but I wasn't making any sound, so that's okay. The challenging part is we haven't worked out what to say. We haven't worked out what to say to the people who behave like this. The reality is that sometimes you just have to take the risks, because the risks of not doing something become even bigger. There's going to be a price to pay for the way we're behaving now. There's going to be interest on it, and it's not going to be nice, right? Because someone somewhere, someone's watching this and going, here we are, that's how they behave, right? And do we think that they're going to behave any differently with a bigger nation, right? That's the problem, and they're not helping this at the moment. I can't, frustrates the hell out of me, because it doesn't make much sense. Anyway, we've chatted that about. Nick's had his hand up for a while. I'm going to say one thing before Nick starts. Nick, today there was a little tweet about him, and he's in a. Is it a book? Is it, Nick?
It's a fairly, it's the 7th edition of a fairly standard psychology introductory textbook in the United Kingdom, written, or there are 2 authors, I don't know the second author, but the first author, Neil Martin, outstanding chap, outstanding connoisseur of food and also of television, a real showbiz guy, and good psychologist too. And so he decided to, he's been writing this book now in various editions for 20 years, and over that time psychology has changed a lot, and the tone of the book has changed. A lot of the standard things that were taught in introductory psychology 10, 15 years ago are no longer taught, and I am a small part of the reason why. So there was a little interview with me, which is actually, it's quite a good little bio. I mean, I wrote most of it. He just sort of said, here are the questions, write what you like. But if people are you can retweet it if you want, David. If people are wondering who this guy is,
I already retweeted it.
There you go. So there's a little bit of background about me in there.
But David, did you add a little joke at least to it?
I did, although I didn't include the joke I wanted. I should have.
No, Nick, we all loved it. We really loved it. Very proud of you.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, that's fine.
But what did you put your hand up for?
Okay, no. Well, yes. I put my hand up for something, and then something else came up, and I've been diligently taking notes. It is quite good. in terms of the immediately preceding discussion, I don't think the difficulty is, and I mean, Fancy said, you know, why are we not having kind of different degrees of escalation or something along those lines? I think basically there's one red line, and that is the use of nuclear weapons. And I think other than that, I don't think it's really up to the West to say, right, if you you know, kill this many people or do this level of atrocity, then we will do that. So these discussions about, well, this has happened now, well, we should send them that weapon. They should have sent them that weapon anyway. And I find the idea that we have to sort of tie it into, you know, oh, it's all right, I suppose we don't need to send ATACMS if they haven't done this. You know, I just find that kind of connection, it's natural for us to make it, but I don't find it.
Yeah, but
I wasn't making that connection, Nick.
Neither David nor I were making that connection. We said, we have always said that it was bad not to send them beforehand. But after such an event, the massive response should be a clear communication that this is a war crime, and it should be stated there as much. And the US
I guess I just don't see it as being. I don't see it as being that much of a change. I think they were terrible already. But anyway, saying
that it's a crime against humanity from the bully pulpit of the United States of America's Rose Garden is
well, they haven't even called Russia a terrorist state yet. Although I did I not see that there was a motion before Congress to do that? Finally,
there is, but it has all the problems, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But it has, of course, we know it has all those problems. So I'll get to the point where I put my hand up about half an hour ago. I was just who was the person telling the story about the Moscow Mule?
Oh, that's Waypoint.
Okay.
So former British Army soldier.
Who
lives in Lower Saxony.
It occurred to me when I was a very small boy, I used to, I don't think I ever actually purchased this, I got handed down some comics, and there was a character in one of these comics who was a football player called Hurricane Hutch. And as is the way with cartoon characters, he had some rather peculiar characteristics, and one of them was that he was a fairly mediocre player until he got annoyed. And once he got annoyed, then he would sort of, you know, turn into the Hulk or something. And it seems to me that I hear a lot of stories about Russians who seem to have the opposite characteristic, which is to say, once they get angry, they start doing things that are less useful rather than more useful. And so much as, you know, I imagine this is probably, I'm not intimately familiar with the tactics of soccer, but much as I can imagine that if you know that the opposition has a rather hot-headed player, you might attempt to provoke them into getting a red card. I wonder if there isn't scope here for some creative use of provocative techniques to get Russians deported. You know, if you can get them into enough of a fight, maybe we could, and you know, we could start off with you know, things around vodka, and I guess it could escalate from there. So yeah, maybe we can get some Russians deported by just what we might call jujitsu techniques. You know, apply a little bit of pivot and then the fulcrum, and then they go over because they just become Russian. Anyway, half an hour ago, I put my hand up to ask a completely different question, but it was related to the story about the progress of the initiative. And obviously, you know, within the limits of A, we don't know much, and B, OPSEC. And a lot of the discussions I've seen today have been about, okay, how far has Ukraine advanced? My question is, do we have an idea of the width of the front over which they are, let's say, actively, seriously trying to advance? You know, with the Western tanks and everything else, is it a 50? Do we think it's a 50-kilometer front or a 200-kilometer front or multiple fronts? I haven't really been able to glean anything. And again, we don't know. But
multiple.
What? Multiple 30-kilometer fronts or?
No, we don't do. That's not how we do it. Multiple fronts across the line of contact. Multiple fronts, some which have not even been discussed in public. And we're very happy that they have not been discussed in public at all.
Okay, so it is pretty much general.
Yes.
Okay. No, because the discussion we had before was very much, okay, will Ukraine choose to go to dump or to dump or to dump? And what we're kind of saying, I think, is like they're looking at a whole load and seeing where it hurts.
No, they are going after multiple factors along the line of contact, some of which are currently not even being discussed in public.
All right, I shall go back to.
You can no. You can ask the question in different ways. We will try to get you better answers. You just have to ask the question.
No, I wasn't taking offence, and I wasn't even feeling upset. I'm just saying.
I would never try to offend Nick. Please don't get me wrong. I did not mean to be rejective at all.
No, and I didn't mean to you to mean, and you didn't mean an I to mean, and you didn't mean I to mean. All I meant was, did we manage to cross the sill of the door? Yeah. Good. I will go back to popcorn and doing other things that I'm doing, and just basically say, no, but there are times when the answer to the question is come back in 48 hours, and I think this is one of them.
We do not know, Nick. It might be that there is a lot exploding in the next few minutes. It might be that there's something happening during the next few hours. There was so much flying about. We simply do not know.
David, you're old enough to remember Stingray, right?
Oh, I did. I love Stingray.
And what was the slogan at the start of Stingray?
Oh, don't ask me.
Anything can happen in the next half hour.
Right. Oh God.
Anyway, let's. So whilst we're here, you asked about something, so I can tell you, because the wonderful, lovely mockers sent a boom report, so I can mention some cities, towns,
She's
places.
Now sending them in.
Yes.
Right.
She telepathically lets me know that I should check my DMs. And of which I did, and there was a boom report. So I'm going to say, I'm going to list some places. I'm still confused about one place, but anyway, Kremina, Arabatska Arrow.
David, do you want me to read out the names?
No, I don't. I want to do it. Tokmak. Tell me I got Tokmak wrong.
Why don't you say insert?
No, I'm trying. I'm trying my best. Moloshansk, Berdyansk, see, I got that right. The whole of Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson regions have active artillery strikes. There you are. See, I'm getting better. I think I had 50% right, which is so much better than I am normally. So there you are, Nick. There you are. So there's the things. I will carry on. By the way, this is a tweet by Mac23. I quite like Mac23. He goes on to say the counteroffensive of the armed forces continues on 4 areas of front. So this is what he's saying, not necessarily what we're saying. There are tactical successes. It is reported that Saldo was taken to hospital in a very serious condition. That would be very good. The armed forces of Ukraine used the rotation of Russian troops and advanced 1.4 kilometers in the direction of Bakhmut. Speaker of the Eastern Group of Armed Forces, Canada announced a new package of military aid worth $400 million. That's quite a fair amount of money. Canada is handing over the confiscated Russian AN-124 to Ukraine. 20 NATO countries officially supported Ukraine's membership to the alliance. That's great. And the final part of his thread was, in Berdyansk, the occupiers are trying to hide their losses and are blocking the area around the morgue. Presumably, they're blocking the area around the morgue with more bodies. They also says Orban is preparing the provocations with the participation of Ukrainian prisoners of war, which that leads me into a tweet by our wonderful, I'm using the same superlative all the time, wonderful Damon, which a tweet which says, reports suggesting POWs sent to Hungary by the Russian Orthodox Church are expected to claim mistreatment by Ukraine and praise Russia and the ROC, all to whitewash actions of the Patriarch Kirill and Orban, while legitimizing Russian narrative of the Zakarpattian separatism. Okay. Anyway, what we're going to do with Orban and this, how he can even be taking prisoners of war, is another question. How's the EU going to solve that problem, Nick?
Well, the EU, I don't think, can get terribly directly involved, but they will add it to the charge sheet. Yesterday evening, I tweeted about the little letter, mail. I'd actually submitted it through a web form that I'd written to the European Commissioner for Human Rights when I first heard about this story. And the only real question, one second, I'm chewing.
Chewing, did you say? What are you chewing?
Chewing. Although to the extent that one can chew watermelon, but I had my mouth full. So yeah, it's had about 6,000 views now, my tweet, where I included the text that I'd sent to the European Commissioner for Human Rights, who most people won't have heard of, and they won't have heard of the office. But I think it's exactly what the European Commissioner of Human Rights should be looking at. So this was yesterday evening, Friday evening. So she's going to come into work on Monday with quite a lot of mails. And this is before I even heard about this aspect of the story of what appears to be the kind of, show parade. So if anybody sees that tweet and wants to, send a slightly more,
may I
slightly
suggest
more
something, Nick? May I suggest we put you to the power of good? You write a tweet explaining to what people need to do. Right?
I already did.
Yes, and it's an explanation, is it, of what to do?
It's in the nest, but I would say what I'll do is I'll retweet it saying, if you've been thinking about doing this, now would be an excellent time to do it, and add something about the one thing I would say is, for the moment, we only have reports that this is going to happen, the parading of them. So I think probably, just from a point of principle, it's best to wait until it does happen. So I've already sent the message on the basis of these people are being sent. Are they volunteers? Are they going of their own free will? Blah, blah, blah. This escalation that we're hearing about tonight, to be scrupulously fair, apparently has not yet happened. So until it happens, I wouldn't expect the European Commissioner for Human Rights to act on something that is rumored to be about to happen. So let's, in the next 24 hours, think about it. I'll even be co-hosting tomorrow evening. If anything more comes out about it, then people can certainly write and say, did you get that mail from Nick Brown? Well, bloody hell, look what's happened in the last 48 hours. We will see. But so, yeah, this escalation for the moment it is rumored that this is going to happen. Maybe it isn't. Maybe Orban will back down if he sees a backlash. So it's a little bit difficult to complain about something that hasn't happened yet to formal authorities, I think. So let's give it a little bit of time. But yes, if that does happen, if these people are paraded on television going, yes, I very much like President Orban, very nice man, nor like Zelensky. I am definitely saying this of my own free will. Wink, 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 wink. If that sort of thing happens, then, well, we will be writing letters, but frankly, I think a great many other people will be getting involved at that point. So it may be that what we're doing is almost, superfluous. So for the moment, there are clearly questions to be answered. It seems things may be coming to a head in the next 24, 36 hours. I wouldn't change the message that I'm putting out on this until I see that happen, just because it hasn't happened yet. And I know we like to be first with the news, but I think we should be first with the news after it happens rather than, when it's thinking of happening, if that's not an unreasonable position.
But we have never been indicted of doing that, have we?
No, but if we were to write to the Commissioner for Human Rights and say, I've heard that Orban is going to parade these people on television, it's less impressive than after it's happened. It's not like they're going to stop it. The Commissioner for Human Rights does not have an enormous stick to reach out from Strasbourg to Budapest and poke Orban in a sensitive part of the anatomy. So any reaction to this will be political. So there's no huge urgency. It's more important, if we're going to have any kind of letter writing campaign, to get the facts correct. So within that context, yes, I'm appalled at what is alleged to be about to happen, but I kind of, I hope you'll excuse me waiting to actually see it happen first.
Well, then, listen, when it does happen, remind us, we'll put it in the nest, and we can then get everyone to tweet it out, which will give it a bit more exposure, and an avalanche of stuff coming to her will be a bit of an indication. Right. Anyway, so I'm going to change the topic a little bit. I'm going to welcome the I'm not going to use the same superlative, Alan, for you. The amazing Alan Brewer that we're going to use today. Welcome, and nice to see you. I'm going to direct you to the nest, Alan. Can you see? Because I can't see. The nest doesn't update for me. I put in some tweets in there. Can you see one of an explosion?
I'm looking, David. Let's see. I don't. It would it be the first tweet? Do you think?
First or second, I guess. What's the first tweet you see in the nest?
It is about the POW sent to Hungary. That's the first tweet, which you shared as well.
Is there another one? A second one? It looks like it should look like a vehicle blowing up.
No, it is shared by G-Man about Poland's 22-year-old tennis world #1.
Well, maybe G-Man's just interrupting stuff and just chucking stuff in without letting us know.
Apparently.
What else is there? If you can scroll along.
Yes, the acceptance speech for the Kyiv Independent receiving the top European Press Award. Let's see. Something shared by G-Man about Kyiv.
I've sent it back in again, right, G-Man, right? You got to be careful about putting stuff in the nest. So what's the first one in the nest now, Alan?
Well, it hasn't updated yet. It's still the POW story.
Oh dear. Well, we'll have to wait. Right, we're waiting. So whilst we're waiting, we'll go for some hands. Peter has his hand up for a long time, and then we'll go to G-Man, and it would have been Peter first, even if G-Man had his hand up first, because I have red lines, G-Man. Anyway, Peter.
Yeah, just going slightly off topic. I sent David, I sent you a link on a little bit on the composition of the Black Sea. And for those who don't know...
Is this the hydrogen peroxide?
No, it's not that's something you colour your hair with.
Well, exactly, but it's still very useful stuff.
But it's not for me or you, I don't think. It might be for Alan, because he's got lots of hair to colour if he needs to. But yeah, apparently the Black Sea, after...
Yeah, I know, it's anoxic.
Yeah,
sure.
It's anoxic. Have you discussed this already, or I don't know?
No, I think you discussed it earlier today, but I already knew that parts of, not all of the Black Sea is anoxic.
Is it parts of? I thought all of it was.
I wasn't aware that it was all off.
It's 100 meters down to 1,000 meters of anoxic water. So I presume that anything that goes down there won't decompose if there's no oxygen in the water to decompose it. But I might be wrong, and that don't really want to discuss that. But the one thing which is of interest is that the in the Black Sea at the bottom there's the biggest supply of hydrogen sulfate, not peroxide.
Yes, I know. You know, I was
Yeah.
joking, right, when I said peroxide, right?
The biggest supply of hydrogen sulfate in the world.
Yeah, Peter, we spoke about this a few hours ago
Well,
when you brought it up. We are aware of
oh,
this.
okay.
We actually doing our Black Sea discussion last year, when we talked about the potential for gas extraction, oil, as well as deep water mining, because the area is extremely attractive for this. And then reviewed it on one fair evening together with M after the Turks had published their new notes and the environmental impact assessment for the natural gas deployment and new developments in the Black Sea. After we had two subject matter experts from the Americas and the Netherlands here with us, we went through this in quite some detail. Yes, there is a potential for this. There is an opportunity for it. It would have to be accorded and agreed to by the literal neighbors, which unfortunately in future even still will require Russian consent for certain deployment. But it will definitely, in international waters, require an agreement between those partners of good standing and goodwill. And it will require Freedom of Navigation Acts by the US Navy and other NATO navies to be there constantly in order to provide deterrence and deflection. So it is a topic, it's important, and there's a potential source of income for Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Georgia, Ukraine, and potentially even Russia. But it's far in the future.
Well, thank you for all that information on that, Axel. Yeah, so can I quickly just comment on what you were talking about before, which was the Western NATO's reluctance to do anything?
No, we've moved on from that topic,
right.
Peter. I was going to go. I was going to highlight, and Alan's coming up shortly. So I have no idea what Alan has got planned to talk about. But
yeah,
I've just received a message.
Okay, listen to what he's got to say.
Yeah. And so I've been given the nod by an avid listener. The tweet I was talking about is now in the nest. Hopefully, you should be able to see it. So I just thought I would highlight it. This tweet is, you will see, it's it's a grad being hit by a specific weapon, right? It's airburst, and it's a large amount of shrapnel in it, right? Shrapnel being ball bearings. And so I'm just directing everyone to have a look at it, because that shows you what an airburst looks like and how devastating it is, right? Because when you see, if you look all the way around the edges, and because this is on a field, you can see the dirt being kicked up. That is how effective these things are. Imagine if that was infantry. So I thought I'd just say that. And with that, now with that, we can go to you, G-Man. I've almost forgiven you.
Why, thank you, David. You know I meant everything in the best possible. A couple of things here. This may have been discussed before, I don't know. Ukraine's parliament, Veronika Verkhovna sorry, addresses the UN and its member states over the Russians destroying the Kakhovka Dam and the hydroelectric power plant. It says that we all know that the Kakhovka HPP was mined by the Russian invaders immediately after its capture in the first weeks of the full-scale invasion. It is noted that this crime of the Russian Federation is not only an act of terrorism, ecocide, but also a war crime in accordance with the Geneva Convention on the Protection of Civilians during the war, which was
Article 56.
Also, additional protocol of 1977, as well as a violation of the United Nations Convention on the Prohibition of any military or hostile use of means of influence of the natural environment. That just trips off my tongue. 1977. So let's see. I'm sure the UN will be falling over themselves to take that into account. The other things I put in the nest, Poland's 22-year-old world #1 has won the French Open for the third time in her career, but she plays with Ukrainian colours, with the Ukrainian flag on her hat, for example, which I thought was quite neat. The Kiev Independent newspaper was set up about a year ago, and most of its journalists were working for the Kiev Post, and they were fired by the oligarch who ran that publication at the time. So they set up an independent newspaper. I fully recommend them. They have a patronage thing to fund them. I do pay. I support them, and they also have started doing. We're patrons. They're sending the patrons now PDF copies of their online content. We can print out. I'm printing them out, and I'm putting them into my local library. As of today, I managed to get them into the library. I've been waiting for a confirmation from the manager. So that was they've won a prize over their coverage. I think it was their, I'm not sure which one, but they've won a prize, European Press Prize. And yeah, that was it. The other post in the nest is The Ghosts of Kiev and the Shadow of War is the piece by Natalia that I read out earlier. So thought, it was interesting that Slavic Ukraine used to be contentious. I've had a few people DM me that it's still somewhat contentious among some, especially the Jewish.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's just bullshit. I'm sorry.
Well,
talk to the Ukrainians. We spoke to Ferlane. We spoke to Alexander Sherba, who's been on the more medium side of this as a diplomat in Vienna. We spoke to Alexei Goncharenko. We had Victoria Voistitska here. We've had Viktor Omelian here. We've had Oleg here. We had, of all walks of life of Ukrainian society, people looking at this. So, Slava Ukraini was used in those days of national movement in Ukraine, also against Bolshevism. At that point in time, Ukraine is already under occupation by the Russian Empire and its continuity, the Bolshevist Stalinist terror. This is at a time when Ukrainians are trying to throw off the yoke. They're being occupied then by the Germans from the West. It's a different world. Just because don't forget the concept, we've discussed it many times, the concept of othering used by the Russians employs during the 1920s everyone being white. They called the Finns they occupied white, meaning they were whites, they were the others. And only after the discontent with their former erstwhile partners in authoritarianism, the Nazi fascists, only after they got invaded, everybody after that always was considered to be a Nazi. Projecting, don't forget, on America, it being fascist. One of the key monikers at a point in time in the 1950s was America was proliferating fascism in the world, which is insane. The moniker Nazi comes back and is used against any kind of movement which is from them and from their perspective perceived to be challenging them, and therefore it's anti-Russian. If you're anti-Russian, you're against us, you're a Nazi. Thank you very much. It's not contentious. It's their projection. Everybody who falls prey to that should give themselves, as one Scottish friend of ours once said last year, their heads a wobble.
Well, there we are. Anyway,
And
so
with that, we go to Alan.
Well, David, I have a different topic for you. I wanted to ask you something about the Novakhovka Dam. seeing that the ICC has sent an investigative team to Ukraine. Of course, all they can view at the moment are the downstream results, the flooding, etc. They can't get on site at the dam to investigate. And what I was wondering, David, you're a sapper, what evidence would be left at the dam now? Would it be possible to discover what kind of explosives were used, for example, where they were placed, or is the entire structure gone?
Now, Alan,
but hang on, Axel. Hang on, Axel.
Look at the images.
But hang on, Axel. Questions towards me. Thank you. Now, you can come in afterwards.
Yeah, okay, fine. Can we please look at the fact currently the water is still flowing through it? The structure is still being swept away. The Russians are still in control.
Anyway, let me answer, Axel.
And
right?
that's what I said, Axel. But every crime scene, at every crime scene, evidence of some kind remains, doesn't it, David?
Here you are, 1 second, and I'm going to sit down. So yes, I have been thinking about this because there are things that you will be able to see when eventually you get onto the site, when someone is able to get onto the site, right? So the thing, this is the important part. So one of the questions that I had, there was a gentleman who, I say gentleman, he's a reporter, so so maybe I'm assuming many things when I say a gentleman. But ask me some questions, right? So the question is what sort of explosives might have been used or how they might have been used, right? So the important part is one of the things was, could someone, and the suggestion is not that this might have happened, but it helps answer some of the question. Could they have used J dams or something like that to look at to blow up the dam, right? So the important part is, so when they can eventually, one moment, when they can eventually, yeah, there you are. That's much better. So when they eventually get to the site and they can see it, and let's just say the water drops down, what they'll be able to know is exactly where the explosives were set, right? And the reason why they'll be able to see that is because, right, when you put explosives in, they leave a particular shape, and there'll be a particular level in the water, right, or not in the water, or further down in the building, and that will tell you an awful lot, right? So at the moment, let's just, I'm assuming they're just coming here to document, right? But what they could do is, as an example, the pier struts, right? So because they've gone completely. That isn't as a result of the nature of the water, but when the water's gone down, they will be able to look at that and go, "Oh, right, those were explosives, and this is the position those explosives were put in," right? Because we know that it's reinforced concrete, etc., and so that's not going to erode loads, right? So unlikely that you would find any particles. Maybe you might find some microscopic particles of explosives in it, but you don't need to, because you just see, oh right, this is where the cutting charge, assuming it was a cutting charge, it may not have been, but this is where the charge was, right? So yeah, they will be able to see an awful lot, Alan.
Thank you, David. But only in the future. I understand
exactly.
That.
Yes.
I know the dam is inaccessible.
Far in the future. Weeks into the future. And by that time, by that time, a lot of the remaining evidence would have been swept away, because the Dnipro, even as a river, has a height anywhere between, depending on how much water it carries, anywhere between 2.90 meters and 3.40 meters. At the location, it almost likely will wallow up, because there will be an uplift kind of barrier still. So stream at that time will constantly sweep away
most of those remaining pieces of evidence.
But I don't think it will, though, Axel. So
okay,
I think
you may think it will not, but currently the indications from the Ukrainian side are that they fear exactly that, and they've stated as much.
But fear and what happens aren't the same thing, is it?
That is true, but may I just finish? The commander of the THW, German Technical Hilfswerk, who is currently on location in Kherson, who I'm trying to get on this program, has indicated already that it is astonishing what they can view with, obviously, with a remote vision and a couple of drones which are going there as well, how impactful the thrust of the wave and the continuing flow of water has been. There is very little remaining. The erosion of the concrete underneath will be so massive that most of the residue of what David would be looking at if he were to investigate an explosion site at a later stage will be shaved off. That's the big problem, because if there's an explosion and the blast goes into the lower pier columns, it will create cracks. Yes, there will be indications with which to later on trace it. And yes, there will be engineers to then track it. But for that, they need to have the whole facility, and David will be able to confirm that, fully dried out. So this will happen after the temporary dam will have been built, which takes in itself anywhere between 4 and 8 weeks. After, whenever the Ukrainians have full control of the area, which is in weeks from now, because full control of the area means that we've pushed the front line so far away that the Russian side cannot lob mid to long range missiles there, or decide that they send an Iskander there. The current real danger is that these bastards will send mid-range or long-range missiles at the dam to prevent any such investigation, or to make it further difficult to uncover information later. This is the real danger at this point in time. And the increased activity of the Russian Air Force already in the southeast sector and above Crimea lends itself to that danger as well, that they will try to attack any and all, both rescue as well as investigation efforts of the Ukrainian side on that end. I rest my case.
Thank you to you both. It was just a question, ably answered by Axel and David. But I guarantee you, Sherlock Holmes would find a way to find evidence in the wreckage of that dam.
I will roll David there myself. David?
And we have hands. There we are. So, G-Man, I don't know who. Do we know what the order was? G-Man sort of put his hand back up immediately, didn't he? But Pauli, we have not heard from Pauli in ages. Let's go to Pauli.
Thank you, David. Have you already discussed the Kinburn Peninsula in length, and also the north part of the Dnieper, mainly the Zaporizhzhia direction, due to the due to the strike to or the explosion in Novakakhovka dam? So
yes, we did discuss, Paulie. Yes, we did discuss this during the day today as well as yesterday. But what is your question?
I would just well, if I had to just have one question, it would mainly be that what is your expectation how long the Ruskies can supply their possibly stranded forces in the peninsula, and then maybe
yeah, okay, let's start with that.
If I got
The Russian forces currently on the enclosed space of the Kinburn Spit, we have very briefly touched upon that by confirming their existence. We can see a lot of rumors at this point in time. There's no confirmation from the Ukrainian side at all. Russian military bloggers have highlighted that there are Russian troops enclosed there and segregated there. To give you further, say, food for speculation, you know exactly what it means when there's a stream around you, and the Russian side itself has very few river boats and very few ferries currently still in existence. So these troops will run out of water as soon as their supplies are gone. Who knows how they have stored their supplies? What we've seen over recent months was that neither their food nor their water supplies have always been very well organized. We haven't seen any single piece of evidence that they're good at this. So let's assume that the logistics chain has broken down. Let's assume they run out of water and food within, say, 4 days, because that's as much as they probably have on hand at their bodies or in any shape or form preserved in those pieces of equipment, which may be on elevated ground, if any. We do not know that. There's very little elevated ground on that peninsula. And we cannot know what they have at hand. But if they have more than 1,000 men there, they will run out of food and water, and then they can decide to either swim or raise their hands.
Exactly. And just one brief follow-up. I think it's now quite evident that in the Zaporizhzhia direction, the river banks and the river beds are now in different position due to the the loss of water, or loss of water has been quite extensive. So in the north, it is quite evident that the river banks look different now, and just my humble assumption that for the Ukrainian forces using any amphibious tactics or any kind of special operations now more, how do I say, more likely. Thank you.
No, thank you, Paulie. Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing. So I've seen some of those videos that the dramatic is the changes, isn't it? So very, very dramatic. By the way, that's fireworks in the background. If you can hear, it's not that someone's come to shoot me. The Russians aren't nearby that I'm aware of. Anyway, who knows? Anyway. So yeah, quite dramatic, right? Those changes, and there are. I was thinking about this the other day. Obviously, some of those really wide stretches, you wouldn't want to be crossing over there. But there are ways of making those, of working out if there's a safe route or anything, right? You could walk someone out. You take a pole with you, a stick with a bit of a sharp bit, and see how far you can push it in, and then you can roll out all sorts of things that even matting or carpet at the last as a last minute thing you could put over something like that. Obviously 3 miles of carpet would be a lot of carpet, but you could, even a carpet will give you a lot of purchase and allow you to put much bigger weight over it. There are some places there I'm just going, gosh, because it looks as if some of these places don't have huge amounts of silt, doesn't it, Pauli, when you look at them? It looks like more grit and sand in some of those places. So I think they would be quite ideal. Obviously, you'd have to get someone to walk over those areas in the dead of night, of course. You don't want to be doing it during the day. But I think that some of those are eminently changed the cascade of circumstances for the Russians.
Yeah, I agree. Like normally when you have a big river, the river banks tend to get high, and that's not easy to just go over. But with like unexpected happening like this, of course now the riverbeds are more flat, and it would make more sense to, in certain points, maybe try to pull off any amphibious operations. So just my 2 cents. Nothing major info on this, but just seeing the videos and the picture, it looks something that could be exploited. Thank you.
Oh, it sounds like there's a 25 mil going off in the background. Right, there you are. The Bradleys have come to get me. Yeah, thank you very much, Paoli. I wasn't I wasn't able to hear anything that you said, so I'm just going to go. Thank you very much for that, and I'm going to go over to you, the G-man, whilst I wait for the fireworks to finish.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Fireworks. I'll take your word for it. It's not artillery or Bradleys. Just looking at a few other news. I was reading in pravda.ua where the defense forces have destroyed a convoy of Russian vehicles in Zaporizhia Oblast. Also in pravda.com.ua, area of flooded territories in Kherson Oblast has halved. So there you go. There was something else. Yeah, the head of the UN in Ukraine, Denise Brown, says that 2 Ukrainian volunteers were wounded today by Russian shelling while they were trying to evacuate from the flooded Kherson region. We're not surprised at that because Russia are, in fact, a terrorist state, even if they haven't been named as such by a lot of the world, the free West, let's put it that way. But we know they are. I saw a friend of one of the Ukrainians, War OSINT account, posted a drone attack on Russian forces in an SUV type vehicle, white SUV, and in the film, it freezes right on the driver of said vehicle, just as the ordnance is about to ruin his day, and to say that his eyes are, you can see the whites of his eyes, and it's like he's a rabbit caught in the headlights. But he shouldn't have joined. He would have been perfectly safe. Well, if he had stayed in Russia, unless he was in Belgrade, of course. That's enough from me. Please retweet this space and consider donating. Slava Ukraine.
Oh, Heron Slava. Thank you very much. I've just had some cereal. Breakfast at night time, Alan. It's the way forward.
Breakfast in the morning, David. And if you're going to have breakfast at night, make it eggs or something, but certainly not cereal, unless it's Weetabix.
And Cocoa Pops, they're wonderful. I should have bought some Cocoa Pops. No, I'm having graniola, right, made by the grannies. Right, so it's very, very nice. Right. Anyway, I'm all out of ideas at the moment. I'm trying to find a subject or something that we can talk about. Do you have any ideas whilst I'm finding something, Alan?
Well, I'm sure you have talked about, because I'm sure you've seen the reports over the last 24 to 48 hours of the command headquarters for Russian forces in southern Ukraine. This is the headquarters that Ukrainians struck that was very close to Heneshevsk, and they absolutely blew that headquarters away. Nothing left of it. So that's obviously an important command center to take out, and it will affect Russia's command and control throughout Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblasts. I also think it's important that we are seeing Ukraine take out convoys like this dozen vehicle or more convoy that was rushing east out of Ernohadar. appears this convoy, probably a supply convoy of some kind, was completely destroyed. So
yeah, it looks like a supply convoy, doesn't it? And it looks like they did the first vehicle was hit and they just stopped instead of doing the brake left, brake right, like to get out of the way. Everyone just or maybe they just got out of the vehicles and went here and just legged it across the fields. Maybe that's what they're doing, increasing. But it's wonderful. Mum is assuming there was supplies on them as opposed to, and it's never going to arrive.
It means no ammo reaching Russian troops. It means no fuel, no food, no water, any supply you can think of that is needed by a frontline company of soldiers. Ukraine just took that supply convoy out, or not just, but in the last 24 hours. So this is important to see. I know that not a lot of news is reaching us. I know that Ukraine is not releasing a lot of information about what is happening, but neither is Russia. All Russia is doing is rerunning videos from yesterday and the day before and the day before that, trying to make them look slightly different in order to suggest that they've destroyed 1,000 leopards, for example.
1,000? My word! I would go. Oh, sorry, Alan. I was going to say. Here's the thing, though. When they say there's 1,000 leopards, see, I see that as an opportunity to just troll the Russians and go, "Yeah, look, that's how much money we have. We've just got leopards everywhere."
Oh, I agree. It's fun trolling Russians when you come right down to it. It's fun diffusing their propaganda and their nonsense. Anyone can see how nonsensical Russian reports are. Just totally nonsensical. Which is not to say that hard fighting is not going on. Hard fighting is going on. And in a few days, I think we will have reports about how Ukraine is managing these offensive operations, combined arms. The operations are not easy to coordinate.
No, they're not. I mean, we saw how some of them, they were clearing out a trench with the Humvees and the rest of it. See that they still need to get their what they're doing down to a T, really, so they can work out what's happening. Right? There's different ways of taking a trench, and yeah, they're new to this, right? So some of them just won't have done this before. Not with vehicles and the rest of it. They might have gone through some trench stuff, as in they were in a trench. But when you come across a trench, there's different ways of doing it. So we'll see how that goes. But it does bring into something else. I've just seen a tweet that's come out. It's from P-Star 1. And about the chances are of rain tomorrow or today, as it is probably in Ukraine now. Yeah, it's Sunday in Ukraine, and it's likely in the Zaporizhzhia region is going to rain. So there's quite a big chance and a bit of chance of it being on Monday. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, whether it does, whether they do slow down or carry on. My normal experiences is that rain doesn't stop play during war, but we never know. Depends on how far they've done what they need to do. How do they need to resupply? So sometimes when that does happen, it's an opportunity, right? But obviously, of course, it's an opportunity for the Russians to resupply themselves as well. 21 degrees apparently tomorrow in the Zaporizhzhia area.
Now, to me, 21 degrees is a fine, hot day, whether it's drizzly or sunny. 21 degrees agrees with me, David, and it's good for the garden.
It is. I seem to think that between 21 and 23 if it could just be like that the whole year round, I'd be very, very happy.
So, David, we do have hands. What do you feel about this order going back to G-Man, to Sojo, to Frank? And I don't know what the order was. You know better than I do.
And I do. G-Man, I believe I did in actual fact leave him out. So we do need to go to him, and then Sojo, and then Frank. I think that's a great order.
Okay, right. So rain on the rain on eve of battle can be a good thing, but often for the defenders. So I'm not sure. In this case, it may well not be significant at all. But just to note that in Britain's history, or England's, partly England's, I'm going to say one battle was England, one battle was Britain's, or actually was a coalition. Battle of Agincourt, it rained and rained and rained and rained, and it was rather good for the defenders and the English archers against the French cavalry. And the other one is the Battle of Waterloo, and it rained so much that Napoleon's vaunted artillery just sank into the. Well, it was effective, but it was too muddy for them. Anyway, I don't think that's going to be the case for Ukraine with their excellent formations of armor and tanks and AFVs and all the rest. So it's getting too late for me. That's all. I'll go to their hands now. Thank you.
So we will take a look at weather reports tonight, David. I think on to Sojo and then Frank. Sojo.
Thank you, Alan. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. I'm having a bit of a problems with my headset. I don't. My question isn't concerning the weather or the counteroffensive. So if Frank has something a little bit sort of more pertinent to that subject, I'll cede my place and I'll wait.
I do not. I had a question and a rant, I guess I would say. So go ahead.
Okay,
Sojo.
well, thank you. David, I know that you've been following the whole Russian athletes and sportsmen.
Yes, I have.
I'm sorry?
I said yes. I agreed with you.
Yes, I know you've been following it quite closely. Have you got any updates at all on anything going on in that arena? Any any sports entities who have seen the light? Anything that we can do as supporters of Ukraine to put pressure on any organizations?
So, no, there's no real news. I mean, basically, there are many people who are tweeting out about what the IOC and Wimbledon should be doing there, but yeah, nothing happening. They're not going to. Wimbledon's not going to change their plans. So that was obvious to me a while ago. So I'm going to tweet out over Wimbledon weekend because there's no, to be a bit more effective at that point. It occurs to me though. I mean, this is one of the things on the tweets that'll be going out, and I've already tweeted it out a bit earlier. Really, what Wimbledon are doing is they're setting up a situation where Princess Royal may be shaking the hand of someone who, in actual fact, agrees with Russian terrorism, etc. And it's a bad look. So I do have a tweet ready for that, which is a tweet I've already pushed out once. Let's see how it goes. Which is Putin holding the gold cup and the royal couple there standing over him, right? We'll see how that image works. The problem is that's what they've set up, isn't it? They're foisting it. I mean, this is the message I'm giving, and they're foisting that position onto the royal couple, right? Because it's pretty obvious that the Wimbledon took the decision, and our MPs are in agreement. We know they're in agreement because the responses by people saying they shouldn't be doing this was, "Oh, woe is me! Look at tennis. Tennis will be losing out, etc., etc." Right? Which is just completely stupid, isn't it? Essentially, they're saying it's the money's okay, they're saying the death and the killing and the rest of it. You know what I'm trying to say. So no, nothing's really happening at the moment. We've got a year away, just about a year and 2 months before the Olympics happen. So it'll be, I guess, come a year away, things will start upping the pace. But the IOC is not going to change its decision. The only thing that's going to make a difference would be France saying, no, you can't come in, we're not going to give you visas, etc. I just can't see they're going to do what they need to.
No, I can't see that either. It really is very disappointing, indeed. And they are actually, Wimbledon have put the royal family in a very difficult position. I mean, it's really rather disgusting. But David, if you wouldn't mind, would you please DM me that image or your tweet? I would very much appreciate it. And thank you for your response.
It will do. Axel, I've tried to bring you up. It looks like you may have to recycle. It's just not happening. So Joe, I will DM you that image in a moment. And Frank, can we have your rant first? I'm in the mood for a rant.
Sure. I mean, I guess I'm coming from Canada, of course, and I would say that we in Canada have a special obligation to Ukraine, a special connection to Ukraine, outside of Ukraine and Russia. We have the largest population of the diaspora of the Ukrainians in the world. So we have a special connection to Ukraine, and I think Canada has largely, amongst the NATO nations and other allied countries, have basically, I'd say we punched a little bit above our weight, a little bit, but not as much as we really should have been doing. And part of that's a reflection on the fact that Canada has a fairly small military relative to its NATO peers, and the fact that our prime minister announced sort of off the cuff a month or so ago, 2 months ago maybe, that Canada really won't ever reach the 2% NATO target because it's just not really feasible. And that's not really my rant, though. Actually, today, many of you might know that our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, is actually in Ukraine, or was in Ukraine, was in Kyiv, and announced a package, of course, of aid, including almost 300 air intercept missiles, AIM-7. We announced a package of 43 AIM-9 missiles a couple weeks ago. We announced almost 300 missiles for air defense today. We announced that we're going to be we'll help out in training Ukrainian pilots on the F-16. All good stuff. $500 million in total aid in this package. All good stuff. Granted, those are Canadian dollars, so it's only really about 380 million US, but I digress. Here's where the here's where the I guess sort of the rant kind of comes in. So I mean, I applaud us for doing that. The topic of the Nova Kakhovka Dam came up, And our prime minister said that if it wasn't for the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, this dam never would have blown. So yes, he blames Russia for that. And technically that's true, but he didn't say. And we strongly suspect, with all evidence points towards Russia blowing the dam on purpose. And because, the obvious reason that he wouldn't say that is because such a thing would be such an egregious war crime that I think that Canada and other countries would have to list Russia as a state sponsor of terror, and which would then enact a whole other level of response from us and from the Western world. And of course, Canada is a small to medium military power within NATO, and we're not going to lead on this front, and so it's just so disappointing that that our prime minister could have had this chance to actually get out ahead of this and say, you know what, we blame Russia for this because we think that they purposefully did this. They purposefully did this right on the eve or right in the early stages of the counteroffensive, because they knew that it would cut the front line, at least temporarily, by about at least 1/3, and so therefore they could, the Russians could focus their defense on the remaining 1/2 to 2/3. And so, I mean, it was disappointing. I mean, I'm happy that we're doing something, but it just sort of seems to be that we're falling into the same trap, this same old narrative that the media and all various governments of the world, get into, which is that they don't want to actually say definitively things that they know are true, which is the level of atrocity and war crimes that are being committed by Russia, and because they don't want to get painted into a corner about what their response must be. They still want to treat this as a faraway war rather than as something that we need to definitively say that Russia must be defeated and they must not win. It pisses me off to no end that this happens. I mean, and anyways, that's my rant, I guess. So.
Okay.
And that's a good rant,
Yes,
David,
it was.
in my mind.
Yes, it was. And there's a question now as well. I think you had a rant and a question, didn't you?
Well, the question's kind of implicit in my rant, which is why is it? I mean, and maybe I hinted at my own answer, which is why is it that governments around the world are not taking a more definitive stance? And I think it's because, Dr. Nick had talked about this a couple of days ago, that if a country declares another country to be a state sponsor of terror, then it like certainly in the case of the U.S., it entails, it requires a response that is dramatically higher than what we've done so far. So I guess that's my question: is why is it that the media, on the other hand, does not continues to both sides the say the response to, for example, the dam breach, and says, well, both sides are pointing at the other at being the cause of it. I mean, you only have to do a tiny bit of thinking to realize that it definitely improves the situation for one side, and definitely, is it gets in the way of the counteroffensive on the Ukrainian side, and on the other hand, Ukrainians are fighting on their home territory, and so why would they breach their own dam, which is going to, impact hundreds of thousands of people, not just the folks downstream, but all of the people upstream that rely upon that reservoir for drinking water, and all of the thousands and thousands of farmers, and the roughly at my last count I saw about 600,000 hectares worth of farmland that is not going to be irrigated now, and then it might take 7 years to get the reservoir back up to full capacity to actually get that farming potential going. I mean, the consequences of this are just catastrophic. And so the idea that the media is treating it sort of in a both sidesing kind of way is just such a failure of their responsibility. It's really quite disgusting.
It is, isn't it? And we had part of this conversation yesterday, didn't we, Alan? We described it as what I think the bad journalism, right? So I suspect there will be there's a lot of media outlets who will do this is what we need to do, but essentially it's money, isn't it? They don't want to piss off someone who might be paying them to put an article somewhere else. And there's going to be quite a few of those articles yet to come out. Look, it's atrocious. Why would? Sorry, Alan. I'll finish this bit and I'll go to you. Why would Ukraine kill thousands of their own people? It just simply isn't, right? Because I mean, none of it makes any sense, and the whole idea that these media outlets, and there are many and they're big, can't come out and say it the way it is just astonishing, right? It's a bit like I mean, look, part of the problem is every argument comes back to the Second World War and the rest of it. It was like trying to give a different side of the argument to the Holocaust. It's just incredibly stupid. Alan.
I was just going to say, David, we have journalist and Canadian Martin with us with his hand up. I'd like to go to him next.
That would be wonderful.
Martin?
Slava Ukraini, Alan, and
Slava.
David, good job you're doing. And I'd like to just share the same or similar concern that my fellow Canadian Frank just did. But I saw the press conference that Prime Minister Trudeau and President Zelensky, two very close friends, obviously on a first name basis, and they hugged afterwards. And President Zelensky said, "We wished we had more friends like Canada." So I think, I too wished that the Prime Minister had been a little bit stronger in the condemnation of the Nova Kakhovka, hope my pronunciation is okay, dam. But not to be overly critical of him, I think that Canada's support has been staunch, and we have been there, as you know, from the beginning. We were the ones that started training Ukrainian troops way back in 2015 or 2014 with Operation Unifier. And so I'd just like to say that Canada is doing more than its share. We're punching above our weight. And I'm quoting the Prime Minister in his press conference. And he was also invited to speak to the Ukrainian, the Duma, where he got a standing ovation. He was with, by the way, Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, who is of Ukrainian extraction, speaks fluent Ukrainian, and has been put on the banned list by Muscovy, which to me would be a badge of honor. So I just wanted to sort of maybe contextualize it a little bit more and say, again, agreeing with Frank that I wished that he had been stronger in his condemnation, but he did hold Russia to account, Muscovy, and I think we should look at what Canada has been doing along with the other NATO allies, and I wish, of course, that they were doing more. I have said this from the very beginning. So I just wanted to add my comments. Oh, one other thing. There was also a Russian plane that had been impounded at, I think it was Pearson International.
The AN 124 that's
Yes.
being sent back to Ukraine.
That's
Yes.
right. So, you know, fantastic, fantastic. Let's look at all of those things and keep working on what we know, what we realize is essential and still needs to be done. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm rambling a bit now. And oh, by the way, Alan, if I may digress a little bit, I know you, like me, are a bit of a birder, and I'm walking here with my partner Jen in this beautiful Assiniboine Park we have in Winnipeg on this glorious day. And just moments ago, soaring overhead, catching the thermals, was a bald eagle. And
oh, beautiful.
That was enormous. And just prior to that, I watched a crow chase off a Cooper's hawk. So there I am in this wonderful park in the city and surrounded by nature. So Slava Ukraini, keep up the good work, guys. And I'll drop down to listener.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam
And
Slava.
Barton, I saw a Cooper's hawk this afternoon, as a matter of fact, capture, kill a blue jay. Cooper's hawks are big birds. But you know, one thing I was going to say, David and Martin, if you're still listening, and Frank,
Was
if
that
you're
a
still
baseball
listening.
dig?
Oh no, not at all.
Because Martin is of course not from Toronto, so no worries.
Yeah, not. It wasn't a Toronto Blue Jay. It was a Blue Jay that should have been paying much closer attention to what was in the air above him or her. But what I was going to say is, David, I think that this ecocide, and I refer to Russia blowing the Novakhovka Dam as unleashing a weapon of mass destruction. That is what they did. They converted the dam and the reservoir into a weapon of mass destruction. It has focused the attention of the world. Therefore, I am surprised that more national leaders have not come out with much stronger condemnation of Russia. The fact of the matter is that this kind of war crime really brings what could be a faraway war much closer to each and every one of us, no matter what we care about. But when we see the videos of the stranded Ukrainians, when we see the videos of Ukrainians doing their all to rescue one another and to rescue animals, because this flood has affected hundreds of thousands of people. At last count, I believe I saw 700,000 people are now without safe drinking water. That's a massive number of people. I mean, this is, as I say, Russia unleashing a weapon of mass destruction. That gives any national leader all the cover he or she needs to condemn Russia roundly and to respond in some way, whether it's by sending more military aid to Ukraine or obviously sending humanitarian aid. Poland was once again among the first nations to respond and to send tankers filled with water, to send pumps, to send filtration devices and that kind of thing, because you cannot boil this water and drink it. It's too polluted. It has to be filtered and filtered again, and then boiled. But to me, this ecocide brings the war closer to home, closer to anyone who cares about the environment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I struggle with it now, talking about it, because it is it's just so thoroughly depressing. And I mean, talking about the politics of it and why we haven't said anything. We had this discussion a little bit earlier, how there aren't any real red lines given to Russia. We are the teachers that refuse to punish the kid that's beating up other people, because you don't want to upset. Don't upset the bully, right? So it's astonishing to me, but of course it would be astonishing to me because I just don't like bullies, and I think that there is always a way of sorting out bullies. Yeah, Alan, should we go to some hands, do you think?
Yes, I think we should, David. And I've lost the order, but I'd like to hear from Angry, from Nick, and from Peter. How does that sound to you?
Sounds brilliant.
Angry, go ahead, please.
How are you doing, Alan? I'm driving again, so that means I get to be up here a little bit. And I wanted to first share my complete frustration with our administration, and I think the vast majority of our members of Congress, even though quite a few have spoken about the silence when it comes to the dam and this real big case of ecocide. But I will say for U.S. media, the first few days I was incredibly disappointed, especially with some of the headlines that just you could tell were not very well written or very thought out, or just purposely wrong. But since then, I've really seen, especially the cable news and the national news covering the ecocide as what it is, in much better light. And I do believe it has been making an impact. A few things that we can talk about is that a member of one of the things is there was a couple members of Congress are really leading the charge. A guy named Jason Crow. I think he's been on cable news almost every single day talking about Ukraine this week and for improved weapons and continue to support retaliation.
Yeah, Angry, you must be up in the Shenandoahs again because you're breaking up badly. And we have lost Angry and Socket. No, we've really lost your audio here, Angry. So try to come back when you can. And meanwhile, we'll go to Nick and Peter.
I thank you for whoever person was who identified Chrystia Freeland. I didn't recognize her in the video that Zelensky released of meeting Trudeau. What I saw, he's walking along. This woman next to him is carrying this enormous bag, and I actually thought, in British parliamentary terms, we talk about a very, very junior official being a bag carrier, and I wonder who it was. On closer inspection, I think she's just a not particularly tall woman carrying what I think is a very large handbag. But I went and looked her up. I'd only heard the name before, and her Ukrainian history is very interesting. And I presume that her presence is extremely useful in mobilizing the considerable Ukrainian diaspora in Canada, which I imagine is a key part of keeping up pressure on the Canadian government to help Ukraine in every way possible. I don't know whether there are parts of the US. Is it Wisconsin that has a lot of Ukrainians? But I know that Canada, there's a lot of Ukrainians and I guess on the steps in Canada is if you were a farmer and you left Ukraine, you'd probably feel right at home there, no?
We called them the prairies, but sure, that works.
Yes, okay, yeah. I knew it wasn't the right word, and I thought, hold on, but I presume it's pretty much the. Is it? I guess the farming is relatively similar. Just wheat as far as the eye can see, or whatever you're growing.
Yep, wheat and canola. Also has rapeseed, but yes.
Is that where a lot of the Ukrainian diaspora would have ended up, or will they have gone into engineering, or?
The original batch, yes, are mostly on the prairies. The middle three provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. But this most recent arrival, because Canada has taken in, I think, close to 200,000 Ukrainians now since the war began, and they're spread out all over.
Well, you've got plenty of room to put them, but I just remember discovering when I was there just how many people have names that end in IUK or ENKO, so yeah, I hope that they are keeping the government, on their toes. The Canadian government, I'm sure, will do the right thing for all the right reasons, but it never hurts to also have a large number of people who vote telling you that they want more.
Definitely agree with that. Yes.
And yes, Nick, there are a good many Ukrainians in Wisconsin, actually in the city of Milwaukee, a good many Ukrainians in New York, Philadelphia, and Milwaukee and Chicago. It is that kind of string of northern cities in the United States that seem to have attracted Ukrainian immigrants from years and years and years. I mean, decades and decades of Ukrainians coming to the United States. So, David, we have now Angry, who might be back in range. Let's find out. Angry?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I'll be try to be quick, but what I wanted to kind of explain is that there has been, definitely some movement we're seeing in the U.S. since the ecocide at the gym, and especially I think eyes on during this offensive. There was a bill introduced early this week by a gentleman named Ted Lieu to formally name Russia a terrorist state. I'm not sure how many co-sponsors there's on there, but I know it's a bipartisan letter with multiple co-sponsors on it. There was another bipartisan group of lawmakers who've kind of been led by a group of kind of veteran lawmakers, members, former military members, kind of center left folks that again attack them specifically in weapons, but there is pressure leading up, and especially leading up into next week, where there's going to be a lot of Ukrainians and Americans who support Ukraine on Capitol Hill, trying to focus on all these different pieces of legislation and try and get as many people signed on to them next week. So there has been some action. Still disappointed at this coming from our administration, the lack of rock solid comments coming from our administration on this eco side. But that's just kind of an update, Alan, on that. And I have actually been very, surprised at the coverage from media, especially cable and local media, actually starting to tell the story the right way as of the last few days.
Yeah, I agree. I do think coverage has become much better in the last couple of days, but it honestly should have been clear and consistent from the moment Russia blew the dam, and it simply wasn't. So on to Peter, then to Karen. Peter, please.
Yeah, Alan, hi. Yeah, just very quickly before I do my piece on that, just talking about eagles, I can remember 20 years ago flying a Seneca 5 twin across the Alps, and I had an eagle at 12,000 feet come straight at the windscreen of the plane. It was a twin engine piston, and I thought, oh, he's coming straight through the screen. And the last minute I saw him dip a wing and he dropped straight underneath the plane and disappeared. But I can see it as if it happened today. It was just an amazing sight. But just coming back to this has been the problem from the word go. I can remember the ex-foreign minister of Russia saying, what the hell are the West playing at? Don't they realize that Putin only understands one thing, and that is a brick wall? You cannot appease the guy. And he won the nuclear threat. He had us running like scared rabbits in his headlights. And we all know what happened in MriyaReport, and we all know that we stood back and did nothing. Now, I think
you meant dear rabbit stone scam in headlights.
Yeah, but I think the problem, because I've thought about this quite a bit, I thought, well, what the hell is going on? And I don't think it is whether it's the dam but because if Putin decided to use the tiniest battlefield nuclear weapon, he would probably turn around and say to America, oh, it was the Ukrainians who did it because they want to draw NATO in to fight their war for them. And we would then be saying, oh, yeah, well, we're just going to do a bit of research to see who actually was to blame for this. And the real reason for all this is that the West and NATO are petrified of being drawn into the war, and they are petrified of actually having to fight this war because they're petrified of what could happen with escalation, a small nuclear weapon going to a bigger nuclear weapon, blah, 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 blah. And I think that the other thing that really scares NATO is if they do nothing, they're going to lose all credibility as a force in the world. They're going to give a message to every other country, every other authoritarian state that all you've got to do is shout nuclear and we'll lie down and kick our feet up in the air and say, okay, just whatever you want, we'll do it. But we do have to we do have to face this because I said, if he did use a small nuclear weapon, I can guarantee they would say, oh, it was the Ukrainians who did it, not us. And we'd say, oh, did they? Oh, well, we'd better do a bit of research and we'll come back in a couple of months and then we're really going to do something about it. Because Biden said nuclear is a red line and there would be a severe response from the West. Well, severe response can only be that they would sink all the Black Fleet and they would kick Ukraine out of Russia. And I think this is it. They are just petrified of having to make that decision. And either way, they're petrified of going into a battle with Putin and they're petrified of not doing anything about it because then they lose all credibility worldwide. Thanks.
Well, I don't think NATO is petrified by any means. I do think that the West, led by the United States, led by the United Kingdom, also led by the Netherlands, and lately I would go so far as to say led by Germany. They have been sturdy in their support of Ukraine. They have ramped up military supplies to Ukraine. And I think at this point, what the West, what the 50 nations at Ramstein are really doing is infilling Ukrainian needs for the counteroffensive. And this means artillery, it means heavy mine clearing equipment, it means heavy trucks to carry fuel and supplies. It means, in other words, everything, if you're a logistician and a war planner, everything on your checklist before you pull the switch, so to speak. And this is why I think the West and Ukraine working so closely together, looking at the war plans, filling in now with needed supplies, making certain that Ukraine, in fact, has everything it needs, as it did not have in Kharkiv, which was a surprise, I think, to Ukraine. But now the Ramstein nations, if I can call them that, 50 plus nations supplying Ukraine, they are seeing to it that follow on forces will have all the supplies and equipment they need to capitalize on any breakthroughs that Ukraine succeeds in. This is very important. It is how combined arms maneuvers succeed. You need the supplies. You need that logistic supply line filled and brimming with shells and fuel and food and water, mine clearing equipment, everything, everything you need. Would you say, what's your take on that, David?
I was reading a tweet that you sent me, Alan. So my take on anything, were we talking about the nuclear bit though? And then I was going back to, I was vaguely listening, vaguely. You were talking about the nuclear and the fact that we don't have red lines. Is that what you were talking about?
Well, no, I was actually talking about the what I call the sturdy support that the West is now giving Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
Basically checking off everything on a logistician's checklist before you launch a counteroffensive, especially a combined arms maneuver, so that they have everything they need to follow on when Ukraine succeeds in breakthroughs, wherever they may be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree. We're finally getting stuff there, but it's still quite slow, isn't it? We've still got stuff to happen. I guess, but to tie this into the conversation of what happens in the future, it's not. There's an important bit missing, isn't there? Right. So when someone's done something wrong or whatever, you're trying to call it red lines or whatever you want to call it, because some people don't like the use of red lines and the rest of it. Nick, oh, he's not here. The point is to go, this is why I'm doing something, instead of just doing it, right? Because what you want the other people to recognize why you are doing something, as opposed to, because they just go, because they push the narrative that we're arbitrarily doing stuff, right? Because we don't know, we're doing it because this, here we are, this is the action, right? And I suspect this is the leading to a problem for us later. As I said, there's going to be a debt that's going to have to be paid. The interest debt on this is going to be quite high, because we consistently don't get it right. So they're trying to not, and this is the ridiculousness of it, right? They're trying to not upset someone whilst upsetting them. So it's just going to upset them, isn't it? So why are we namby-pambying, pussyfooting around, or whatever the adjectives we want to use, the similes or whatever, right? Why are we doing it? It just needs to be, ding, this is, you've done this, here we are. And there we are, we've upped the ante. And I know they don't want to do that, but what are we doing? This is the fight in the pub, where someone pushes someone and then the other one pushes the other person a little bit harder back, and then it's a little bit harder and a little bit harder and then a little bit harder and then a little bit harder. So inevitably worse upscaling, as we've just seen here. Here you are. This is Russia's reply to what's been happening, right? They have blown the dam, and we know what the next escalation is, right? If anyone thinks it's not going to happen, right, then that's just stupid, right? It's only not going to happen if the Ukrainians manage to do something in time, right? And we're setting this up. We've set this up. I'm ranting, Alan. Sorry.
Perfectly all right. You are allowed to rant, David. We can go back to Peter for a follow-up here, then to Karen and Sojo. Peter.
Yeah, I just agree with what's just been said, and I think that unless we are just saying do what you want, I mean, if it was correct that we were just filling in everything, then they would already have the F-16s, or the counter-offensive would be in October when they get the F-16s, but they're obviously working without them. And I think it is true that they would, next move would probably be to use the tiniest little tactical battlefield nuke they could, and then they would say, "Oh, we didn't do it. The Ukrainians did it, and they did it because they want to get NATO to kick us out of Ukraine." And then we'd be saying, "Oh, well, we don't want to escalate, so we'll say, yeah, well, we'll do a bit of research and find out who actually did it." I mean, the thing with the dam is I don't even know why there's any question about it. I mean, you know, it was on the side which was occupied by the Russians. There would be no reason for Ukraine to do all the damage to their own country that they did. Yet there's somehow we're here saying, well, you know, we're going to get evidence and we're going to look at this and that. That's kind of suggesting that there might be any question. I mean, there is no question. The Russians blew that dam, and that is the end of it. And we should be giving a very firm response to that. And that firm response is, well, I'm not even going to say what it should be, because I think it should be much stronger weapons and aircraft straight away. But anyway, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Karen and Sojo are next.
Yes, I have a quick question about an update, and I sent that update to you, Alan, and to David. I can't pronounce Russian, so bear with me, but Ukrainian units have been said to have occupied Neskushnoy and Blagodatnoy on the on the Velka-Nova-Silka axis. Is that true, do you think? And how significant is it? And that's my question.
This is information which has been published earlier on today by Russian military bloggers and has been disseminated across the interwebs. We have no independent verification. There is no commitment by the ZSU as to these locations. Is it possible? Sure. Is it probable? Yes. Has it happened? We do not know. Do we trust the Russian military bloggers? Not an iota. Do we care? No, we don't. Would it be relevant? Possibly. How relevant? We can't judge because we do not know the force structure, force design, movement, and even the timing of this. So I can't really give you a better answer, but I hope that is sufficient.
Thank you.
Thanks, Axel. And Sojo, please.
Thanks again, Alan. My question is to you, Peter. Well, I would just like to refresh my memory. Why do you say that NATO is petrified of becoming involved in a direct conflict with Russia? I'm sorry. I just need to refresh that before I go on, because I just want to make sure that what I'm saying is correct.
Because I think they are worried that if they go directly in against Putin, he will then start threatening parts of Europe, and we're back to what he was doing before, which is winning the nuclear deterrent argument. And that is that you make your enemy think you're mad enough and crazy enough to use one. Because it managed to give him a free rein in Ukraine from the word go. And, he will use that to all he can. I mean, the only way to deal with him is to say, well, look, you're doing it here, and then you can say goodbye to everything. Because I just don't think they want to get involved, and they want to I mean, the other thing is that Ukraine is weakening the Russian forces, and that suits the West.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Firstly, I'd like to state that NATO is a defensive alliance. So I'm not quite sure, really, what point you're trying to make. It makes a lot of sense to me that NATO would not be willing to just willy-nilly enter a conflict, which involves a non-NATO ally. Remember, Ukraine is not in NATO, and you know, if they were, this war would never have started. You know, in 2014. And also, NATO are not petrified of Russia at all, in my opinion. My you know, in my very unqualified opinion. And you know, at the end of the day, Ukraine's allies are doing the best that they can within the remit that they have. You know, if NATO as a whole, as an alliance, entered this war, you know, it's not something that you want. At the end of the day, if you can assist your allies to you know, to the point where they will win this war without actually, I hate this word, but escalating the war so much as that there are many different countries involved, then why wouldn't you do that? Yeah, NATO's a defensive alliance. This war is not anything to do with Russia versus NATO. It's Russia's imperialistic thank you, Alan, imperialistic wants and well, one could say needs, I guess, and the free democratic world, which includes NATO countries plus many others, who are sort of, you know, pushing against it and supplying Ukraine with the weapons that they need. As David and Axel and Don and Alan and many others here have stated that, okay, that the supply of weapons has not necessarily been fast enough. But you know, I really need to push back against your argument that NATO is petrified of entering into a conflict with Russia. I swear to God, if Russia even like damaged, I don't know, a telephone mast in North Yorkshire, they would hear about it from NATO.
Except for Sojos, the problem is that so Article 5 requires countries to respond, right? Whereas they're not required to respond to this, right? And I do
exactly. This is my point, though, David.
But yes, wait, 1 second though. So the problem is they are, if they weren't frightened, right, worried, whatever word you want to use, then so the only option to say is why haven't they been giving the help they've got? Because then that doesn't work, then does it? Right? When you think it through in that direction, doesn't work, because guess what? Right? What you're saying is they elected, despite not being worried and anything else to do nothing, and herein lies the problem with that. They are worried, right? Terrified isn't the way you would describe it, because guess what? Military analysts and the rest of it aren't people who get terrified, but someone somewhere is worried, most likely to be politicians, because this is strategic stuff.
Yeah, good point. I understand that point completely. As you said, they're not worried or petrified, as Peter said, but it's a balancing act, isn't it? Outwardly, it very much is a matter of yeah, it is a balancing act. But you know, I kind of I can kind of understand what is going on at the moment from NATO countries. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I don't like this whole this whole narrative of NATO versus Russia and what is NATO going to do, because it kind of feeds into that Kremlin us versus them rhetoric. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get your point. The part of the problem is that there's so many different ways of looking at this, and because there are other parts to this. So some countries may not be doing something because they're not worried. They just may be doing it because they believe there's a commercial advantage, right? And so there's a difference in the thinking.
Yeah. Okay. What do you mean? Please, would you
The commercial advantage.
Expand upon commercial
Well, that's what I'm
advantage?
trying to explain. The commercial advantage, as stated by Macron and Schulz, is that Axel is going to cringe because his best friend Jens Plotner is on the record many times. Let's get back to just doing business with Russia. Was not interested in wasn't interested in Ukraine. He might as well have said, I don't give a fuck, I want to carry on doing business with Russia. Macron pretty much stated the same thing, and as evidenced by their behaviors in the Minsk agreements, etc., they just didn't give a shit. And that is the issue, right? So some countries, right, may be worried about consequences, and ironically, the ones in the East who most should be worried weren't worried, right? It's the other countries. And you've got to remember with Schulz, now he's changed, but he hasn't changed so much as he said he'll give typhoons, has he? Right? So there's that part to it, but I suspect there is in his, and Axel will be able to talk about his party, I suspect there is a belief, right? We can't do this. Let's be very, very softly. If you remember, in January or whatever it was, when Ukraine asked for 50,000 Kevlar helmets, Germany sent 5,000 with a message, very loud message, like let that be an indication to Russia of our commitment. Yeah, which is basically a message to Russia. This is how little our commitment was, right? And of course, they were trolling Ukraine at the time.
I completely 100% agree with everything that you've said. But I think we're conflating the NATO members with the actual alliance NATO.
I've already said that, though, haven't I?
I'm not talking about individual states within NATO and how their reactions are.
No, of course, but you asked me a question, so what I did is I highlighted those issues, right? As I said, I don't think NATO is terrified, right? I think if anyone is terrified, there will be the politicians. NATO isn't made up of politicians; they're made up of military people. But some of them there maybe worried, right? But this is because their analysts are maybe say this, but are these the same analysts who were saying that Russia had a 1 million person army, which has not existed since before 2008? Since 2008 hasn't been like that. So they were just wrong, right? And
Yeah.
they've been wrong about so many other things. So
I think perhaps we're talking past each other, because I was responding to Peter's remarks, talking about NATO as the alliance and not NATO countries. So perhaps we are misunderstanding each other a little.
You know, David and Sojo, I want to remind folks of what John Spencer said last night here. He said that Russia's invasion of Ukraine had made NATO relevant again, unified NATO, and looking to the future, it is Ukraine, once it is a member of NATO, will make NATO even more powerful. I think also, David, as this war has unfolded, the West, just about every country on earth, and you could include India, Kazakhstan, and various other countries, former members of the Soviet Federation, we have all come to see there's no reason to be frightened by Russia. They are not only a failing state, they have a failed military, unable to achieve anything in the battlefield. That is, they cannot achieve their objectives. They failed in Kyiv, they failed in Kharkiv, they failed in Kherson, and I think we will see just how miserably they are going to fail in trying to withstand the Ukrainian counteroffensive. What do we really have to be scared of? There's nothing that I see, militarily speaking, that would frighten any nation. So I think we owe Peter a response here. I ask you to be concise and fast, because we have a number of hands up. So after Peter, to Maple Chaos. Peter?
Yeah, okay, I'll back down. I was being a little bit colourful with the word terrified, and maybe I should have said the West rather than NATO as such. Although, I think if it wasn't true, Ukraine would have been given long-range missiles. Ukraine would have been given, they would already have probably 100 F-16s in this counter-offensive. It has been really, really slow. We had ages trying to get tanks in there. Yes, they are responding more. I don't agree that this isn't a threat to NATO countries, because it is a threat to NATO countries. And for Putin to succeed, it would be a threat to NATO countries. I mean, it was quite clear that he wanted to.
Yeah, okay, now I'm sorry, Peter, I have to interject.
Yeah.
But Sojo quite clearly said NATO. You said NATO before. It's not NATO. NATO countries, yes, are included in the coalition of the willing. Let's be specific and precise.
Yeah, okay.
This is not an organizational thing. So let's not project this as anything being NATO versus Russia or anything like it. On the contrary, this is a coalition of, I think now 55 nations by now, who have joined up in a coalition created by Britain and the United States initially, and then expanded, employing the capacities of the various wonderful supportive organizations, including EU members, NATO, the Five Eyes, you name it. But all in total, these are independent nations who act, or which act, by the way, under the same prerogative as other nations under the UN resolutions could have acted but failed to act in support of a nation, Ukraine, which has been attacked and invaded upon. Soldier is right. You made a mistake. That's fine. Cleared it up. Next. Move on, please.
Okay, thanks.
So Maple Chaos, you are up.
Hey, I just wanted to say a couple of things on the. First off, I sent a video to Alan. It's from Perun. Last week on Sunday, he covered the escalation ladder, and so I think that's a good video if anybody's interested on escalation theory and how this would game out some of it. On the specifics, I think people are. There's too much of a jump here, like to say that. It's just going to be a nuke, right? Because even if it is a nuke, a tactical nuke, it depends how it's done. You know, does he use it to attack Ukrainian land? Is it a demonstration over the water? And that changes what the response is, right? I think Peter is
No, it's not
probably
right.
somewhat
It doesn't
right.
change how the response is. The use of a tactical nuke would immediately trigger a couple of scenarios which we have already in the past discussed many times. By the way, in this case, it would require, by the way, a response from NATO countries and NATO as such, because NATO has already stipulated this very clearly. So there is no differentiation. You could say that if you were to launch an ICBM, it would be different, but that's not a tactical nuke. Yes, for Western media perception and for the consummate opinion of political advisors, if you hit with a tactical nuke a port or a ship, it may be perceived differently, but the impact is the same. Russia using a tactical nuke, as General Ben Hodges, and I'm quite sure you will take his word for it, because he actually worked on this policy, and he was together with General Breedlove, who also stated this here on this space.
Okay, fair enough.
They said that the Black Sea Fleet would be annihilated, that the conventional response against pre-set Russian targets would be substantial, swift, and would immediately shut down any efforts by Russia to escalate. That's what they said. Here on this space.
I agree that that
Good.
is. I
So
agree
there's
that
no
that is the
differentiation,
likely.
therefore, between different tactical nuclear weapons.
I agree
Thank
that
you.
that is the likely outcome. I
It's not
agree
about
that
a
that is the likely
it's
outcome.
a preset mechanism. You can say whatever you like, unless you have been an assistant at SACEUR. Please don't go there.
Okay, fair. But the other thing I wanted to say is I do agree that what Peter was sort of getting at is, I think, in a roundabout way, was that Russia's actions are sort of aimed at, calibrated at possibly breaking the coalition. That is probably their intent. I agree with that. I don't think you could play the game of, Ukraine did it with a nuke, because there's not a lot of ambiguity with a nuclear bomb. If there was a radiological incident, maybe they could do something like that, but even there, that's a stretch. But I think with the nuke, specifically what Peter was getting at, there's not a lot of ambiguity if something goes boom. So it's
Maple,
really hard in that sense.
Yet there wouldn't be any ambiguity in the response either, and I think that is the point here. It would be a completely united response, and Russia is simply not going to cross this red line. Putin is not going to cross this red line. It is a psychological weapon only, and I think we've talked about that for an entire year here, more than a year actually. It is a fear that can be set aside. It is a fear that Russian disinformation tries to impose on all of us. And as I say, there's nothing to fear from Russia militarily, including
And I think well, lastly, what I want to say is I think everything Russia has done to date either tries for plausible deniability, or it's sort of all below the threshold kind of games. So it's just unlikely for them. Like anything that crosses the threshold would just is just really bad for them, and his priority is regime survival. It's not necessarily winning the war, right? So
Right. And he's
that could
not,
create all kinds of dynamics at home that he wouldn't want, right? So
yeah, he's not going to survive anyway. So Maple, I do want to move on to other hands, please. I'd like to go to Denjon and then to Redstone.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I think it's foolish to think that this is not a war against the free world. It is. I mean, Ukraine is part of the free world, and it's our obligation to defend it. Actually, make no mistake about it. This is not the war on Ukraine only. It's not. Simple as that. And actually, it was brought up that if a telephone pole in North Yorkshire was hit, then there would be a response. What would that response be? I wonder. And why would it be worth it to respond then? And wouldn't the consequences be exactly the same as if we responded in kind now? Because they have used kind of a weapon of mass destruction, blowing that down. I mean, there's no question about it. If it happened anywhere else, with not Russia at the helm, things would have been done. So yes, there is fear, no doubt about it. I don't care what anyone says. There's fear to actually do what's right, and that's so frustrating. And and it's only making the situation worse because what happens when you get away with something, you do something worse. So really, it's frustrating. Something needs to happen before something happens. Actually, and I'm not afraid of consequences from actually doing the right thing. I'm afraid of not doing what needs to be done because the result will be 100 times worse. And we're just sitting here waiting for it. Honestly, frustrating.
Yes, I think you're right about that, then, John. You know, by not doing the right thing, you can encourage an aggressor nation, and Russia is an aggressor nation, obviously. I think, in essence, did Putin launch a war against the free world? In a way, he did, but really, what he did was launch a war to inflate his own ego and to try to demonstrate that once again, Russia is a true superpower astride the earth, the equal of China and the United States. And in this demonstration, he has failed utterly. Then, John?
Yeah, but the thing is, I get that. I get that. But the thing is, if he succeeds, then it's disaster for not only for Ukraine. It's a disaster for all of us because it sets the precedent, right? You can do this if you have nukes. You can do these things, and yes, there will be some response, but not enough. So this has to be.
But he's not succeeding.
Yeah, and another thing which I take some I don't get is that we keep saying I keep saying I agree Russia is no threat if if they are stopped, they're no threat. So why not stopping them? Why not stop them? Why not do the right thing? If they're not a threat, then why not? What are we waiting for? Honestly.
Well, I think we are stopping Russia, and we are stopping.
Yeah, but yes, we are, but with some hesitation because there's some risk, or we can't upset them. Which is, I mean, it's evident that there's hesitation because they are a threat, or they're not. I don't get it. Honestly,
well, it's the involvement of politicians and politics. A dozen different shades of domestic politics when you look at EU countries and EU leaders, or when you look at the United States. It is the downside of democratic politics, I suppose you could say. Our national leaders are involved in military decisions, as they should be, as they need to be. This is one of the great differences between Western societies and fascist societies, where a single dictator or a party that has assumed total control also has total control over military decisions. That's not exactly the way it works in the United States, not exactly the way it works in any EU nation, or for that matter, in the NATO alliance. There are political considerations, and these must be given their due. That's just the way it works. We might not like it, but the outcome is still, in my mind, unquestioned. Ukraine will win. It will win with the support of 55 nations from around the world. It will win with the support of the United Kingdom and the United States and all the NATO countries, except possibly Hungary. But that's a separate question. So we can go to Redstone and back to Sojo.
Yeah, bolster a couple points on this, and you and Axel pretty much covered most of it. But I just want to say, if we go full circle, because day to day we get stuck in the moment, and it's sometimes hard to reflect upon the past. And I have to be reminded often of chain of events, even though I've been plastered to this atrocity, since over a year now. And it's a good reminder to go back into the history and just look at, before economy, and in some instances they still are. But our interactions with Russia was one thing, and what it is now has changed completely. That reset does not happen overnight. Global supply chain was an issue. There was a pandemic. Politics was an issue all over the world. Democracy is sliding. That was an issue. So Russia is literally losing. Putin is losing on every level. I mean, like Finland, Sweden, look at what NATO's become because of this. Not because they wanted to, because they had to. And I'll just say, the north part of Europe, the last thing that I think Putin wanted was to have either of those countries part of NATO or stronger, because if there's any country outside of the United States and Britain that would be able to go toe to toe with Russia, any one of those two countries would be. I mean, they've been preparing for that for 30 or 40 years. So I'm just saying that Russia is definitely losing, but it is difficult to look at it in a moment and say, why isn't this happening now? And that's because the world isn't perfect. That's because things take energy and parts and people. And the West, NATO specifically, is based upon organizational structures that doesn't just sacrifice people and things just to get something done. The civilized world has processes, procedures, and protocols, laws, rule, and order. And unfortunately, that means sometimes things are slower than what they should be. Whereas Russia is okay with, sacrificing thousands of their citizens to do whatever at the whim of a dictator, things will take a little longer. And that is a struggle to deal with. But it's worth putting into perspective that the reason why we work a little bit slower is because there's a greater purpose, and because we don't just sacrifice things. We have a measured approach. And yes, the concept of, is NATO afraid of Russia? No. NATO and its countries are definitely worried about things, but it's okay to be worried because it makes you become calculated. You think better. And that's okay, because the worry is more or less thinking about, nuclear option. If this is just conventional warfare, there is no worry. Russia gets, their military gets destroyed. Baltic Fleet gets destroyed. It's like, no, it's not a contest. So that's where all that comes from. And that's just an average person's perspective. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. And you know, if there's one thing we've learned, it not just throughout this invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which they really launched almost 10 years ago. If there's one thing we've learned, there is no international rule-based order that you can invite Russia into, because they won't ever obey the rules. That they will simply break them. You know, one of the things about an international uh, uh, rule of order is that these rules can be changed through agreement as a result of debate, and they have been changed. And this is actually the way forward. It's not only that the world's nations abide by commonly accepted and agreed to rules. It's that together the rules can be changed. That is part of the way forward. Back to Redstone, then to Sojo.
Yeah, one more thing I forgot to mention, which is there's the reason why things take a little longer, you know, outside of what we'd like them to happen, time frame, is because our societies are based around democracies, even though they might be imperfect, and democracies are composed of people and companies. And so those companies and those people that run those companies, they have their own bottom lines, they have their own things. They aren't the government. In Russia, under a dictatorship, every company and every organizational like structure underneath them is Putin, because that's the way he sees it. So if we were dictatorships, yeah, we would flex under the whim of, you know, some uber power individual saying, do this now and do it right here. And then we might be satisfied, but we don't want to be under that kind of, you know, system of government. So things take longer, and it is because of process and protocols and law and order. And that works better. Unfortunately, it's not fast. I just wanted to add that little bit there.
Oh, if I can add a little bit there, Alan. No, but Redstone, here's the thing: we are democracies, and we elect politicians to make these decisions for us. Our companies should not be telling our politicians what to do, or and the rest of it, because we, the people, not the companies, have elected people to make decisions for us. And some of these things, these hard decisions, need to be made quickly. And look, we have to go 14 months, 16 months. They've had more than enough time to think about this. So that won't be the situation.
And I do agree with you, but I think that's where the politics comes into. It's politicians dealing with their, you know, the people that throw hay, who have all the money. I think that's what ties a lot of it into knots.
I agree. Yeah.
It does tie it into knots. I saw a news report today, David, in Redstone. You might be interested in this. A report that Adidas, or Adidas, depending on how you pronounce the name of this big
There's only one way
world.
to pronounce it. It's called Adidas.
Okay. Adidas will be
I call you Alan
resuming.
too, right?
Yes, and thank you for that. That Adidas might resume manufacture and sales in Russia sometime after November 1st. And then this would once again be a spectacular failure by a global corporation that should know better. I do not own Adidas sneakers, and now I can promise you I will never, ever buy a pair if they resume business inside Russia.
It's an astonishing decision, isn't it, by a company that tries to say it makes ethical decisions. Clearly not, right? Clearly not, right? There's nothing ethical in that. We sided with genocide again, as in how many of these large companies that are only interested, right? And I know they use the excuse of, but we've got to keep the shareholders happy. Well, listen, I'm a shareholder. No one listens to what I'm saying, right? So listen, there has to be a point where our governments start reminding them, because most of these really big companies, they're very quick to stick their hand out when they want to build a factory and the rest of it, right? Actions have consequences, and what should be happening is there should be the little red book of consequences to come out later. Anyway, enough of that. Who is next, Alan?
Well, we can go back to Redstone, who's part of this conversation, then to Sojo, then to LR, and Yehuda is also joining us. And I know Yehuda always brings news. So Redstone quickly, then we'll see what Yehuda has to say.
Well, I had a separate question completely from what was just being discussed, so I can wait.
Yehuda,
Hello,
welcome.
good afternoon and good evening. Just wanted to give an update. I don't know if we've gotten any updates. No.
We have not really discussed much of updates, Yehuda. So
All right.
what do you have?
Okay, so what we'll do is this. We'll talk about what Russian sources are declaring. I don't want to discuss what Ukrainian sides are saying. I know there's some of it is out in the news, but just for, hey, I'm sure no one's listening here except the, I don't know, 600 of us. But other than that, I'm sure no one else is listening. So we'll just go with what we've got. So Russian Telegram, Russian sources are saying that in the Tokmak area, surprisingly to them, because they can't understand, they've destroyed 800 Leopard tanks apparently. The Ukrainians are pretty far deep into Zaporizhia in about 3 or 4 areas. One area specifically more so than the other. The Ukrainians are putting a lot of pressure in Donetsk, facing east. I suspect it could be an effort to put a lot of pressure on the Russian line in general to stress it. And as of just recently, Russian reports say that they're encountering Ukrainian break-ins or attempted break-ins in the Svatove area in Kharkiv Oblast, which is wow. And they're not very happy about it, and they feel that Belgorod is at risk and stuff like that. So it's very interesting. Also, there has been some chatter from, again, it could be psyops. I'm not sure. The Russians generally don't like to admit that things are going bad. They get angry about it. But talks of Russian forces in and around Melitopol reorienting and evacuating civilian authorities or occupation really authorities of the Russian regime, or the regime in Moscow, as I like to say, Alan. So it looks as if that's true, that could be many things. It could be the Ukrainians are just putting pressure on Russians all across the line, which is what I think we've always said here for a long time, that the Ukrainians have that critical mass and that combat power to affect change on many fronts. But I think the highlight would be that Ukrainian forces are continuing to pound, to push in and to penetrate Russian defenses. And as we said, the Russians might have series of defenses in Zaporizhia. They have pretty lines with all of these super great trenches, but not all of them have to be penetrated. Not all of them in the same, equidistant to one another. There can be a few. There could be many they tried. There could be a couple they really push in. And if the Russians don't know where the Ukrainians are going to put their main effort, then it's a good thing for the Ukrainians. So I know a lot of people have been thinking, again, I want to take away from that one picture, like the Russians keep saying. The Russian Ministry of Defense released a press release, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Moscow regime parroted it out and said, this is just a fraction of Ukrainian losses. Well, we all know if it was a fraction, they'd have thousands of pictures of, hundreds of other armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles and APCs and tanks, but they don't. They've got the one clip. Good for them. So I wouldn't freak out. Wouldn't be too worried. But that happens. But it just looks as though that all across, many points of contact between Russian and Ukrainian forces, you see Ukrainians doing something. So I suspect as well, Russians are getting a little upset because a lot of things in the rear, the deep battles taking place, it's even escalating. So precision guided munitions are hitting Russian resupply, and as Russian hidden caches of ammunition and fuel are being hit because they're having to pull it, and as they're pulling it, the Ukrainians are watching it and they're hitting those too. This degrades the Russians' capability to maintain their defense, right? Because ammunition has to be pushed up, food and water and oil and gas has to be pushed up. So they were obviously successful, Ukrainians, at hitting a lot of these, but they didn't hit all of them. But as they move, Ukrainian intelligence picks up, okay, here's a convoy of fuel trucks. We know where they're going. Let's take them out. So that's a bit of a military update. I would say it's cautious optimism to couch this, new information. And it's not the point where Russian Telegram and Russian sources are going crazy, but they seem to be surprised because they're being fed a diet of BS from Russian propaganda mills that Ukraine is, the whole counteroffensive has failed. Mr. Putin keeps saying it. That's not true, and you got to remember, and not in every place where the Ukrainians attack is where they expect to penetrate. They have to conduct these attacks in many places because they can't let the Russians know where they want to actually go. And that also can change. Enemy has a vote, as they say sometimes. And it means that the Ukrainians might change where their main effort will be or where they intend to conduct a penetration, a break-in and a penetration and exploitation. So that's what I have for now. And back to you, Alan.
Thanks very much, Yehuda. So, as we anticipated here, Ukraine is probing in many places, making advances in many places. This puts a lot of pressure on Russia to make rapid decisions. Where do they redeploy? How do they redeploy? Do they reinforce, and where? Do you think? Do we see any evidence that Russia is being pressured to make such rapid decisions?
Well, let's just go back to the probing. It's not really probing. So if the Ukrainians already have in mind, because they have a lot of intelligence, that there are 3 specific places in one area of operation where they feel they have the advantage and they feel they can conduct, frontal, advanced contacts and destroy and clear or destroy objectives. There might be 10 in total that they will attack. Now, why is that? Because they're not going to concentrate only in 3 areas, so the Russians can concentrate their fire on them. So you might see attacks that aren't expected, but are meant to fix or meant to, a feint. Something. You have a frontage that's 200 kilometers, and you might attack in 10 or 15 places, but only in 3 or 4 of them have you said, these are what we think their weakest points are. So let's hit them everywhere, and then we'll focus on these 3. And then guess what? A 4th one could come up in a place that the Ukrainians didn't know. Maybe the Russians, bugged out. They just couldn't handle it. Then they might redirect and say, actually, no, we want that. We want that extra, 3 battle groups. We want them up here because we're going to break in here. That's where it is, and that's where the Ukrainians have that flexibility and command relationship. The Russians, on the other hand, I think they solidly feel that like they could get a false sense of security because they may get a Ukrainian battle group attacking a position, but it doesn't intend to push through. It doesn't intend to seize that objective or destroy that objective. It just wants the Russians to feel that it might. So there are a lot of things that are happening. Right now, the Russians are obviously very static. I think what will happen is this will continue for 3, 4, 5 days, and that's when I think the Russians in those positions will fail. They won't be resupplied as much. They'll be physically exhausted. They won't be able to conduct rips. I don't see them conducting relief in place very well. I think that it's up. The onus is on the Ukrainians to keep that operational tempo, that battle rhythm going until several places along that Russian line break, and that's what I think is going on.
I think we have some questions for you, Yehuda. First to LR, then to Redstone. LR.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey everyone. Yeah, I don't have a question as much as I want to make a comment just on that last conversation. Don't want to return to the last conversation, but I wanted to add one little thing. I think Redstone, you made a lot of great points. Alan, Axel, you all, I think, summed it up very nicely. But I just wanted to add just a little bit of icing on the cake. Two things. One, I think we're all thankful we live in democracies so we can express our frustration, publicly. And this is a delicate situation. Let's face it. You don't go walk a tightrope by jumping on it and running headlong. You approach it with the kind of due respect that it deserves. But having said that, and as frustrated as we are for how slowly this is taken, I agree 100%. It is inevitable and it's inexorable that Ukraine will win. But what I think is really important to keep in mind, it's that the coalition and the maintenance of the coalition over time is the thing that will actually be the biggest, I would say, guarantor of the lasting peace that Ukraine and the rest of us all desire, right? And so the fact that it's taking a little longer for us to see the action that we would like to see, I think we should, look and say, what has been achieved here? NATO has been strengthened. Our coalition well beyond NATO has been established, and the prudence and the statesmanship that's being shown by some of our leadership, even though again it's maybe not as fast and not as decisive as we'd like to see. It's kind of like the rule of law very often takes a very, very, very long time to unfold. But it, as long as it does unfold and as long as we see justice served in the end, I think we are all appreciative of what we have when we live in a democracy under the rule of law. And I would say the same thing has got to be true here. For us to navigate the perilous situation that Russia has, thrust upon the world, and to come out stronger and united, and send a signal, a very big signal to China as well, that the united democratic free world is not going to stand for this kind of behavior. I think is an amazing outcome. I think we should celebrate it. And I think we should continue to just support Ukraine and know that they're going to win, and continue to urge all of our representatives within our respective countries to continue on the path that they have, taken us down.
Thanks, LR. Yehuda, I know the next a couple of questioners do have
Sure.
questions for
I was
you.
gonna say great points, Lou, all around.
It's Maple Chaos, Redstone, then Sojo.
Hey Yehuda, I just wanted to know, do you have any sort of understanding of the Russian operational command system, and how? Because I'm kind of wondering about the Arabot spit strike, and that if that's true, that the Ukrainians took out a core level headquarters, how does that affect, like, maybe their targeting, or if they had a KOC there for air coordination of fast air, something like that? Like, are they? Does it impact their logistics? Are they just all going to be running around like chickens with their heads cut off?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a really good question. So there's the doctrinal answer, which I'm not even going to bother opening up a PAM, because the Russians don't really. I mean, it's fun to say we don't follow our own doctrine and keeps the enemy confused, but I don't even know if they would know what they're doing. One thing I've noticed is everything's very compartmentalized, a lot of little kingdoms, and they almost have no experience with joint operations. They've gotten a bit more, but they really don't in general. We've seen that flash to bang when it comes to targeting and actual execution of like a close air or anything, or even artillery. It could be a few hours, from flash to bang. So that's a big problem for the Russians. Obviously, hitting C2 nodes, command and control, super important, and it's great, obviously, for the Ukrainians. But will it make something that was ineffective as it is more ineffective? For sure. More importantly, I think the Russians have had this habit of, when the Ukrainians do this, they just move their command, their CPs, their command posts back really far. It makes communication a lot more difficult. Apparently, there's been some noise on their means that they have to use a lot of runners, so they're actually getting people to drive in cars to go and relay messages because they're afraid of the Ukrainians. So the answer would be yeah. And will it affect their joint operations capabilities? For sure. But they weren't very good at them either. But they do have enough of things that they can kind of operate almost independently. These cores, or whatever's left of them, right? Nothing that they have is really what we call a core. Even their BTGs are minus, and their regiments are minus. So I suspect it bodes well. It would be the same thing if it hit what NATO countries call a divisional or a core level headquarters. Not at all, because ours are laid out quite, I would argue, quite in a sophisticated manner with efficacy, and they have those liaison officers, LOs, and they have those, I'm not getting into the terminology, but I'll say those from different services of the military that communicate with different services that transfer information to their own commands in order to affect a change. Does that make sense, Maple?
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is whether logistics is coordinated through those operational group HQs, or whether it's sort of done, somewhere else. Because I've also seen that, from what I've read, their air is not their air ops aren't coordinated. Like, they don't have a central KOC for the theater.
No,
they sort of coordinate them at those operational group headquarters. So if they lose that capability, I would expect to see some sort of decline in air ops in the coming, whenever their current air tasking cycle runs out.
Yeah,
24 hours, I guess. I don't know.
I think they just get lucky occasionally. I think everything's pretty independent. They cut away certain assets now to different AOs. That's kind of the way I interpret it, what I see on the ground, but it's not very coordinated. But we still hear stories of helicopters up in the air in certain areas where they might not have been expected. So I don't know much about, as you know, air operations. I just know how they fit into the ground forces milieu. But logistics, they are pushing. I think they're pushing on a core level and up, and then they're decentralizing. And at that point, it's moving out to whatever, like the AOs as previously determined. But they're not very good at it, and I suspect it would affect logistics. But I don't know how much. I couldn't speak to that. I'm sorry. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Yeah, the answer is I suspect yes. I just don't know how devastating it would be. Alan.
Thank you, Maple. The order of hands is Redstone, Sojo, Piotr. Redstone, go ahead, please.
Hey, Huda, 2 questions, and the first one's really quick, so I think it'd be a yes or no. Has there been any proof that any Chinese IFVs or any heavy vehicles have been found in the field?
Unknown. I don't know the answer. Maybe someone else says. I saw the same things you saw. Pretty junky looking Chinese made IFVs or APCs. I'm not sure what they were. They look pretty. I don't know. They look pretty soft to me. They look soft skinned, frankly. They didn't look good. But I saw that. Don't know if they've been in the field. I'm not sure if it matters. It's really very much a dismount operation. It looks like for the Russians. They have a lot of dismounted infantry, a lot of trenches. That's what I see so far. Hope that helps.
And then my main question was, it's about the flooding and the ecological disaster, bacteria, viruses, etc. What is it? I've been calling my state reps and senators, and I'm wanting to know what specifically to ask for them. Is there something that America, England, and other countries are doing to help with evacuations, or is it just funneling resources to the Ukrainian military who's participating in rescue ops? What's the best way for me to phrase like a statement?
Well, I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you that, but I could tell you that, look, Canadian Prime Minister was in Kyiv today. I'm sure this was planned well in advance, and I'm sure the Canadian Prime Minister was briefed by people that they think it's going to happen soon, and does he really want to go at this point? And he made the decision, I assume, to go, but something that's planned before. Obviously, prime ministers just don't move on a whim for security reasons, all sorts of reasons. So he came and he made the message very clear. Here's $500 million. We're on your side. We're going to keep fighting and supporting you. I'm sure the humanitarian aspect was a big deal. I think mentioning that, supporting Ukraine's rescue operation and long-term reconstruction of the dams.
Yehuda, we may have lost your
Yeah,
audio.
I'm there. I got another call. Where did you lose me?
Okay. The 500 million from Canada.
Yeah, 500 million. That means that, hey, we're in it to win it, and I'm sure that there were monies earmarked as well that had to do with reconstruction of dams, agricultural help, hydrological help, irrigation specialists, things like that. I'm sure all of those were part of the plan. And if you want to mention, to your, where you live, your elected representatives, that that you want to mention that, hey, there's a lot of, the U.S. has a lot of ability to help out in other ways to make sure that the Ukrainians get what they need to rebuild. Add it on as a separate aid package. It doesn't have to be military. So hope that helps.
And let me add one item to that as well too for the U.S. The one thing that they're still trying to work out in the UN. I saw an update from the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN 3 hours ago, and to this point, the UN has not been able to get Russia to allow access for the UN to provide rescue activities for those who are trapped on the left bank in Russian occupied territory. So that's something that they're still actively working, but they have not made the progress to help save those people who are also trapped on roofs and in buildings.
It wasn't progress. I was going to get to that after. The United Nations announced that the Russians formally rejected the United Nations request to send in United Nations relief teams to save drowning Ukrainian citizens under Russian occupations. It's literally a war crime as well. So the Russians were told by the UN, we'll make a team. You can have Chinese, Indians, Brazilians, anyone who you think likes you, but we need to get people in there. And the Russians firmly said no.
Thank you. That's the kind of information I wanted, because it's really useful for our representatives to know that we have our ears to the ground and we're not just regurgitating like whatever from like 2 weeks ago. That helps me be informed and I can be very precise. And maybe I catch them off guard. Maybe they didn't hear that news, because I think they're like us. They only have so many hours in the day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Redstone. Peter Curzon, please.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Hi, Yuda, it's been a while. I just want your take on a couple of things. So we've seen all, I'm sure, the infamous image of the Leopard tank and the other tanks that were, well, deserted. Yeah. I mean, so my first question to you and Axel particularly is, everyone's freaking out that because of this one image, the entire counteroffensive is basically done, which is obviously rubbish. So how do we sort of counteract that? Second, there's a good podcast we had with Seth Jones, who's the director of international security at CSIS, and he was basically talking about that this war needs to shift from one of attrition to a war of maneuver/mobility, to paraphrase what he said. What's your take on that? And also, there is this emphasis that he was pushing that because the Russians have lost so many forces in the war to this point, they're not just going to forget about it. So even if Ukraine wins outrightly, pushes the Russians back to the original 91 borders, they're going to regroup and try and do this again. So is it not a case of that we can't just have the Ukrainians pushing to the end of the borders, because that won't be enough, because Russia will just try and do this again in whatever time frame? So what's your take on that? Like, you know, there is some truth to it, but equally it's, you know, how far this war could go on for years, basically. Maybe not at the intensity it is right now, but just wondering what your thoughts were on those few points.
All right, so the first point we've discussed a few times, so I'll actually just give an actual example. So what you saw, to me, again, to my eyes, looked to me to be 1/3 of a platoon, okay, a troop or a section, 1/3 of a squadron, and you have 3 of them in a battle group, and then you've got 3 or 4 of them, then you've got 3 battle groups to a brigade, and you've got countless brigades who are assaulting Russian lines. So, you know, you're looking at 1 of 3, 3 of, so 9. So, you know, 1/9 of a battle group damaged, mobility kills maybe, and the Russians are celebrating. It's the silliest thing in the world, right? And then you've got 3 battle groups spread out over, 100 kilometers. You've got you have follow-on forces. You have fresh brigades with 3 to 4 battle groups in each, all behind them, and then probably another behind them. So if the Russians think, or people think, that somehow this, the smallest unit or sub unit of the Ukrainian army gets, even if they're fully destroyed, which they're not, and they can be recovered, that somehow the Ukrainians have suffered a massive defeat. It's just bonkers, right? That would be the smallest formation or for those who are new to the military, that'd be the smallest group of soldiers in a command that are going to do a thing. So I have my own things. I have my own ideas as to what it is. I have a feeling they were, expecting no Russian ISTAR capabilities, no Russian drones. Maybe they were told that EW was working. Maybe there was an error with electronic warfare jamming, signal jamming, and in fact they were told trade security for speed. So you should be good. Just drive down there. There's a minefield. There's the road. Were they too close? Sure, but I also don't know what happened before the video or the picture. So I if anyone asks, yeah, okay. So many Ukrainian, there will be Ukrainian casualties. They're attacking, static defensive positions. This doesn't happen. They don't just give up. So for now, the toughest and fiercest resistance the Ukrainians are going to face is in the first few days and weeks. Eventually, the Russians are just not going to be able to do much with the continuous onslaught of Ukrainians probing, penetrating, and breaking in. So that's the answer to the first one. Second question, I'm sorry, you said was what?
So Seth Jones was basically just saying that, this is a war that needs to shift from one of attrition to a war of maneuver.
Yeah, so it was always, every time the Ukrainians advanced, it was maneuver warfare. It wasn't attrition. You attrit when you're busy preparing for other things. So you have the Ukrainians fixing Russians in Bakhmut for 9 months, destroying 50,000 Russians. God knows what equipment they had left. Really sticking it to the Russians. So that's a given. That happened. Now, when they conducted their counteroffensives, I don't know who Seth Jones is, so I apologize. But in Kharkiv and in Kherson, that's an example of maneuver warfare, right? They didn't just roll on artillery and just move up and do what the Russians do, which is artillery is their main effort, and their maneuver forces support the artillery. Ukrainians fight like Western countries do. Artillery supports maneuver elements to do a thing. So the Ukrainians demonstrated that effectively initially in Kharkiv, in Kherson, to limited degrees. Actually, in August, September, I think it was a bit of a test run. Then they did it spectacularly in Kharkiv, and then they did it again in Kherson twice. So the Ukrainians have at least they have a lot of corporate knowledge right now of people doing that. And as for this war going on forever, I'll be honest, we call it the IB, international border. Once the Ukrainians make it to the international border, I'm not sure what will be left of the Russian military, because I don't think they're going to surrender and run away. I don't think that they're even not sophisticated enough to figure out how to leave. And I'm not sure Russia will exist as a country as it is today, frankly. And I don't think the regime will exist in Moscow as it does today. So would there be continuous fighting? Sure, there could be. Or Russia could collapse. Or, as part of the peace negotiations, because we're all about negotiations, I think peace negotiations are great. And I think part of the peace negotiations, and it will be my claim to fame, if it's anything I'm remembered for in this last year, it's in August or in July. And I said the negotiations should center on if the demilitarized zone inside Russia is 50 or 75 or 100 kilometers in, and what peacekeepers will there be? Will they be UN peacekeepers, NATO peacekeepers, EU peacekeepers? And then what happens on the Ukrainian side? Well, Ukraine's going to get more. It's going to probably even start its own military defense industry. That's going to include air defense. It's going to include missile production. It's going to include aerospace engineering or aeronautical stuff like building airplanes. They're going to become a fortress, and they have to be. So the Russians can continue to throw, missiles at it and attack it from, flights over the Caspian Sea. But the Ukrainians, I suspect, will turn that eastern border into an impenetrable air defense wall, like the Israelis have with the Iron Dome. And I'm sure the Israelis would be glad to help them out. So I don't see this war going on forever where Ukraine can't exist and function and flourish. I see it as a constant threat, but we also don't know what Russia will look like, or eventually Russia is going to run out of money. That's one of those things. So I suspect that that's what we're looking at.
Yep, and thanks, Yehuda. And I'd like to welcome Colonel John Spencer up to the panel. It's almost as if somebody said urban warfare three times. So welcome, John.
It's either that or I said something doctrinally wrong. So hopefully it's not the latter.
No, not at all. Thanks for having me up, and it's great to see Yehuda, Piotr. I actually came up for Piotr's to further that question about the misconception in everybody in a Western ideology of what maneuver warfare is. Stemming from J.C. Fuller, B.H. Little Hart, it has been used at the beginning of this war as an ideal of large wars. All military should be maneuver warfaring. It's almost become an adjective, a verb. There's actually a term for maneuverist, maneuver warfare. The sentiment is just off. It's an ideal looking for a problem. It's a concept more than a reality. When in fact, in Ukraine, we have seen every bit of positional, attritional, and maneuver warfare. And modern combat requires all three. And we can point to each moment in the Ukraine war where it was a positional holding ground, letting the Russians smash themselves against defenses. It was attritional when it needed to be, to battle back and forth over pieces of critical terrain or for political, military, terrain-based decisions. And we've seen the Ukrainians do maneuver warfare. But I'm just frustrated with it because, day one of the war, U.S. generals on CNN and all the other channels saying the Ukrainians need to go out and meet the Russians on the field of battle and do maneuver warfare. It's because of the professional military education system in the West where that is the solution, right? That is the A+ joint all domain maneuver warfare. You started adding the stuff to the front of it. Ukraine has fought the smartest. That's the actual answer to this. And the war does not need to, the Ukrainians don't need to stop doing one style of warfare and start doing another. They're on the offense, clearly doing maneuver warfare, which by definition, and unfortunately, this is the problem with like Seth Jones, an academic who says maneuver warfare. Okay, let's all agree on what you mean by defining that. I define maneuver warfare in its clearest form, which is one force is firing, another force is maneuvering. When you're campaigning, that's really hard to see. Bakhmut is easier to show people both positional warfare and attritional warfare. But even within the Bakhmut fight, if you come on and listen to Chuck for bullet points, within subunits, there's maneuver warfare happening by definition. I think that the at a macro level, at the theater level, Ukraine has been doing maneuver warfare, which, if done correctly, includes positional and attritional based on terrain and enemy. And Russia has solely been attempting positional and attritional warfare and is not competent enough, even in responding to the September Kherson-Kyiv offensive, is not capable of campaigning level maneuver warfare.
So John said it better than me, obviously, but no, it's and that's you gave me chills, John, for a second, because I started remembering a test on an exam that said, and one of the answers was maneuverist approach or maneuver warfare, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, it's people like John that wrote these tests, and you're like, oh, but yeah, I couldn't have said.
I love that. I love that. And I guarantee we should do like a Jay Leno street meets with Western officers and let them answer that question and see if they can, what they regurgitate.
Well, the funny thing is, it's your buddy that gave me, probably put that on a test for me, Jason.
That's right. He knows history. He knows the evolution. I mean, if you know the evolution, World War I to what we from misappropriation of historical facts. If you know the evolution of the maneuver warfare doctrine and how that became this maneuverist approach, you could distinguish between the kind of theory versus the actual historical doctrine aspect of it, and why trench warfare is still relevant today. It's not because we're going back to trench warfare, it's because it is an element of defensive positional warfare, and artillery still kills people.
Yeah, and when Bakhmut was happening, and I think we said it here, and you knew that Ukrainians are fixing them there. They want to attrit them there, but there were a lot of people, especially the talking heads, as you mentioned, they're like, well, in order to win the situation in Bakhmut, Ukraine has to conduct maneuver warfare and flank the Russians. And why? Why do they have to do that? They realize the Russians are really hell bent on taking this piece of really crap terrain. Wouldn't it behoove the Ukrainians to let them try and just bash their heads against the wall? And the answer is, for everything there is a season, or something like that, in a poem or a book I've never read. And I love it how you said it. Ukrainians will conduct the warfare required for the mission and for the area and the situation that it faces. Correct?
Right. That's the PhD level of warfare that you can see through the weeds, and that's what Ukrainian is showing that they're better at. Right. We already know that they're qualitatively better in every measure than the Russian military, but from a campaigning approach, they're doing warfare better with smaller, with different elements. But that is the true maneuverist approach: is knowing based on the MET-TC variables or the operational variables, applying, and it's almost like attritional warfare is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a misreading of the history of warfare. Like, show me outside of lopsided wars, like Desert Storm, where it's air power is causing the ground maneuver to look all fancy. Outside of lopsided wars, where you have a kind of a net assessment, of more matching quality, even the 2020 Battle of Nagorno-Karabakh, lopsided war, but people will pull out the lessons that they want, when even within that war they had to breach the trench lines, they had to do positional warfare, and then there's elements of maneuver. It's frustrating as somebody that taught this stuff to try to get people to understand it, when even people that are saying it don't really we're all talking past each other, or they're just regurgitating what they were trained in.
Yeah. And it's funny, John, because we've been hearing it since August, right? Once the Russians culminated, once the Ukrainians got to breathe, once we knew the Ukrainians were getting the training, they're getting the stuff and the toys and the trucks and the tanks and the planes and whatever, and the HIMARS, they started, conducting this positional and attritional warfare, because they knew the Russians couldn't do much, but they kept trying because they didn't want to lose the momentum. They had, I would argue, they lost the momentum, but I don't think anyone told the Russians, right? So the Ukrainians realized, well, hey, if we can continue at this operational tempo, and blunt the Russian advances wherever they may be, by the time we're good and ready to go, we'll have gained a degraded Russian army. But what's really weird is when you watched all the talking heads and from all over, CNN's no, CNN, BBC, Sky News, all the news channels, they seem to almost be like, I'm not saying mocking the Ukrainians, but like, Ukrainians have not been able to advance. They're here. They're being attacked by the Russians here. And the answer is good. The line's not collapsing. You see a bit of change, a kilometer, 200 meters. Don't wake me up for 200 meters, says the Ukrainian commander. I know it, right? And then, like, you feel that, and then people almost like disappointed. Well, the Ukrainians are waiting until they're good and ready, no?
Right. So, I mean, and love to hear Piotr's thoughts on this. I mean, for somebody like Seth Jones, I would rather say, okay, fine, I understand what you're saying on maneuver warfare, but let's look at the things that we agree on, like the elements of operational art, right? Phasing, operational reach, culmination, decisive points, and then let's evaluate Ukraine's decisions in accordance with the elements of operational art, right? Campaigning versus the Russians, and say, okay, there needs to be a shift in the Ukrainian approach. No, I think they're, of course, they're doing what they can with what they can in modern warfare. But if I would rather have a discussion on the elements of operational art from both sides, who is doing the better approach, than trying to classify even a single battle as, okay, that's attritional warfare, which I agree in Bakhmut that, and this is, Mike Kaufman and Rob Lee and all the experts, and they went there, that you can look at the attritional values, and at one point defensively it was higher. The Russians were doing attritional warfare, even though they're maneuvering, Solidar, things like that. But the values within that attritional warfare approach. But I like the elements of operational art much better.
Well, I hope that was a good enough answer for Piotr.
Well, let's go to Piotr and find out.
Thanks, Nancy. Well, you hit it. It was certainly very comprehensive. No, I agree with them, and John, it's good to see you. Glad you jumped up. But no, I've got a quick follow-up for both of you, but I know there's a couple of other hands waiting, so I'll keep it brief, which is, I think it's very astute that, there is, so I've put in the nest a link to who Seth Jones is, or one of the tweets he did. He is quite a well-known academic, and I think John's point is pertinent, that there is still this disconnect between perhaps sometimes the academia and the appliedness of it, if you get my sense. And I think he does speak a lot of sense in certain things, but I also agree with your point about that Ukraine has been coming at this from a degree of mobility from the beginning. And when I was in Ukraine in September, it was just after they'd really seen the gains around Kharkiv. So there was a lot of momentum, there was a lot of positivity around it from people I spoke to in Kiev. So I think that's really true. I'm not going to pretend I'm a tactician, John, so I can't pretend to even, I think that the training of Ukrainian troops by NATO, even in this time in the past year, has been incredibly important. And it's the interoperability aspect, I think, which is what's really benefiting them, as they begin to acclimatize to Leopards, to HIMARS, to whatever equipment it is the West is sending them. And it shows you the turnaround time as well. I think it's impressive. But the quick question I had, a follow-up for you both, was obviously you need usually a ratio of 3 to 1, for offensive to defensive forces. But I'm also curious because I think it was around October last year when we saw the Russians had most of their best forces right on the front lines. But as soon as the Ukrainians broke through that front line, it was terrible, right? Most of it was conscripts. Most of them were not knowing what they were doing. So what do you think that's the case this time? Do you think that the defensive lines, which are the largest since the Second World War, are, it looks good on the front, on the surface, but as soon as the Ukrainians can find an area and break through, that they will steamroller? Or do you think the Russians have actually attempted to make more of an effort to bolster their defensive lines? Just curious what you guys think.
I'll just take a stab at it first. So have the Russians more layered defense? Yes. 3 to 1 you talk about. So that would, to the listener, You might say if there were 2 Russians in a trench, you'd want 6 Ukrainians to storm the trench. But then there's something called a force multiplier, right? Artillery is a force multiplier, engineers, I-STAR capabilities. You have all of these force multipliers. And what I truly believe is the Russians lack a lot in that, right? And they try to make up with it for mass and a number of people. But I think that it won't be like Kharkiv. Kharkiv was a pretty explosive. It was a day or so, and they broke through. They broke in, penetrated, and exploited, and that whole thing took like 4 days in total. The Russians have more troops, and they have more layered defense. But at the end of the day, the Ukrainians need to penetrate, in several spots. They don't have to do it across the entire line, and I don't think the Russians have the flexibility, the command and control to mitigate those penetrations. I think the Ukrainians will continue to attack on many, many, many fronts that they're not penetrating. Those Russians will be decisively engaged. I don't think they'll be able to break contact to try to support repelling Ukrainian penetration. That's my gut feeling, and just by going by how the Russians have conducted themselves in this war. So command and control is a big part of it. Being able to think on the fly and having the authority even to leave your position in the 3rd defensive line in a Russian AO that's not being penetrated and moving them over to the area that they are required. I don't think the Russians are good at that. That's just me. John?
No, it's a great question. I mean, I think it's definitely a much different situation than September, based on the mobilization of Russian forces, the rushing. I mean, we saw forces on the front line of where the action was, like in Izium and places like that, that were mobilized forces that had been 3 or 4 days training and sent to the front line to plug the gap. The Russians have had months to try to cohere units together, rest and recuperation, regeneration. This is a different situation by far, and I highly recommend the recent podcasts by Rob Lee and Mike Kaufman, kind of giving an assessment of the Russian military. They have what they have. There's no reserve force that can be pushed in once the breakthrough happens. So I think it's in different sectors. The Ukrainians, who are also not the same military since last September, especially with the creation of the assault brigades, and when I was in Kyiv back in March, seeing the flyers put together of these assault brigades, which were volunteers for this operation, like purposely put together and trained specifically for this one type of offensive operation that they're conducting as we speak. But they're facing a different Russian military as well along different points of line. Of course, there's a qualitative variation of forces, but rightfully so, the Russians tipped their hand in pushing more forces towards consolidating gains in Bakhmut, Vuhledar, other places. So it'll be an interesting question. I don't think it'll, like Yehuda says, be at the speed and kind of discovery that was the Kharkiv offensive, but there will be a breakthrough. There will be a rapid penetration of these assault brigade main efforts once we identify it. But the Russian force is different. Ukrainian forces a lot different, and I agree. The defensive is stronger in the force ratio. 3-to-1 open terrain. That's not necessarily in a well-prepared defensive terrain. And in urban terrain, 5-to-1, 15-to-1. But that is relative combat power force ratios as well. It's just a number of soldiers. So then you have to look at the equipping, the leadership, the resources, like how many artillery batteries, how many radar systems, EW capabilities at those different points. And that's some of the reasoning just in the tactics of reconnaissance by force and to trying to discover Russian capabilities along different portions of the line that we're seeing. But the ratios are qualitative in that. So if you don't have the numbers, you have the quality of that force. And that I'm sure that once the main effort of the Ukrainian force, it will be given those qualitative advantages to increase their combat power at that moment in time. And that is truly maneuver warfare, which maneuver warfare by theoretically is defined as shock effect psychologically in putting the other side, the enemy, at a positional disadvantage.
But
That's
John, just to follow up on that and to
Yeah.
Peter's other point, how much is this a psychological element which is a detriment in that the Western media is sort of putting too much emphasis on, oh, the Ukrainians haven't done it yet, like managing expectations, basically, right? You talk about psychological, but then you've got the sort of hindrance of that. So it seems to be like, I don't know, what do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I think it's actually, and this is the master class in the psychological that is Ukraine, and that's why this, you know, this highlighting of the one video, and then I saw that even the Russian, you know, embassies like pushing it out, the highlighting of this one
small
action that
just a small
yeah.
fraction of what we destroyed. That's what they
Yeah,
said.
that psychological element is key to the maneuver warfare, and that's engaging everybody in theater and out of theater in the effect and the the building of this offensive, and not the messaging that's just enough but not enough. This is the modern maneuver warfare requirements that Ukraine is teaching the world. And Israel kind of highlighted some of this in like the Guardian of the Walls and use of social media and weaponizing social media and the global perception of an operation, and which falls into the hands of the enemy. And this is the influence of how hard it is to control information from the Russians. And I'm sure there's that element of the psychological effect. And what happened in the Kharkiv offensive was the psychological effect. People, the Russians didn't even fight, and they abandoned equipment because of the psychological effect of thinking, not that they were, but thinking they were being put at a position of disadvantage. That's what Ukraine will attempt again. And I think we can point along these last 6 months, the building of that in theater and for the global, for us, putting that positional disadvantage on the enemy, on the Russians, to facilitate tactical maneuver and still expertly implementing maneuver warfare, as in maneuvering to put the position, you get this breakthrough using tank, air power, and radio. That's the evolution of maneuver warfare. And oh, by the way, what did Ukraine not be given? Has not been given air power. So it's going to be really hard to just and they need to transition to maneuver warfare. Well, somebody needs to give them the air power that they need to truly do that. They're creating. This is why we see challengers with pickup trucks, or MRAPs with Bradley. This is why we see all this being put together, because they don't have what we haven't. The West hasn't given what they need to truly transition. It's really fascinating comments and questions that can expose these very deep issues with the war in Ukraine and the alliances. But to see Ukraine implement mastery, even the psychological building of the effects of their tactics, which are put together with what they got.
Yeah, and I would add that General Zaluzhny and the general staff in Ukraine don't wake up and wonder what the news media in the West thought about their advances, right? That's more of a political thing.
No, I honestly, Yehuda, I think that's part of the brief. I think part of the brief, if you have that psychological, that information operations conversation, that's that perception, locally, regionally, nationally, internationally. It would, if I was on the staff, that would definitely be one of the board cells working groups in conjunction with the campaigning. Is that, and I've been a part of a couple operations where that's the strategic, the what we call strategic compression, right? That can be as important as the actual S3 or G3 J3 planning operation. It's got to be synced. So no, I think they're very aware what's out and what's not, and the impacts and
Sure, but I mean they're not moving to the left. They're not moving to or up their counteroffensive plans because of it, is what I'm saying, right? Like they're cognizant of it, but they also know that they can't kick off until they're ready. I don't think that, and frankly, I think that any military advisors to civilian governments over the last year have probably rightfully told the governments, hey, the fact that Ukraine has held a 1,200 kilometer line of contact with the Russians, and the Russians have not destroyed. Remember, this was over in 3 days. This war was supposed to be done. The fact that Ukraine held their lines for 10 months, 1,200 kilometers. That's a victory. A lot of people don't, we're not looking at it. I think we need to look at the whole picture there, right? We need to realize the fact that Ukraine held off the second largest army in the world with the most number of tanks and this and that, whether they're junk or they're not junk, that's a win. That's a win. Now, again, yes, obviously they're cognizant of it, but I don't think he says I really need to attack, because I know that Zelensky has been told by Western leaders, we get it. You're going to attack when you're ready, and we're going to support you, right? But obviously, at the end of the day, I don't think they pulled that trigger until they thought that they were ready. Is that a fair assessment?
No, I think it is. But like we teach in this planner course that we teach in California about urban operations, and is that modern warfare requires you to fight in the information domain, if not more so than ever in history, sometimes as a higher priority than the actual maneuver of forces.
I've got to head out, but thank you guys. Appreciate it. Wish you both a good night. And I do think that the last point about the fact that Russia didn't make any regains, if you want to frame it like that, in this entire, 6-7 month period between September, October, and now, is illustrative of the fact that they just didn't have the capacity to do so. And it's like everyone's like, oh, Ukraine's not doing anything, they're being decimated. It's like, hang on, guys, like they're going up against, as Yehuda said, second largest army. So we would expect the Russians to do that, and they haven't. So yeah, let's be cognizant of that. But cheers, guys, appreciate it.
Yeah, and one last point, Peter, I'll say is this: the routing and the confusion caused in the Kharkiv offensive there, the liberation there in the north, caused a Russian route that allowed Ukrainians to, in some cases, go 50 kilometers east of the Oskil Reservoir. Right, they had to move back because they weren't synchronous, their lines. So that's only because the Russians literally broke and ran, and then eventually they had to call up their reserves, and they moved in, and the Ukrainians settled on that boundary where they ended up settling on. Now imagine this: when 50, 80, 100,000 Russians between Enohadar and Donetsk are sat there, and let's say there's 10 area of operations, I'm making up a number, and 10 of them are being hit, and 7 of them are laughing because the Ukrainians can't penetrate, but they penetrate in 3. And when they penetrate in 3, and then they find out that the Ukrainians are behind them, God knows what that'll do to those Russians, right? So the bigger the investment, the bigger the risk, I suspect the greater the psychological impact when the Ukrainians do break in and penetrate. And I think that's food for thought. Thanks.
No, I agree, and again, I appreciate it. I just wanted also, whilst I remember, to the UN front, because that's something I can speak to. So I just asked a couple of friends of mine who were in it, and they said, yes, the Russians have basically been lobbying the Chinese, any of the current Security Council members that are more moderate, to not, get behind supplying any form of humanitarian services, or even if you were to see monitoring missions or any representation of the UN neutral body in the Western Ukrainian held parts of that area. So the Russians are basically, as we've expected, impeding basic humanitarian provision. So just to bring that element back in. But thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the great questions.
Thank you, Peter. Yehuda, John, stay with us. On to Mark.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Alan. Yehuda, you mentioned negotiation, and you also mentioned Israel in your previous comments. I mean, Zelensky himself said he envisaged Ukraine as being a big Israel. And I think perhaps we don't yet know how this is going to end. It could end with a negotiation. It could end with some sort of frozen conflict. But I think the reality is Ukraine will become so much more focused on their own defense. They'll start building the capability internally within the country. Obviously, they're grateful for the support they're getting internationally, but they really want to see homegrown defense production. So I don't know. I mean, I don't understand much about the missiles which have been hitting Kyiv, but the probability is, I would have thought that there'll be a lot more defensive capability to take out whether it's drones or other incoming missiles as we go forward, and more power to their elbow.
Yeah, no, John could probably speak to more about the Israel thing. Definitely, imagine how Ukraine will arm itself in a permissive environment when it's not constantly under threat, right? Once the main Russian threat is gone. I mean, I can't think of them doing anything less but becoming a big Israel in terms of how they defend their territory, the money that will be spent in developing new industries that do great things. The relationship with the West, the joining of NATO, it won't be hundreds of Western tank. It'll be 1,000, right? They have a big area to defend. They will have air defense system that I think will be probably the most effective and the largest in the world. John?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of new nuances there. I think there will always be a threat. I agree with the earlier part of this conversation that once Ukraine's sovereign borders are reestablished, that won't stop Russia. And that's why Ukraine will continue to be the largest and greatest military power in Europe, both in qualitative, but also in design and in capabilities. And then, like we greatly agree, eventually NATO membership. And there will be a redesign even of the Ukrainian system with the geographical districts, the placement of headquarters and forces and training bases and things like that to keep this high level of readiness, just like Israel, to keep the high level of the kind of mobilization, reservist service. Absolutely, I agree there. The partnership with state industries to continue to keep that military industrial base and innovation that Ukraine has shown from day one of this war, absolutely, and that clear break from really the 2014 Maidan. Ukraine will be European, it will be Western, it will be a strong partner in the democracy, all of those fronts, to include the military, with this theory that we've been talking about, which is a Western theory of military power and the application of force. That's the future of Ukraine.
Can I jump back in briefly
Yes,
then? Sorry.
Mark, I was going to go to you for a follow-up.
Yeah,
then to Brad and Maple.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, the issue of NATO membership for Ukraine will be, I would have thought, a game changer in that we're not seeing any threats, specific military threats, are we, against the Baltic states? So I would have thought whoever turns up in power in what's left of Russia after this, I think they'll have to take that membership of NATO, if it happens, very seriously.
Well, the Russians the Russians have only themselves to blame, right? I mean, they've allowed for a narrative to exist for the last year where they mock, Poland and Finland and the Baltics. They've the Russians don't have a military anywhere to do anything to anyone. That's the truth. But guess what? That's not that's cold comfort for the Baltics. I don't think they want to wait for the Russians to relocate. I don't think Poland wants that. I don't think anyone wants. I mean, right now, if you listen to Russian media, the Russian narrative, if you were to take it seriously, a lot of Russians think Poland is literally fighting the war for Ukraine, and this goes back to Soviet propaganda. You can't possibly let your people think that the enemy that you said is weak and non-existent, not a country, not a people, not a language, a rump state, have destroyed what you've been touting for generations as the most powerful and effective army on the planet. It's only because NATO is there, and the Poles, because they hate the Poles. The Poles are there; they're doing it. Well, look, we found a Polish volunteer speaking Polish in a video out of 8 million videos of Ukrainians fighting. They found 10 where Polish people were volunteers. They have to. That's the lie they have to make, right? They have to make that lie. They can't admit that they took on the Ukrainians and the Ukrainians fought back and won. So, and I don't think that there is a country beside Russia. There isn't a country next to Russia except for China probably that doesn't go, gosh, what are they going to do to us? Let's smarten up. So, over to you, Alan.
Yeah, Mark, not sure what you mean by the fact that Russia will have to take Ukrainian membership in NATO seriously, Putin or a successor dictator. I want to repeat something John said last night here, that it was Putin's invasion of Ukraine that made NATO relevant again, unified again, and it will be Ukraine that makes NATO powerful again, because Ukraine has the most experienced military, not only in Europe, but in the world today. They are fighting a war every single day, and they are coming closer and closer and closer to NATO standardized doctrine and equipment. John?
That's right. I mean, Putin saved NATO from extinction. It was on the path for extinction. 100% agree.
Mark, a follow-up, please.
Just to say what I meant by that, Alan, was that Article 5 will apply if Ukraine's in NATO, and if there's an actual military attack on Ukraine once they are a member, then Article 5 would apply it, and I don't think Russia would like that. Whatever's left of Russia would like that. So they will try other things, no doubt. There will be other asymmetric warfare, so-called, but they wouldn't be able to countenance a military invasion of Ukraine once they are a member.
And that would be decades away. The Russians, look, after this counteroffensive is completed, I suspect. I'm not trying to be optimistic, but I don't know what the Russians will have left. Right? They're not able to build up an army like they have. Right? They just don't. They won't have the access to the markets to buy the things. Could they do it? Sure, they could. Right? North Korea did it, but North Korea has also had people that have never seen the West. Right? They have a captive market, a captive population. The Russians, I suspect, will fragment. That's a political conversation. They know. They'll know that they've been fed a bunch of lies for 20 years under Putin. That is hypersensitive missiles that he called hypersonic don't do what they said they would do. The Air Force and their ground forces and their Navy is nowhere near what the Russians thought it would do. And when Ukrainians are sat at the international border, and that border marker with the blue and gold painting markings on it, that's the proof. That's all the proof the Russians are going to need, right?
Exactly. So on to Brad, then to Maple. Brad, go ahead, please.
Hey, good to be with everybody. Momentous times. Quick question. So we obviously don't know the size and disposition of partisan insurgent forces in the occupied areas. But, you know, obviously this would be an interesting time for them to be active, and we've seen some evidence of that. My question is, when and how do these insurgent forces get linked up with and or incorporated into the armed forces of Ukraine in a more official capacity? How does that coordination typically occur in this type of a situation? And what are the primary activities that they are undertaking right now?
Maybe John knows more about that. I think just omit the word typical. Nothing about this is typical. My first gut reaction would be to say, report what you see. I'm not sure, I don't know the control measures required in an op plan to account for armed partisans that are helping out. I would expect maybe they'd be more of a hindrance than a help. I think where the Ukrainians are fighting right now, it's going to be peer on peer fighting. It's going to be, as we discussed, the kind of warfare. I guess when it gets to the cities and urban areas, luckily we have a person that might know a thing or two about that. But I certainly pale completely in comparison. I have no knowledge compared to John. So maybe John, I don't know. Like, are they a risk? Is it not worth the juice? Not worth the squeeze? I would think so, but I don't know.
I'm sorry, I missed a question. Can somebody
talking about?
Sure.
Okay, you can answer your question.
The question was, we obviously don't know the size and disposition of partisan insurgent forces in the occupied areas. The question was, when and how do these forces get linked up, if they do at all, to the official army? Do they coordinate with each other? How does that work? And what eventually becomes of those partisan forces?
So that's a question above my classification or interest in answering. I will say that there's a strong connection between military forces and this other resistance concept. There's been a resistance, and maybe people don't know. I mean, my manual was put up on Ukraine's DoD, basic military defense site for resistors. And that's where my manual went. And that's where recently a manual for resistors who aren't even in communication with conventional military forces was recently put. It has been going on since day one, and there has been evidence of strong communication. There has been evidence of your deep reconnaissance, and I mean, if you think about, we won't know about it until way later. Even the World War II, the French underground, the Jet Boros, the evolution of this, combining that internal resistance and amplifying it, and the techniques. There's a whole command of people that's their role. It's happening. I don't want to know. I don't know. I don't know any specifics. I can get. We've seen it from Kherson to Melitopol to. I mean, it is active. It is impactful. It is multi-branched, and to include, even what we, with the Russian action against Russians. It's a very broad, deep. Urban areas facilitate that noise, and which allows for infiltration, communication, link ups, possibly supplying, guiding tactics, techniques, and procedures to keep people safe. All this, but just the fact that Ukraine, from literally like day two, have a website for resistors, from civilian resistors that just want to know how, and that's how my manual is put there, to deep in enemy occupied areas, do's and don'ts is a sign that that's active, up and going, and considerable to not allowing the Russians to feel they are in a permissive environment, which is one of the goals.
Yeah,
Cool.
Brad, come back Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday when Chuck Ferrer is here. Chuck would have the answer to this, but I kind of feel, you look at the French resistance, how were they integrated into the French free forces that were fighting across France? It was almost on a volunteer by volunteer basis. The partisans are doing a job that they are uniquely equipped for right now, both by patriotism and we hope by some, some training that they might have received along the way. I just want to ask folks to please retweet this space. It's Maria Report. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, reporting to you about Ukraine and from Ukraine. If you want to help, if you know the news of the terrible flooding that Russia unleashed by blowing the Novakhovka Dam, please go to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, give as generously as you possibly can, and we will see to it that humanitarian aid gets to Ukraine swiftly. Maria Report is a 501c3 here in the United States. So, Americans listening, your contribution will be tax deductible. Please do that tonight if you possibly can.
And anyway, thank you for your responses. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Brad. On to Maple, then Richard, and Yehuda. John, hope you can stay with us for a while longer. Maple?
Hey, Colonel Spencer, just as the token air guy, I wanted to torture you with another doctrinal term. I shared it with Yehuda already. Net-centric warfare, just to trigger you.
No, I think I actually use it in my Battle of Kiev presentation because the use of the Delta system, some people could have written that it is the modern representation of net-centric warfare.
And the other thing I wanted to mention was once they reach the international border, I'm sure that every NATO air staff is salivating at the idea of putting radars all over the Ukrainian Russian border and being able to peer deep into Russia.
Well, I'm pretty sure we can look deep into Russia already. We do all the time, and maybe this will give us a little bit more clarity about what we see.
The resolution helps.
Sure, it does. Richard,
I mean,
welcome.
I honestly think that this will not be a frozen war, but there'll never be, as long as Putin's in power and there's not a final collapse of his ideology, there'll always be a threat to Ukraine, and there will be, when the sovereign borders of Ukraine are established, that zone of conflict and having those advanced technologies along the border will definitely be a part of ensuring security, from aerostat balloons to advanced geospatial technologies. I agree.
I think also people are sort of imagining that the post-war army, the post-war Ukrainian military will be kind of cobbled together like the current Ukrainian military, and they're forgetting that Ukrainian training system and everything else will become westernized even more after the war. So, and they're going to get access to technologies, very possible maybe one day Ukraine will be flying F-35s, right? Like we could see that even possibly by the end of this decade, maybe middle of next decade, right? So that completely changes how they will operate and how they will protect their own border.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fascinating it'll be another page in the history of warfare. It's not just the defeat of the second most powerful military on paper, but the rapid mobilization, the cobbling of capabilities through these weapon systems given by the Western, and then the Ukrainian military went from 100,000 to 700,000 plus, with variety of so many different types of units, and equipment sets. But there will, of course, have to be a standardized, and that's part of NATO membership. Although, I want that to happen rapidly. Is that standardizing of equipment when we haven't given them equipment sets to field brigades, let alone an army of the size that Ukrainian army will stay at. To include, and I think it's my friend Liam Collins who went with General Abizaid, advising in the 2016, 17, 18 period on the reform of the Ministry of Defense, the reorganization of the military, the adaptation of the Western system, all the different training Operation Unifier and others, and the fact that they only had that one major training areas, but each district will need their own, and what are that's going to be another history, another page chapter in the history book of modern warfare, is the not just a reconstruction of Ukraine, and it will come back bigger, better, even more beautiful, but the reorganization, reforming, standardization, professional military education system, collecting their own lessons learned, writing their own story, that will be the post-war. And that's hard to tell people. Like there will be a clear, this phase of the war, even if this war goes for years, Russia doesn't have the capability to fight this war for years. it has a fight. It has the capability and the intent to be an aggressor forever, but they don't have the military to fight this war at this level 4 years. I firmly believe that. And there will be a post-war period, post-Ukrainian victory period, which is the reform of the military. I agree with you, to include the standardization of the Air Force capabilities. It won't be what we're seeing now with, an Abrams, a German Leopard, or German Gepard, and like this really, not what they need, but what they got, and they're using it beyond anybody's expectation. Ukraine is going to come out. That's why they're already the strongest. They're going to rebuild themselves to be the strongest partner in the alliance that defends.
And also, I think that a future Ukrainian military would obviously fight differently, right? They wouldn't be hamstrung by, say, like they are today, by not having air power, right? So like they would be completely differently designed. I like to use the analogy, instead of Israel, of West Germany during the Cold War, right? They were a frontline bulwark state that had to hold.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I hope that I think I was talking to Alan. I mean, I hope that the center of gravity for NATO's readiness, training, education is in Ukraine. I mean, that's where I would put the learning and all of that bulwark against this threat to the global prosperity. And there's only 2 people, 3, 4 people really involved in that. I agree with you. Yes.
And just a note to make as well. People talk about the Ukrainian training in NATO, on NATO bases in the last 10 months. They have good solid 6-7 years of it. That doesn't mean that those training missions were able to train the entire Ukrainian army, but they were able to be in there and exist and train in their centers of excellence, their artillery schools, and their engineering and their infantry combat training centers. And the thing is, it's not that we shouldn't even look at it, because other actual commanders of those missions have told us in this space. It's not like they walked in and said, "Hey guys and girls, you don't know what you're doing. We're just going to tell you what we're doing, and then it's the right thing." The Ukrainians took on board the training from NATO countries, and they custom tailored it for them, right? Like they took it on board. You've had commanders come in here and say how impressed they were that the Ukrainians took the best of what they had and incorporated with their experiences fighting the Russians in Donbass. And I suspect that'll continue even after, right? Everyone fights a little different. Everyone has different SOPs, standard operating procedures. Everyone has a little thing that they do that's a little different. The interoperability is still there, but it could be terrain dependent. It could be all sorts of factors that make their style of war fighting a little different. The Israelis developed their own, and I suspect the Ukrainians will too. But the Ukrainians didn't just learn. They've been learning for 7, I wouldn't say 8 years, but to be fair, by the time these missions kick off and get really integrated, it's probably 6.5, 7 years of Ukrainians training with Americans, Brits, and Canadians. And it really, hey, they didn't fall apart. They stopped the second biggest army on paper, and they held the line for 10 months after the Russians culminated. The Ukrainians, dictated engagement. So there's that. Over to you.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me that Ukrainians are shy about sharing what they have learned in almost a decade of war against Russia. The other thing I'll say, John Yehuda, is when Ukraine defeats Russia in this war, the Canadian military will actually climb up the ladder of most powerful armies in the world, because that is how far down the ladder Russia will drop. Pretty sure Canada will climb from 60th to 58th. Richard, go ahead, please.
Yeah,
Thanks so much.
I don't find that funny.
Thanks so much, and I'm really enjoying this conversation. Just wanted to make 3 quick points. The first one is I really agree with the model of Ukraine becoming sort of an Israel in that region, for several reasons. One is, the notion of never again in the Ukrainian context could be that they would never sign away security guarantees. And I think that having an incredibly strong military is, crucial and central, and that seems obvious. But I think someone made the point about about building up their domestic defense production, so that, because the rate limiting step in a lot of this seems to be, the political decisions that led to the delivery of weapons. And even though it's been at a record pace, from the Ukrainian perspective, it's been, painfully slow. And so I think having their own domestic, defense production is going to be really important. I also think, and, maybe people could comment on this, is if they were going to rebuild infrastructure with their highly educated workforce, an integral part of defense production is actually in microchips, and we've seen how the sanctions have worked against Russia in that. But if if Ukraine could become a center of excellence for that, that would really seal its defense and also a very bright economic future. The second point I wanted to make was that people had mentioned about partisan you know, participation in the conflict. And over the past few hours, I've seen, reports on Twitter, and obviously I'm not going to mention any details, but it would suggest a significant urban increase in partisan activity somewhere that's so strategic and would cause tremendous amount of chaos for the Russians. If it's true, I mean, it's, brilliant, well-timed, and that would really suggest a high degree of integration, with the conventional military forces that Ukraine is deploying in the counteroffensive. And then the last point I wanted to make, and sorry, I'm just cramming a lot of stuff in, was, about sort of post-conflict Russia. There's no question that, in my mind, that, Ukraine is going to win this military conflict. I don't think that they're going to accept, any sort of settlement or brokered peace deal, like someone said, until Putin's gone. But, it is a foregone conclusion. They will be part of NATO. And I think what remains of Russia's army is going to be internally focused to keep some of the Russian Federation states from breaking away, because there's going to be a tremendous amount of disarray. And I think that the power struggle there will devolve between, a one faction that believes that the war was a mistake, and the other hardline nationalist faction who thinks that the war was a great idea and poorly executed, and just blame, Shoigu and Gerasimov, and that's going to be the conflict. So I don't think that they're going to be much of a threat for a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I do think that there is a strong possibility that that Russian military forces will be inwardly directed after they lose this war. Someone will have to call on them for protection. Someone inside Russia will have to use the military either to defend themselves, maybe this is Putin, or in order to recreate a new government inside Russia. John, Yehuda, I mean, this is purely speculative, but I don't know if either of you have thoughts about that.
John?
Say again.
What's your favorite color? That's what he asked.
Red.
There you go.
You're kidding me. It's not blue?
No. Yeah, it should be yellow and blue, right? No. Say again. Can you summarize? I'm sorry. I'm trying to actually capitalize on.
Russia's military is only going to be used to protect Putin after this war. No one thinks it's going to. A speaker questioner says that he doubts it's going to be doing other things because it's going to be too busy with internal domestic issues.
No, I think it's a great question, and I tweeted out earlier today. This is an amazing podcast with my friends Rob Lee and Mike Kaufman, who I go to for a lot of my just questions or learning about Russian military capabilities, tactics, techniques, equipment, everything. And they talk about towards the end of this great podcast about why the use of conscripts, the use of the military to for basically domestic issues, and what the military in Ukraine is, what they have, and they're not going to add to it anytime soon. And the need for mobilizations. I don't know what the future of the Putin regime is. I don't foresee a great with his regime still in power. I don't see a great repurposing of the Russian military outside of these established roles, responsibilities, mobilization techniques that are acceptable and not acceptable, which is a really great conversation that Mike Kaufman has on why the conscripts used initially in the semi-annual call-ups that can't be used in Ukraine for the first year or so initially because of the culturally established precedents of what the conscripts will do and use for domestic issues. Yes, the Russian military has a certain percentage of their military that will not leave or be diverted from their mission of establishing static protection of the homeland. But it's a great. I am no expert by far. I don't foresee any changes happening even after the defeat of the Russian military in Ukraine, which will happen by culmination, by putting the military in Ukraine at such a disadvantage. But I still think that Putin can survive that, honestly. Although I don't, for how long, who knows? But it's all a matter of how much he keeps doubling down. But I'm not an expert in that question. But I found that podcast just so informative, and why I go to those two individuals so much, just to get that level of expertise that I don't have. I'm a one-trick pony, urban combat.
John Yehuda, I wonder if we can return to the conversation about Ukraine managing expectations. That's the phrase I'll use to summarize it, managing expectations. It's not a bad thing that we don't hear much from Ukraine Ministry of Defense or from Zaluzhny and Syrskyi. It's not a bad thing that the only or the primary news we are getting comes from Russian sources. When the time comes for Zaluzhny and Zelensky, Syrskyi, maybe to hold a press conference all together and to take questions to inform the world about what Ukraine is achieving, they are creating a hunger not just for information, but for facts from the battlefield. And Ukraine has done a spectacular job managing information and managing expectations. How do you think do they coordinate this every day, do you think? How are they doing it?
Gosh, I mean, the question is, who are they managing expectations for? Their own command, their president? I think there's definitely.
Oh, you got to quote. You got to quote Clausewitz and talk about the Trinity. Go.
I'll let you do it. How's that?
No, I actually interesting. I love this conversation, and I don't want to be the doctrine guy or anything. the instructor in me sees all the examples and the superiority of the Ukrainian military and side is on and when I go to back prominent theorists, I guess, that are teaching military strategy, they want to record a YouTube session discussing the need for understanding of strategy in the Ukrainian military or Ukrainian society, and why that's important as we as citizens discuss topics like this. And that's why I love the MriyaReport, although I'm going to get Alan, I'm getting ready to switch down to listener. Is this some military theory like maneuver warfare is misapplied? Why we teach it to cadets, to senior executive courses and things like that, because there are elements of theory that help people understand this complex human endeavor of warfare, which is never, only the dead have seen the end of war, misattributed to Plato. That who is Ukraine trying to influence, who we call them influence operation, with its information operations. It's all three of Clausewitz's trinities. It is their own military, right?
Yeah.
Come on, bring it.
I thought you were talking about government, armed forces, and non-combatants. So I thought you were talking about political leadership, military, and or the people, those there. That's what I thought you were hitting at.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. There's even but within the Trinity, even that it no longer is sufficient, right? The Trinity was Clausewitz explaining the political nature of war by saying that there are three elements. There's actually the primal violence, chance, and reason, often transformed into thinking about these populations of the citizens and populations, the politicians that assign the military the political objectives, and then the military itself. And they correlate to those three elements of the Trinity. But in the modern world, right, the Ukraine has to influence all three categories at the local, regional, and global. So they are doing a masterclass of messaging in different moments of time, sometimes mixing who it's for. Like General Zaluzhny's video was for Ukrainians, but it was also for the allies, and it was also for the global population. It hit at
The one that where he said he wasn't dead.
No, the one where he says, where they do the video of, this is for our brothers that have been murdered. This is for our sisters that have been raped. The Eisenhower speech before this offensive, that was a masterclass in information operation, hitting at almost every element of those three different bodies that people have to worry about. But on the global information connected stage, that is so hard to do. And that's why I was so impressed by that video, because it touched me, and I'm sure it touched political leaders. It touched people in the MriyaReport, from grandmothers to young men and women. So when you say, if you give me a moment in time and there's a message like, well, who's that for? There's rarely that it's just for one individual. And actually, I was presenting the Battle of Kyiv, and I talked about they were doing this on day one. Ukraine was masterfully doing this on day one, like the shooting down of a single helicopter at Hostomel, a KH-52 Alligator. For some reason, I had no clue that in the Ukrainian military and broader that platform was viewed as some type of flying tank, impenetrable, and they shot one down with an Igla needle. But it wasn't that was impressive. It was the fact that they identified it as a key psychological bit of warfare, and then they broadcast that across the military using social media and information operations and other technologies. and it emboldened everybody from citizens to everybody. Like, this ain't over in 3 days. The Russian military is not the giant that we thought it was. By that one action, and the people I was briefing, like, hey, you need to put that into a paper. Like, these moments, I need ammo. I don't need a ride. Snake Island. Like, these are the modern day versions of the importance of understanding the power of messaging, narrative, moments in time, and will to fight and will to support, because Ukraine will not achieve victory without the alliance. That is their strength. Yes, it is also their will to fight, and they're dying every day for that. But it is the strength of your alliances that is everything. So when they message, they are calculating how it will be viewed from all those different populations.
If you want to
I
look at,
kind of feel.
sorry, if you
I was
just
going
want
to
to,
say.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, Yehuda, I think the messaging parallels the war, obviously. From the battle for Kyiv, the messaging is we can do it through Kherson, Kharkiv, and what Ukraine is doing now. We are doing it. And when they win, we finish the job. It's a lot like the 3 volumes that A.J. Liebling wrote about World War II. The world knocked down, the world on one knee, the world gets up. He was also a boxing reporter. That's why he used that metaphor. But it's very important that these messages parallel what is actually happening.
So just to circle back to the grand strategy, Clausewitz's grand strategy that John was referring to, I think I see where he's going with something, and that is that the grand strategy, like when we learn it, the one of the key, but like, I mean, I'll post it actually. I'll just go and find the one of the things is that when you look at government and the people and say armed forces, there's a relationship with it. So the will of the people provides human resources to the military. The government pushes down objectives. The will of the people and interests affect the government. Now, what's interesting about what John was saying is that this is no longer on a national level, that these factors actually affect that strategy on a global level. So now the people isn't just Ukraine, it's the entire, free world, right? The will and interest of people like us here at MriyaReport, people online, people who care about Ukraine. The government is no longer just Ukrainian government. It also affects NATO leaders, affects their policies, and the armed forces also, that portion is also now expanded to not just include integral units of the Ukrainian army, because then they get all sorts of stuff and resources from NATO countries. So it's almost like Clausewitz's holy trinity on steroids, John. And I thank you for mentioning that. I'm going to post that actually in the nest.
Nice. And this is the element of strategic compression, right? Historians will say that this hasn't changed since the Roman legion, who the generals had to care about what the Senate heard, or there's a time lapse, and you're running a marathon to go tell. This is the element of strategic compression, and what students of warfare should be learning from Ukraine, and why there is this great disparity in why we see the dying of Russian strength is an understanding of how to implement these elements of operational art to include this importance of that. I don't agree. I don't believe in it, that anybody has a grand strategy, but in strategy of incorporating that information component in the modern digital speed, ubiquitous information. This is the mastery that I see in Ukraine, and it's not just because this is good and versus evil, but just in the mastery of it, in the application of force, which is one of the definitions of strategy, to achieve national goals.
Yeah,
or technically, I'm sorry. Technically, the definition of strategy is the use of force or threat of the use of force to achieve national goals. Sorry.
It's a very important part of this war, and it is, as John likes to say, one of the Ukrainian master classes. And I follow it constantly. I am always impressed by how Ukraine is talking to the world. And of course, you need to talk about President Zelensky, not only what he does publicly at center stage, as probably the most inspiring leader you can watch and listen to in the world today, but what does he do behind the scenes? What does he do in one-to-one conversations with world leaders? He has friendships with Joe Biden and Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and Mark Rutte, so many others. This really makes a huge difference for Ukraine and the success that Ukraine is going to have.
I just posted in the nest there for whoever's curious about the academic stuff that Colonel Spencer put on, threw at me, caught me off guard. I was trying to remember the people. I was like, non-combatants, it means people. But
Non-combatants. I know I heard you. I'm like, all
yeah.
right, we'll re-bleed you on that stuff. I mean, yeah, and this is the two trinities, right? The actual, like an instructor, like geeky historian would be like, the people, the government, and the population is not the trinity. It's primal violence, reason, and chance. But they usually combine in the two.
Yeah, it's like, what's the difference between maneuverist approach and maneuver warfare? I was really unhappy when you brought that up.
That's what I'm working on. I'm working on a treat because you guys inspired me, because like angers me to, even if I like I'm a student of this stuff, and when I see people on TV, like I said, literally I remember the moment that there was a general saying they need to go out and do maneuver warfare and meet them on the field of battle. Like, that would have been the dumbest thing that Ukraine could have done, and the war would have been over in a week or so. And that, luckily, Ukraine is much smarter than what that general had been brainwashed to think is warfare.
Yeah.
And so, Yehuda, you came to MriyaReport and all you got was that pop quiz.
Yeah, it keeps me on my toes. I want to scramble to my computer and open it up quick enough just to pretend I remember, but it's okay. You know what? I used to complain about ornery DS directing staff on courses like this. What does that mean? It's not a mission task verb. Say exactly what it means. These are words. That's probably what John's like. Thank God I know him through the space and not through courses, right? I'm just kidding.
I don't do that anymore. I just write about stuff. Although I am really excited. I really am really excited about doing this video with those other Ukrainian and professors on why it is important, and to understand what strategy actually is, so that when you ask somebody in the force, like, why do you that they have an understanding of why they're being tasked with that mission, and being able to connect it up to the national goal, and to see themselves, or the population see their soldier, to be able to understand that is why I have a passion for strategy. Even though I get paid well to do urban warfare, I have a passion for, because it's such enlightening if you understand the basics to the application of national power and the forms of national power to achieve, like Ukraine is struggling for sovereignty and for national interests.
It's great for those listening. This is like a staff college course without the stress. So it's like I have to calm down a bit, because sometimes when he talks, John, I'm like, oh my God, oh yeah. So you're always going back from doctrine, tactical, and then the big picture, and always the picture of Clausewitz or someone else, and what did he say? And you're like, okay, big picture again, and you link it together, and then the people and the government. And there's a reason for it. They do this with junior officers. I'm a kid. When he said cadets, I'm like, gosh, I don't think I could have done that as a cadet, but whatever.
No, and not all cadets do, not even at West Point. But that you're 100% right. So these classes, strategy in what they call strategic studies, is actually different than international relations. Is taught from from cadets in the academies to the war colleges, so colonels and the generals education system. There's actually courses for our generals as well, just trying to ensuring at the different levels that they understand as they elevate themselves in the application of strategy from the lieutenant up to the general level, to include the political leaders should get this stuff, and some of them do. like our, we were talking about earlier today on, writing to the politicians. Well, if you can write to the politician and frame it in the understanding of national interests and why this is so important to the world and why we're lacking, it's if you have that level of understanding, it makes the message so much more powerful.
John, doesn't that kind of feed into even the proficiency of NATO officers, right? Like, so first of all, we don't all eat crayons, okay? Number one. Number two, you have these junior officers who are learning. You'll get a case study for a course. Let's say it's an Army operations course. You get a case study, Goose Green, the Falkland Islands War, and you'll be required to say, you're looking at such and such, such and such commando unit. They did this, and this, and then the next half of the readings or the work will be, and what's the big picture? What's Clausewitz say here? What happened politically with Margaret Thatcher and da, 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 da. And all of this allows you to be in a position where that junior officer is trained with the weight of history on their shoulders. They're trained, like, understand the tactics, understand the strategy, understand the common operating picture, and then understand why you're even there and the reasons. And it helps you really dissect and learn from previous experiences. And when those officers are out, doing their job in the future, they recognize the heady responsibility. And I say this because the Russian side, dare I say, doesn't have that understanding. They don't have, the weight of history on them is basically a lie. They believe that they're the strongest army in the world, that the world was saved from the Nazis because they ended the Great Patriotic War. No mention that Stalin, hooked up with Hitler at the beginning. But this affects not just the leadership, the generals. It goes down the line, right? So whereas in NATO countries, Canada, the United States, Great Britain, officers are trained in this, not just the tactics, not just the laws of armed conflict, but why you're there, why you fight, right? The reasons behind it.
Yeah,
John?
No, this is why. Well, last time I was in Ukraine, I had a meeting. There's some people that really want to, as they see the future of the Ukrainian military, years, like Yehuda said, years of Western, like Canadian Operation Unifier that have been working to transform into this professional military education system. Don't call it a Western education system, but implementing strategy into this. And I think it's such a powerful individual and professional. Your professions are, there's definition for that, but it is this ability to have the understanding of the application and the trust that has been given, authority that's been given to the profession to implement force. And then there's a cyclical cycle of understanding. And that's why I'm so motivated to have been and potentially be a part of this. And then we can go into conversations of, even in a Western system, I can point to where people don't have that level of understanding, because there's a little bit of self-study in that, in many of what we call the great captains. And Clausewitz in that bucket, although he's not the only theorist, and there's lots of baggage there, but there are other people that are military professionals. And that's, again, a difference between the Soviet approach, the Russian approach, and the Western and what will become the Ukrainian approach, is that is not exclusively the business of officers or political officers. If you're a PLA Chinese, it is the business of all of the citizens, the military across the ranks, enlisted and officer, to understand national power, the use of the military arm to do, and how that's implemented. It's a huge motivator for me, and really important to highlight that Ukraine started this path a long time ago, and is by thinking about the future and the evolution of the profession of the Ukrainian military, they will further make themselves the bulwark against that Soviet system, which is showing on the battlefield to be inadequate.
I was just going to say, this trinity that Clausewitz devised is such a strong component, or can be a strong component, in free democratic societies. But it's a weak component in fascist societies like Russia, where it can be easily undermined. At the same time, John, Yehuda, I would say, especially in the United States, there are things we need to do to reinforce this idea, this trinity that can guide a nation. John, especially here in the United States.
Yeah, I mean that's a broader, the whole. And I think we were talking a couple hours ago. I've enjoyed a lot of time today about civics and all that, and the issues with not, having that unity and all that stuff. But it goes in that bucket, and be careful with the Trinity and Clausewitz, because it's kind of like maneuver theory and quoting of people without having an understanding of really context or application or even understanding. Like it can almost be an intellectual hampering or short end. Like, I know what I'm talking about. Like, no, but knowledge is power is the point. And fascists don't like to empower anybody but the leadership that holds the power. What we're talking about, even in the how strategy works and why the MriyaReport has been going every day from before the war, is because it is knowledge is power across all the different elements in understanding, so that way you can weed through the garbage that is misinformation, fake news, ignorance, stupidity, that is part of our world today as well.
You know why the MriyaReport and groups like this exist? Because we're not trying. There is no effort, because when it's the truth, you don't have to go to sleep and wake up and remember what lie you told. The reason why, if you look at that Clausewitz Trinity there, and you look at the will of the people providing human resources, the military, the will and the interests going to the government, and the resources going from the government to the military, it's not fake, it's not artificial, it's organic. Every Ukrainian knows why they need to fight. Every Ukrainian wants to support, because they know that the alternative is genocide, and the Russians have shown it to them. And whereas where the Clausewitz Trinity doesn't work is in Russia. They don't have a grand strategy because they can't have one, because the people don't believe it. The military is not proficient. The government is corrupt. They don't have buy-in, right? So that's why, if you look at that triangle and juxtapose Ukraine and Russia, and you realize that's why people like John have said from the beginning, Ukraine will win, because at the end of the day, it's a natural balance between those three factors. And the Ukrainians have jumped it up, not just on the national level, but on a global scale. Now they have buy-in from governments across the world. They have buy-in and support for their military from those other militaries around the world. And people like you and us, we are the clarion call. We're standing on our soapbox and we're screaming on top of our lungs. There's genocide, there's hatred, there's bigotry. This isn't, I mean, it's almost like the Russians just are handing it to the West, right? They're showing their hand. They're being ridiculous. Like, there are no gay people in Russia. Like, really? LGBTQ army is attack us. Who cares? Like, what? Why is this a hill you want to die on? Jews and Jewish neo-Nazi presidents. The top diplomat, supposedly the smartest diplomat. I mean, to be a diplomat, you're actually supposed to be like congenial and polite and get along with people, right? What does Lavrov do? I'm sure his name is Sergei Lavrchenko. I think he's a Ukrainian spy, because there's no one in Russia that makes Russia look worse than besides Putin than Lavrov. Sits on an Italian TV show and says, "Well, why do you keep calling it a neo-Nazi regime and a Nazi regime in Kiev? Like, the president is literally Jewish. His family died in the Holocaust." Well, we all know that Jews are the biggest Nazis. Like Hitler, he was part Jewish. I mean, this is a grown man who's presumably intelligent. And he knew it not to be true, but he said it anyway. Everything about the Russian regime, the Moscow regime, is fake. It is not real. They know it's not real, but they are convinced that we are so afraid of them, we are so in awe of their power, just like John talked about that helicopter, that we will capitulate because it's just, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Well, guess what? Unless you want to learn Russian as a second language, I suggest you support it, especially if you're in Eastern Europe. The world is done. Eastern Europe is done. Europe is done. All right. Germany learned a hard lesson. They learned it the hard way. right? The energy. They pontificated until the Russians cut it off. Big mistake. It's a swan song if I ever heard one, John. It kind of rhymed.
I agree.
Hey, on another note, John, if I don't make it like to like a field officer stuff, I mean, I always got a shot in the Russian military, don't I? I mean, I could make brigadier pretty quick.
That's right. You could be a brigadier commanding a company in Belgrade.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh, Yehuda, quit hogging the professor. My hand is just, I've been waving.
Is your arm sore?
I'm enjoying the conversation.
You're not supposed to put your hand up when your hand is up on the space physically, eh? So
Well, I'm only so bright and gifted. But we're all supposed to get gold stars, right? Because we're here and we're trying to learn the truth.
A for effort.
That's according to you. Yeah. The TA.
Shovel Girl will go right to you. I just want to mention that Yehuda, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think on Wednesday, retired General Mick Ryan from Australia will be here on MriyaReport along with Chuck Farrer. I hope John, I know you're going to be here, but I hope John can be here. Is that right?
well, it's Major General retired because I don't think you ever retire from being a general officer. I don't know, John.
Yeah, no, and General Ryan is one of the great captains of our era. I'm a student of war, a student of strategy, a student of warfare. I don't give my respect based on rank. In General Ryan has all of my respect as a true professional warrior scholar, just like General Hodges, and why I'm so honored to be a part of this family is to get those level of true professional warrior scholars that are constantly learning, grappling with the theory and the implementation, explaining it for people. General Ryan has now 2 books out. Huge fan. If I can make it, of course. If I can make these things, I always will. If
Actually, I think it's Tuesday. John, War Transformed is the next book in my book pile. And after that, it's Connected Soldiers. But it's Tuesday, not Wednesday. But we'll find a card, put it up in the nest, and confirm Mick Ryan. Mick Ryan, Major General retired. I think I have that right now. Will be with us, and you all should be with us too.
Yeah, sorry about that, Alan. I'm a little snickety. But yeah, no. You gone, John?
I don't want to. There have been people with hands, and not saying those hands are for me. They're probably for Yehuda.
They're for you.
But I know Shovel Girl is just dying. So I don't want to leave without answering the hands, and I won't. But then I do have to get some things done, like tweeting out all the great information that we are discussing, because this is where I learn from listening, thinking about, engaging with, remembering what I know, and then grappling with it myself. So I can't thank the space enough for that, because it's not just knowing something, but it's being able to communicate it. So the space of actually just engaging with Yehuda and Alan and everybody and the questions improves my ability to inform others. And that's why I'm a student of warfare, but also a student of storytelling and communicating. So I don't want to miss the questions.
John, before you get that question, have you met a lot of friends along the way? People don't realize the interconnectivity of the space. Remember once a year ago, you asked me, do you have someone in Ukraine? I called a few people, they're way better than me. And now they're actually his friends more than me. I feel a little upset, a little jealous,
But so on every trip I've taken, so a year ago, in what was that? I think it was June of 2022, and then I just came back in April, and I'll be back in July. I could not do it without the Yehuda, friends like Verlaine and others that are unnamed, my trip, my research, my ability to tell the stories like the Battle of Kyiv, or to be informed, or get that interview with the mayor of Kyiv, get that interview with the general of the artillery, like all these, I could not do it without the networking and connections that I have only and without question been able to do from here in the Maria Report from the beginning.
It's our listeners. It's certainly not me. I was a quarterback. I mean, I don't know these people as well that you now are good friends with, and they stole you as my friend, and that's fine. That's fine. No, it's great. So listen, the reason why I say this to the audience is these lateral connections we make, these conversations we have, it's a lot more than just easy listening on a Saturday night. It helps change lives. It helps connect people. It helps, like, that's why please retweet this space. Let people know you're here. This is bigger than just talking on the internet. I mean, there are things, there are a billion people, thousands have reached out to this account here, the one I'm on right now, and we have a team of people connect and say, well, that person's going here. Well, there's another person that said they're there. They might be a good, connection. All of this happens because you are here. Without the critical mass of hundreds and thousands and millions of listeners over the last year, none of that could happen. I don't know what John is obviously a superstar. He's an instructor. He's a veteran. He's done it all. And if we could help out people like John who are doing the business, right? They are producing academic papers. They're helping change a generation. They're helping influence opinions, whether he's on CNN. It's an honor for me personally, but as a team, it's an honor for us to be able to facilitate these things. And it's not hokey pokey. I'm not trying to sound hyperbolic or wax nostalgic. But if you had an opportunity, and if you want to be a host at MriyaReport, come on up and send an email in. But if you want an opportunity to help connect people, this is the space to be, right? Like or other space. There are plenty of other. We're not the only show in or horse race in town, but this is so important because it connects people on a level that's not been seen before. I have a friend. He's a smart guy. He's a colonel too, and he said to me, Yehuda, you guys and girls are putting your fingers on the scales of history. You are helping change perceptions. You're fighting the good fight. And the good thing is, it's not propaganda. We're not paid. I've been told we're paid by the CIA. I frankly, if I'd like to get out like a speeding ticket or something in the future. That's not happening. We're just doing it because it feels right, because it is right. And when you listen and you support, you go to MriyaReport.org. If you want to donate some money, it'll get to the right place. If you want to reach out and say, hey, I had a guy in Poland, a guy owns an art, what do you call it? An art gallery, and a successful family, famous at it. He's like, yeah, John's in town. Can you get me a car to drive John to the Polish border? It's 4 hours away. The guy goes, yeah, no problem. The guy shows, he drives them himself. This guy's got a business. Like, this is the stuff that we do just from the space. John.
Yeah, and again, because of your friends become my friends become your friends, and I talked to that same person on my next trip. I'm like, can you hold this suitcase for me? I don't want to take it to Ukraine. I just come from Italy in uniform, and like I don't want to take my military uniform into. And he drives to the airport, comes to meet me. Huge favor for no repack other than feeling like he's helping in Ukraine in my and the only question he asked me is, does it have any explosives in it? And I like, no, it doesn't have any explosives in it. But I also want to mention, Yehuda, is I can't agree more, and it's just fascinating you brought it up, is the informal network building that has happened because of the Maria Report. When I'm out, I've been in Michigan, I've been here in Colorado Springs, and been approached like, I know you. Like, oh, okay, you seen me on TV? Like, no, the Maria Report. It is global. It is literally a global family, and I've talked about in the past how it's helped me even through personal challenges. But when I was in Michigan, and people bring me, it's just so mind blowing what the Maria Report truly is. It's a family. It's a community. It is the population of the Trinity in modern day warfare. and has the ability. We have congressmen that come in here. We have, industry. We have, the mayor. I learned so much from the deputy mayor of Kherson this week. I mean, it really is mind blowing. And I talk to like people who get paid money for our national security. Are you listening to the Maria Report? Because you should be.
Yehuda and John Spencer elevate the conversation here. They teach me, they inspire me. I am so grateful. Shovel Girl, you're next. Rest your hand and give us your question.
All right. You guys are so right. I mean, the reason we're here is to learn from one another, and we have become a tremendous community. And I doubt we could ever measure how much impact we've had on things, moving things forward for Ukraine and being supportive. And I definitely value being able to talk to people like John directly. When I've got my questions, I want to know from the experts. And my question for you, John, this Alan almost stole my thunder, but it's about Zelensky. I'd be curious to know. I don't know if it's a question more than a retort, something to think about, but like Zelensky was such a pivotal figure in the beginning of the war, and I wonder how much what kind of role he played in kind of orchestrating or getting the I don't know if you said propaganda or advertising element of the war going. I had never thought about that factor when it comes to the military, and I started thinking about like World War I, World War II, where the U.S. was pretty much running the propaganda machine and trying to get everybody on board so they would support the war effort. But how instrumental Zelensky was, I mean, it almost can't be. It can't be measured, and there's going to be books written about it. You could almost juxtaposition how Ukraine's advertising campaign has just built and built while Russia's has just shattered on empty promises and lies and smoking accidents. But I hope to maybe read about that one day from you, or I don't know if anyone knows or if we'll know at all until like years from now. But we're so lucky that he was in that position, from having such a public being such a public figure and understanding how the media works. I wonder if that's like what all major military leaders end up having if you look back in retrospect.
No, it's a great question, and actually, it makes me, Alan, make sure if I'm not here to tell General Ryan I'm still mad at him. We've actually exchanged DMs, and he just does things to rub it in more. That he got to meet President Zelensky as part of a body of a think tank body that was there. He got to shake the hand of my hero, and I don't say that lightly. I don't, like I said, I don't give people my respect easily. Not just because of presidential, doesn't matter, generals, or I don't give my respect easily just based on my own history. And Zelensky is one of my many heroes. So if the Maria Report, Yehuda, if you're listening, if Maria Report can get me 2 seconds of a handshake with my hero, like General McRyan got, it would be a dream come true, because I actually believe in Shovel Girl. I actually do know a little bit, and there has been a little bit of writing about President Zelensky's inner team and how he works, which is which is a great from our own history, like President Lincoln writing his own speeches, and President Zelensky does something similar, where he has a very young team of kind of digital modern communicators that are crafting and ensuring and reviewing, and he'll take his and red pen and make his own changes from his own background as a leadership is also about communicating, being a great communicator, being the showman, being which General Petraeus used to talk about, being the persona of a leader. What all that takes is that President Zelensky is providing the world, a generation of political leaders, what right looks like, what greatness looks like, what values-based leadership looks like, what communicating to the audience looks like, and tailoring that, both in messaging, frequency, medium, 100%. He has a team, but it's actually like our greats that we tell stories about. And I actually was interested, you write about the books, is that I went into a key bookstore with my dear friend Verlaine, who ended up, behind my back is buying a book for my son that about Ukraine that it sits on his desk right now. As I walk in, it's just a wall full of books about President Zelensky in Ukrainian. But I think we're going to see something very similar in the United States. You walk into, if we still have bookstores like Barnes and Noble, and there'll be literally a whole section of Zelensky books, because it is and we need models. Again, why we teach strategy using all these dead people's theories is that human nature needs model. Zelensky is the model of what right looks like in a person of diverse background, rising to the occasion and being the leader that is needed. And interesting, while I'm in Ukraine, is that there are people that don't agree with the politics of President Zelensky's party, but understand he is the leader they needed for this war, and is the reason that the war for Ukraine was won a long time ago, and is the reason that, in the understanding of the messaging, that it isn't just about Ukraine, it is about the alliances, and his visits, his messages, his tailoring, will be, like you said, the case study, the example that people need to say, what does right look like? He will be it. Even the fact that he acknowledges he is flawed reminds me not of Churchill personally, reminds me of our stories that we tell, which stories are how we pass on information across generations of General Washington, of understanding the position, the constraints on the use of force, on how important messaging is, and how much it is about the values of the West, the values of human nature. And I feel that he's my hero, and I want to meet the man. Maria Network, and
It's a
shame
heavy
on.
wink, wink.
I know, right? And I tell General Ryan, I actually sent a message, and he just rubbed it in my nose because he was in Taiwan, which is another kind of personal, Taipei and urban warfare. He's like sending me DMs with photos of him in Taiwan with, like, he just knows how to get at me.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Hopefully
right?
one day. Come on, Maria. We can do this.
Right?
We've moved a lot of things. We can
I-
move John to Zelensky. Thank you for your answer.
Thanks, so girl. Hope it answered. But yeah, many books, many books.
Thanks, Shovel Girl. And Frank, you're up.
Hey, thanks, Nancy. No, Colonel Spencer, I totally agree. I think President Zelensky is the right man at the right time, at the right in the right place. I mean, he, I know you don't want to make the comparison, but I do think that he is the Churchill of our times, and I've long thought that when he gets voted out of office, that's when he'll know that he has succeeded completely. Basically, when he's no longer needed and he gets turfed, just like Churchill was after World War II, then his mission is accomplished, basically. But that's actually not really what I was looking to talk about. I was more thinking practically, since I've got Colonel Spencer and Yehuda up here. I'm just thinking about all the Leopards and the Bradleys and the Strikers and the various kit that's in place. what I want to know is, if you have a thought on this, is have we sent enough, either in quantity or in quality? And by quality, I mean obviously we need to send ATACMs and F-16s and other more advanced kit, but have we sent enough to accomplish the goals of this counteroffensive? And I assume also, of course, that we're going to be backfilling. For example, Canada today announced that they're going to be helping out with Leopard 2 maintenance, which means repairing tracks and whatnot that get blown in mines and various things. So obviously, there's going to be a lot of maintenance and repair that's going to happen. But have we sent enough? And I'm hoping we're going to be sending a lot more mechanized armory over the course of the summer as well to backfill Ukrainian losses as this counteroffensive proceeds. So, anyways, I'll just leave it at that.
This is the easiest question I've gotten all day. So, hell no, we have not sent a fraction of what has been needed. So we've sent. Let's just highlight the U.S. Proportionally. The main battle tank, right? So the tank that we've sent is the M1 Abrams, right? We sent 31 M1 Abrams tanks. That's not even equivalent of what's in a battalion task force in the U.S. It is penance of what is needed, and we've only spent 1% of the U.S. national budget, and although we're getting 1,000% returns for the counteroffensive, absolutely not. We did not give them anything. We gave them any stuff. We didn't give them a fraction of and that's why we see these assault brigades combining, a company of tanks with, this type of vehicle, that type of vehicle, and then you have the pickup truck, and then you have all this other. Absolutely not. Even if I didn't already disagree with the political cowardness about other systems like ATACMs and other systems, we and most of the U.S. Since that's what I know the most about, and we have other people like Thomas Tyner and Axel and Nunez that can really speak the international givings. The people who have actually dug deep. The U.S. has not. Most of it's been drawdown. So the stuff that we were planning to replace, we could have given and could give today so much more to field collective units of force to be used in a counteroffensive. The counteroffensive has already started. It's official as of today by President Zelensky. They're going to fight the army. They're going to fight, but this is the whole point of this will end faster when we give them what they need, not what we are willing to rationalize within ourselves of that is something big when it actually the dollar figures aren't big. The numbers are minuscule. That's like when we started with artillery, we sent them 8 artillery systems. And it's just ridiculous to think about. So the answer is hell no. And I don't know if it will change before Ukraine's victory, and it has cost thousands of Ukrainian lives, the fact that we haven't, although I'm proud of the support we've given. And there are some reasons, logistical lines and training and all this stuff, but just in trucks, right? So just in capable trucks, we haven't given even a percentage of what we could give and what they need, as in military wheeled vehicles to move men, weapons, and equipment around. We haven't even given, and that's not this political. Oh no, but main battle tank that will escalate. Easy question. Hell no.
Thanks, Colonel Spencer. Sorry, it's depressing, but thank you.
Yeah, I'm a realist. Like I said, I'm extremely proud of the support, but we won't even say the words that we want Ukraine to achieve victory. In the few military leaders are saying that because of the system of political rationale that we have.
So I think we have George, Duke, and Brian next. George, go ahead.
Hey, Colonel Spencer. I'm just going to remind you, me and you had a discussion a while back about smoke and the fact that I haven't seen much of it being used in Ukraine. But if you saw that one engagement where the Bradleys took some hits on a minefield, we did see finally somebody employ smoke, you know, so
I
that
do remember that conversation. I do. Actually,
yes,
what made me think of it, there's a video that which inspired me, which is Ukrainians attacking a Russian defensive position rapidly with Humvees. And then somebody asked me to talk about the tactics, and I won't, because one, I'm just so inspired by what it takes to move forward and engage to destroy the invader, but how much I would love to have seen smoke. But this is the lost art of smoke, even in capabilities. And if I look through these, there's actually, which is part of our conversation. There's a system that we have in the military that's called Dr. Doom. If you Google it, and it's employed at one of our training centers. Like it's not a part of a U.S. military equipment anymore, but it's called Dr. Doom, and there's one at the National Training Center, and it can blanket massive, like a kilometer with smoke, and they employ it to kind of represent their chemical element or something. But I would send Dr. Doom. It should be in Ukraine's hands at this moment for the counteroffensive, but it's not. But I 100% agree with you.
yeah, I was going to say, I know that there are military smoke generators, right? They're even trailer one.
Yeah,
So
there
if you've
is.
got and if you've got a column, right, and you know that one of your vehicles got hit by a FPV drone, whatever drone, anything, I would be spewing smoke like crazy, right?
Yes. I mean, but unfortunately, because of our beliefs about attacking, maneuver warfare, air supremacy, all these things, we've actually, there used to be things in our U.S. military like smoke platoons in brigade form, all the brigade form, they're gone. The smoke generators gone. There are like individual vehicle deployed, like the Striker has like a self protection, but the use of smoke in large operations, it's gone. So like, I mean, one of the messages to the Ukrainians is like the fact that if you dump diesel on, so most like the Abrams and the Bradleys that we gave them, they used to have a button that you push and it would dump diesel from the fuel line onto the manifold of the vehicle and generate a massive amount of smoke. Somebody in the brilliance of what the future of warfare would look like took that function out of those vehicles. And I almost want to send a message to Ukraine, like, look, if you're in a bad spot like that, they could rig a system where it dumps diesel onto their engines and just create massive amounts of smoke. But then it's just not about creating smoke, but it's being able to use it in support of where you want to go and maneuver and things like that. But I mean, don't get me started. But yeah, I know we talked about it before.
Yeah, because I'll be honest with you, I talked about it with you when I was at Bragg at the Mount site. If you were to tell me now, like to go to an urban environment, and you're not giving me several smoke grenades, I am going to push back, depending on my rank, as vehemently as I can, because we were always taught, right? Smoke saves lives.
Yeah, I mean, from bridging operations, if you look at like the whole Severodonetsk and the loss of and even in doing wet gap crossings and use of what's called SOSRA, like the whole obscurant, like if you don't have artillery HE smoke, you should have multiple levels of smoke generation. And I think this immediate fix, like you said, smoke grenades, which give you 10 to 30 seconds of smoke, depending on which way the wind's blowing. That's all the infantryman has if he has a smoke grenade, and there's different colors and different purposes. And why, although I've heard people in the space say that white phosphorus is illegal, and it's not in any way. It is not a war crime. Anything. But what white phosphorus is also a massive smoke generation. Yes, there are massive humanitarian concerns, but it is also one of the resources left in militaries to create smoke if the artillery has it, if the military industrial bases give it. And I'll tell you this one vignette of the 2017 Battle of Mosul, and me and Major Giroux wrote about this, is that the Iraqi military was needed to assault an ISIS-held position that happened to be the headquarters in a hospital. So they were doing a battalion-level assault on the hospital, and all of the joint multinational forces that were supporting the Iraqi military, to include the U.S. military, the U.S. military in the CENTCOM AOR did not have artillery HE smoke because somebody thought that it wasn't needed in the inventory, the pre-positioned stock. So what they did have was white phosphorus. So what did they shoot in support of this battalion attack to liberate the people in the hospital and to remove the war crime of ISIS using a hospital as a military to use the rules of war against. They used white phosphorus, and it became a big international news line. The shooting white phosphorus, like, no, it's you need smoke when attacking a defensive position. It saves lives, and I 100% agree with you. And if I was to look through the inventory of what's been given to Ukraine, I doubt I will find much smoke generation on it.
Yeah,
Too late.
it was. I remember just being in First Armored, like you had the smoke rounds in the M1, and you like that's what you like, especially if you're going to be come across and you're outnumbered, you're going to fire that smoke round. Fire your smoke grenades, fire a smoke round in their face at least, and be able to at least blind one or two of the attackers, so you can get the hell out of there, or at least be able to engage them while they're temporarily blinded.
Yeah,
That
and
was
now now there's advancements, right? So now there's night vision goggles that see through smoke. So imagine if we gave Ukraine not only a smoke generation capability to save lives, and that is the number one step to react to sniper, react to ambush, near and far. If we just gave them the smoke capabilities, but then what if we empowered them in our see-through smoke capabilities, which is, some of that's thermal, but there's actually our EMVGs can see through smoke now. We would empower them. This is going back to what we're giving and not giving, see-through smoke. So smoke generation, which is always in history of war, has been very important. But now we have the ability I can see through the smoke, you can't. Yeah, everybody can see through the night. Not everybody has thermals. Now let's do some smoke daytime operations, and I can see through it and just start picking stuff off. But I just blanketed an entire field of smoke that only I can see through with my sights.
That's the incredible part. And you just mentioned thermals. There's also, now we have smoke that has the particles in it that keeps you from being lased, right? The laser can't find you.
And the smoke platoons, as I learned, I did this one report on the biggest challenge for the U.S. infantry today is crossing the street in urban areas because they don't have smoke generation. And it was just a fascinating report. But then that's when I discovered that back when we had smoke platoons in U.S. military formations, they also had the ability to add particles to the smoke to be that thermal blanket. You can't, because you can see through some smoke, but you add these particles. Sorry, my dogs are going crazy. I 100% agree with you. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Colonel Spencer. And just really quick, I'm just going to listen, but with the reservoir draining faster than what we expected, those water levels starting to drop. I think the Russians really screwed themselves by blowing that dam, because now north of the dam, the shoreline is getting closer from one side to the other. the river's narrowing, so bridging that river is actually going to get easier over the next
Yeah.
couple of weeks.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I mean, I was just, today I've been yard working and stuff like that, and listening to the space and coming up and not being able to control myself. But this great podcast between Mike Kaufman and Rob Lee, they actually talk about that, like who does the blowing advantage or disadvantage, and it's a really fascinating conversation about the impact, other than the fact that it's a massive global disaster created by nobody but Russia. But what does the military tactical advantage or disadvantage on both sides? And they really come down to it's almost neutral. And maybe, and this is what Alan asked me, I think yesterday or today, I lose track of time. Maybe it allowed Russia to move some forces that had already been moved from the bank of Kherson, but from the Kherson area to another force. But it's just just a must listen to podcast. I tweeted it out earlier today, but they really talk about that, and I'm sure Chuck will talk about it when it comes for bullet points on Tuesday, and ask General Ryan, which if I don't catch, I'll at least listen to the recording.
And John, while we're at it, I'd like to clarify our timing for General Ryan is both Tuesday and Wednesday, due to the fact that he is in Australia. He'll be here Tuesday in the early evening, I think 7 p.m. Eastern time, which is 7 p.m. a.m. on Wednesday in part of Australia, and I think 6 a.m. on the other side of Australia. So, and when we have the speaker card, we always make sure to include the local time as well, because it's always fun enough to cross time zones. When we cross date lines, it gets even more entertaining.
Yeah, you just blew my mind. And I've often messed up the time zone for interviews and stuff because there's more than one time zone in Australia, and I was just ignorant to that one in the beginning.
Yep, for you it's going to be Tuesday, and we'll figure out the time zone for you later.
Awesome, thanks. I don't know if anybody had a question for me. That they don't have to be for me, but I'm just about ready to switch down to listener. But I don't want to miss anybody who's actually been waiting a long time since I've been rambling for a while.
Yeah, I think we had Duke next, and then Brian.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this great evening and afternoon. And thank you, Colonel, again for your explanations and insights. Yeah, about smoke. Yeah, I don't know a lot. I don't know a lot about it, but I just do. No, serious. You said before about some people complain that President Zelensky understands media. Well, I believe there was a certain Ronald Reagan. He used to be an actor. I think he understood how media works. It didn't help, but quite. And yeah, I think moreover in Holland, there is always a lot of talk, especially during elections, that all kinds of politicians from all kinds of parties have spin doctors and thinking out clever logos and try to catch up with things going in fashion or in the environment. They all have something with green now, and yeah, I think that's an argument of a no-go. And I think if he understands communications and he uses it, then it's just a tool and understandable. And yeah, I think a lot of arguments against the war and Ukraine, yeah, is just as we say in Holland, from the belly, from the underbelly, and yeah, it's just people who are annoyed, and yeah, sometimes I have to respond to them, and I rather write all kinds of heavy words, but I try to stick to facts, and yeah, hope that it will convince some people, or perhaps help in other way. But yeah, about that they just people say from he understands communication, so I think that's an argument that's a no-go. And I listen further on, and I thank you all.
I really appreciate that, and you really, as they talk about the books that will be written about the leader of a nation in war, and those books will be written. I know that many books on leadership, which is also kind of a fascination within military professions about the qualities of a leader, and all of this, and uh, he will take his place as another example of. There's nothing I hate worse than knowing that a leader for me is reading from a script, or is just trying to follow what's been written for them, and that aspect, that a true leader is also a communicator that can that is quotable, understands how people receive information. You could say this is the actor background, the comedian who's only funny if it's relatable, and is true. You could say that all those are the components, but the actual, it's not just the message, but it's the delivery of the message, the persona, the authenticness of it. I mean, the most things that I value, and it's just my opinion of leaders that I respect, are when you can tell that that's them, not the message that they've been given, and that's that's the masterclass. I agree with you. That will be more things that are written about Zelensky would also be that he'll be used as the example of these qualities of what you need in leadership, about communicating, relating, um, tying to history, but also in just presentation of the message is so critical, and that's why I just, especially in English or not, love to watch him present. Even and I don't want this taken miss wrongly, but one of the reasons for the rise of Hitler was his ability to communicate as an orator, and that how that influences people. And it's I know that President Zelensky will be used for decades as an example of these key qualities, um, not just a values based, but natural. Yes, we need educated, experienced, all these things in political leaders, but I also need a communicator of the nation and representation of the nation. Uh, Fascinated, but I really appreciate that. It makes me think a lot too about that aspect of why he is who he is, and why, again, I love to meet the man. 2 seconds, that's all I need.
John, I'm sure you would get more than 2 seconds. I am sure you would get 20 minutes with President Zelensky. You know, I don't care if President Zelensky speaks in Ukrainian or English. Uh, when you just look at his face, when you simply see the emotion that he has in his eyes, and I think back to when he and Joe Biden met in Washington, and when President Zelensky addressed the US Congress, these were inspiring moments. He didn't have to say a single word. To Brian and then John, I know you have to go. Thank you so much for all of your time tonight. Brian.
Thank you very much, Alan. Good evening, all. Colonel Spencer, you touched on a matter about the supply of new material, weapons systems. Of course, there is never enough. But it brought back to mind something that I recall hearing or reading from General Hertling quite early on, where struck a note, I don't know, say of caution, but he gave support to the rate at which the Biden administration was supplying material, because his note of caution was not so much on giving the material, but on finding the right rate at which it can be successfully incorporated, along with its whole logistical and support train, incorporated into a fighting force and worked up and put into good use. Now, I don't doubt his General Hertling's overall belief in the Ukrainian armed forces. He was one of the early, I believe, one of the early eyewitnesses to see the transformation as they went from the Soviet influence towards a more modern armed forces. He also witnessed as well the institutionalized structural flaws and deficits in the Russian culture, something that certainly informs what has come to fruition now. Using it for the first time.
The audio broke up a bit there. I don't know if you got his question. Is there an ideal? Oh, well, we've lost John, but it's an excellent question, Brian. One I cannot answer. Maybe John will be able to come back to address this. I'm sorry, we lost him. There have been some audio problems here on Twitter tonight.
Yeah, of course, fully understandable. Well, then, in case he doesn't come back up, out of personal interest, Alan, is there still a ferry service running between Yarmouth and Nova Scotia and Maine?
Yes, there is. It runs. Let's see here. I believe they reintroduced the service from Bar Harbor, which is on Mount Desert Island, Maine, to Yarmouth. When I was growing up, that was the only ferry service. It was the Blue Nose from Bar Harbor to Yarmouth. Then from Portland, Maine, there was the Scotia Prince, which they retired. But just recently, they reintroduced the Cat, which is a big catamaran ferry, and I think that's running from Bar Harbor to Yarmouth. It's a wonderful trip, by the way.
Thank you very much. Bar Harbor, I was mistaken with Bangor, but there's an interesting thing, because there's a sort of a close affinity between the maritime provinces of Canada and New England that mystifies a lot of people, say in Ontario and further west. Remember at my university in Nova Scotia, watching there was a cable TV network in the early 80s, which was based in Bangor, and I don't remember the name of it, but they used to give public service announcements for social events in Nova Scotia. So we had a sort of a strange cross-border community.
Well, we always get the weather report here in Maine for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. There's a very tight community between the Maritimes and Maine in particular. In fact, there has been a move here in Maine to convert our time zone to Atlantic time, which is your time zone, Brian.
Correct. Hopefully the fishermen are still on good terms. There were times, I think it was on the Georges Bank, that there were a few bit of discord between the American and the Nova Scotian fishermen, but hopefully everything is still amicable.
I think it is amicable. Not George's Bank. That's real fishing out there. But the lobstermen, lobsters don't know if they're Canadian or Maine. There are no boundaries on the bottom of the sea. a Canadian lobster tastes just as good as a Maine lobster. And I've had both, I can tell you. And I actually love the Maritimes, Brian. I've spent a lot of time up in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, also Newfoundland, and it is an absolutely beautiful part of the Atlantic East Coast.
Thank you very much, Alan. Because my university was St. Francis Xavier University in the little town of Antigonish, Nova Scotia. And there was a time when you were just as likely to hear Maine or Boston accents on campus as from any other part of Canada. We had quite a few students.
Well, in the wintertime, depending on where the cold front was, where I grew up in Maine, we could watch the Montreal Canadiens or the Boston Bruins, but I usually watched the Montreal Canadiens. They were a much better team in the 1950s and early 1960s. But as I say, depends on the cold front, depends on how that TV signal bounces off the clouds. But I was always thrilled when I could watch Les Habitants. Well, enough of talking about the 1950s. NAFO Dave, welcome.
Hello. I'm kind of surprised that you mispronounced it. I thought it was Bahaba.
Well, I could put on my Maine accent, but it has been trained out of me.
Your professionalism, I assume, in radio. Well, yeah, I have a friend that I'm blanking on in Bangor that makes fun of the Maine accent. But I don't live there, so I can't, other than knowing that he always calls it Bahaba.
Well, there are some great old comedy routines. There, as far as maybe you can find it online. I don't know. I have the vinyl records of Bert and I was privileged to know both Marshall Dodge and Bob Bryant, who were Bert and I. Marshall Dodge was a great historian of American humor. Unfortunately, he was killed at a very young age in a biking accident. But Marshall and Bob also had smutty Bert and I stories that they never recorded. I heard some of them and can recreate some of them, but it is a riot on a very, very, very slow news night. Maybe I will give you a Bert and I story. And NAFO Dave, when I do that, I promise you, I will speak with my Maine accent, full and clear.
Wow, I can't imagine a smutty story from Alan. That's you. It's just beyond my imagination, but I guess I have a very limited one.
Well, sir, I can tell you it has to do with the outhouse and putting in a new toilet seat. You just got to shave it down just right. You don't want no splinters, especially on a cold winter day when you got to go out there and do your business.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So,
Your accent is on point.
so Alan, though, I do have to ask, if you can switch between the Maine accent and not having a Maine accent, can you finally learn how to pronounce Oregon?
Well, Oregon, you mean that state way out west?
Yeah, but you keep calling it Oregon.
Well, I have to cross the Mississippi to call it Oregon.
It's Oregon.
Thought it was oregano.
Yeah, it's like oregano, but without the O.
Well,
And Alan, going way back when, I do have to say, you were correct. It is Adidas.
well, I always thought it was Adidas, but I know people who call it Adidas. That just seems a little snooty to me. But you know, things get pronounced in different ways all around the world.
Well, seeing as Adidas is located here in Portland, Oregon, um, as far as their headquarters is concerned, I think that how I say it is the correct way, and everybody else is wrong.
I would agree with you. Uh, NAFO Dave, I will tell you a story about how to pronounce Mount Desert Island or Mount Desert Island. That's where Bar Harbor is located. It's the most beautiful island in the world. I think that's what most of us who grew up there think. But whenever a tourist asked me, is it Mount Desert or Mount Desert? I would always say, well, how would you pronounce it? And if they said Mount Desert, I would say, nope, it's Mount Desert. And if they said Mount Desert, I'd say, nope, it's Mount Desert. Anyway, we had a lot of fun with tourists. And with that, Prince, Nancy, I'm going to drop down, make one last request to please retweet this space, MriyaReport.org. Go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and make a generous contribution to help the 700,000 Ukrainians now faced with a water shortage. There's no water to drink since the Russians blew the Novakhovka Dam. So you can understand the urgent need of help in Ukraine now, just in this one region of the country. So go to MariaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and make a generous contribution. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Prince and NAFO Dave. Nancy, wonderful night with you as co-host. And with
Yes,
that,
thank you.
I'll say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava.
As often happens with co-host transitions, I don't have a good handle on whose hand was first. So we're gonna go with the Duke, and then Lexicon, and then Nancy. I hope that's okay. Go ahead, Duke.
Thank you, Prince. Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, what Ellen said is correctly true about the water and the terrible problems it all brings. I was wondering, did you see the video of Zelensky about the ear-deafening silence of all the worldwide organizations who should help out, like Greenpeace or Amnesty, as I would fill it in, or Oxfam. And yeah, it was a rather fierce and long speech, but yeah, I totally agree that from those organizations you hear bitterly less and less, and I don't get it why it is. And yeah, I was wondering if you had seen it and what your opinion is about it. Thanks.
I have seen him say those kinds of things, and my impression is that these international organizations are not doing enough. The UN, the UN has had people in Kyiv for a long time, and they could be doing things, and they don't seem to be very productive in what they're doing. I just the Red Cross doesn't surprise me, and I don't know how the UN cannot broker a deal with Russia to be able to access the occupied side to render humanitarian aid and help with rescue. It is beyond me how they can't manage that. And of course, that hit news again today. That Russia has said no. In my personal opinion, nothing is new about that. I've heard that since earlier in the week, the day that the dam blew, when they had the UN Security Council meeting very quickly. Initially, it was said that that their contact with Russia had so far been not fruitful in gaining access to the other side. So I think it's very disappointing, and I think that President Zelensky is very right to point it out. Nancy, I'm going to go to you next. Go ahead.
Hey, Prince, thank you. One of the items that I wanted to do while I was up at co-host was to provide an update on day 5, kind of the highlights since this morning. And I think what you described was one of the key items that came out today, is that despite continuing negotiation throughout the day, at the end of the day, it was still the same case that not only, I think earlier in the day, it was a little more charitable presentation in that I'm trying to see, that the people negotiating to allow the UN into the Russian occupied territory on the left bank of the Dnieper River, that there was no positive reaction from Russia's UN ambassador. Later in the day, that was updated by multiple official sources to indicate that Russia had refused. So I'm certain they will keep at it. However, at this point in time, Russia still continues to refuse to allow humanitarian aid assistance into the occupied territories to assist those Ukrainian families that are stranded in that zone. And of course, if you remember, we talked about it on the space a great deal back in October when Russia mined the dam. And then we've talked about it since Tuesday when Russia blew up the dam, that the majority of the water flow was going to head toward that downstream left bank ultimately. And so the people in the greatest need are those Ukrainians in Russian occupied territory, and the situation is still dire for those individuals. And I've got a little bit of a further update if you'd like me to continue, Prince.
Well, I would like to see, Tracy, you came right up when this subject came up. Was what you wanted to say on this subject?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't get the microphone then. Thank you, Prince. Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit because I was looking at something I'd read earlier, and it was from the communications advisor to the president. I believe her name's Dasha. I can't remember her surname. But I was looking on her channel earlier, and she put out a statement about a working group that was created today with the president, and over 60 other people came from different countries, advisors. Greta Thunberg was there, and it's basically a working group that they're creating with the environmental issue in mind and with the environmental groups in mind. It was like a video conference that they had today in Kiviri. So I can go to the channel and read a bit more about that if you would like.
You are one of my favorite researchers, Tracy. I swear you really are. If you would like to, I know that Nancy would like to expand on what is happening as far as the damage from the flood, and I think that would be good. Shall we really, Nancy, do you have a few minutes? Is it okay if we go to Fish real quick before we go into flood update?
Certainly.
All right. Good evening, Fish. It is my evening, so I say good evening. How are you today?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm doing good. I wanted to say that it seems like Premia said that, you know, some immediate assistance like ATACMS will be real good for Ukraine. I have to agree to that. And I also have to agree that Russia is going to have a real hard time mobilizing people. And I don't know why they are, you know, it seems like they are shying away from this and hiding, you know, this in the media. But, you know, we've seen what happened when they tried to mobilize 300,000 soldiers. Russian civilians, they broke their own legs just to not go to the mobilization. So the idea that Russia, for example, like Dmitry Polyansky, he said, "Oh, let the Westerners think that 1 million Russians defended Russia in World War II." Yeah, but there's a problem with that. That was in 1945. We're living in 2023, and you know, I don't think Russia can mobilize 1 million people. You know, that's going to be a real big problem for them, because there's, you know, people like me who are they're not gonna pick up a gun to go shoot somebody, you know, and that's not like India said, this is not an age of war, this is an age of diplomacy, you know. And so I think this is true, that this is going to be a real big problem for Russia if they want to go down this path. If they think that they are so victorious like in World War II, then it's going to be absolutely atrocious for Russia, because this is not 1945 and this is not Soviet Union. Like somebody here said that when the Soviet Union existed, Russia had all kind of people they can pull from, Kazakhstan, all these different countries that were included in the Soviet Union. Now the Soviet Union does not exist. Where are they going to pull 1 million citizens from? Siberia? You know, where? I'm telling them that it's going to be absolutely atrocious, and I cannot, as a Russian,
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. You know, I have to say I'm ashamed of this, and it's not going to work out for them if they want to go down this path of you know,
Well,
numbers, you know.
Fish. Yeah, we've known for a long time it's not going to work out for the Russians at this point. Russia has lost. Russia lost this a long time ago. They just need to realize it and get out of Ukraine. Will, I am wondering if you have anything you would like to say in response.
So, thanks, Prince. So, in regards to mobilization, the modifications that Russians are making to the legislation no longer exempts people in what were called prescribed employment areas. So now they're going to start professional technical folks. You're no longer safe if you lose your job. If you're working in a defense industry and you lose your job, you're still going to get eligible for mobilization. But people who are now in technical fields, engineers, doctors, chemists, whatever, are now no longer excluded from potential mobilization, and they've lifted the ban on mobilization, if you can believe it, Prince, of people 65 and older. So, you know, look at what happened during D-Day. when the people get desperate for troops, they start, filling them with children and old people, and that's what you're seeing. And the real problem in relation, and you'll get to this, in the flooded areas in Kherson and other areas they're now putting restrictions on people who don't hold a Russian passport for getting any evacuation relief or anything like that. Is the real risk for you is if you take a Russian passport, yes, you are possibly saving your life in the short term. But if you're a male and you take a Russian passport, you're also directly eligible for mobilization into the LNR or DNR armies. And that's what you're going to see. More and more desperate attempts to put even less fit and less capable people in a combat role. Plus, they've also been using conscripts in ways which are considered illegal under the Russian Constitution, but they're claiming their support roles. But there's a lot of those folks who are coming under attack because they're actually in the war zone, which they're not allowed to be put into. So, this is what Doman goes on about, and he's right. Russia does not have unlimited personnel. It does not have unlimited tank factories. It does not have unlimited artillery shells. It does not have unlimited tubes. It is just a country like all others, and it's actually a pretty pitiful small country, really. Its kit is substandard. Its people are not well trained, and they are really scraping the bottom of the barrel on everything. You can see it. I mean, you can see it across the board. Whether it's using little white vans they steal to do recon, or strapping naval multiple launch rocket systems onto the top of MTLBs. I mean, they are scraping the bottom of the barrel. We know it. You can see it, and unfortunately, we just need to be patient because there's a fair bit of angst out there right now on what could happen, because all you're hearing lots of garbage from is the Russian side. So, be patient, be calm, and look at the analysis of even the stuff that the Russians have published, and it shows weakness in the Russian side. So, be patient, be confident that Ukraine knows what it's doing, and keep up the support on all the things you've already talked about, right? If you're living in Australia and you want to talk to your representatives, I hate to be Australian centric, but I'm going to keep talking. Make sure the F-18s go early rather than on July 17th. Let's get those pilots in here and get them trained on the simulators, and get those folks up and ready to go as soon or on the day that the announcement is made. Let's make sure the Bushmasters and Hawkeyes are being produced in great numbers and sent there, and let's examine whether or not we shouldn't also cut out a couple of companies, 28 M1A1 Abrams, and send those over for arrival just about the time the Ukrainian tank crews finish their training on M1A1s that were announced in country about a month ago. And on July 17th, if they're coming out of training right about then, here's 28 more tanks that you can use. Keep up the support, remain confident and patient, and actually take some comfort in the fact that the information blackout is almost all holding from the Ukrainian side, except for now they're starting to let things slip out from 3 and 4 days ago, where they also have been interdicting a lot of forces moving toward the front lines. So yeah, I'm still quietly confident. I don't want to see any Ukrainian folks lose their lives, but we know it's going to happen. So just remain confident that in about another week, you're going to start to see areas that have been taken back from Russian control. And in those areas that you will see, Oryx will go nuts, counting pieces of equipment that have been destroyed from Russia as they move forward. Yes, there are losses on the Ukrainian side as they do one of the hardest tasks in warfare, which is breaking through defensive lines. But once that breakthrough occurs in 3 or 4 multiple locations, then the things will progress quickly after the initial slow. Remember, and look at modern warfare, right? Go back and read Jason Giroux's series of threads, along with that he produced with John Spencer. Read the things from modern warfare in Iraq, the first and second battle of Fallujah. Nothing will happen until everything happens. And you won't be able to keep up with the news. And I'm glad to see Angry's here, because I think he'll be able to provide some information on this too. Things look quite tough until they snap. And then when they snap, it'll go like shit through a goose.
Well, that was a vivid image. But what I wanted to say was, that has been one of the hardest things for me is to learn patience. And in leading up to this counteroffensive, I've started to follow some additional channels, and so accurate. All you're seeing now is stuff that is coming out from Russia, and that's not going to give you a fully accurate picture of what's going on, and it's patience and it's time that we need. I have a feeling Fish may have some follow-up comments or questions, so go ahead, Fish.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, I wanted to agree with Will and say, Will, what they also said, they said recently some Russian official announced that we're going to change something with the mobilization rules, that we're going to accept people into mobilization with PTSD. Because previously, I guess, a lot of people in Russia identified with PTSD, so therefore they were excluded from mobilization. But now, since they noticed, a lot of people identified with PTSD, you know what the Russian official said? The Russian official said, "Oh, if the whole country identifies with PTSD, who are we going to mobilize?" And so now they changed this rule where they can mobilize people with PTSD. So what you're saying is 100% true, that they are struggling to mobilize people, but they do not want to acknowledge this publicly. And they are even changing rules to fit the certain criteria to mobilize people for this. So this is very sad to watch, very sad. Yeah, very disappointing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's on brand, isn't it, Fish? If the Russian government previously had all these categories of disabilities, categories of professions, and everything like that were excluded, and they're scraping the bottom of the barrel, just change the criteria, and you don't have to run down the people you can't find. You can just take more of the people you can find. And cynically, I mean, imagine Russia. I mean, if what we've seen through Kherson and just recently blown this dam, they don't give a shit about their own people. So imagine if they looked at somebody with PTSD and they said, "Oh, well, you can only get that once, right? So you might as well get back in there."
Well, judging from what I've seen of just regular Russian family interactions, I don't see how you could live in those situations and not have PTSD. So maybe they aren't, fudging. Maybe they really do have PTSD, because, watching husbands beat their wives on YouTube just because they can, it's gonna cause a lot of PTSD in that family.
Yeah. Shall we go to Angry Ants? Go ahead, Angry.
Well, hey everyone, and I've got a couple hours left to drive, so I might as well get up here. Might as well keep my attention. And I heard Will up here. It's always great to hear you up here on at this hour. I don't usually get up this late anymore, but it's great being up here. And I thought I'd just talk a little bit about what lack we've seen from Russia is is really important. If there was all these massive stops and blockades, we'd see a lot more videos than a few different examples that we've seen. And what I think is one of the best parts of this is that really quickly, there's a couple of examples where we did see some vehicles get hit. We did see some, mobilization kills, but it got blown out of proportion. But when you actually dig into that engagement, these Bradleys and these tanks did exactly what they're supposed to do. And for the most part, they saved Ukrainians' lives. And they were able to do things that they couldn't have done before. The idea of coming back into an engagement, popping smoke, making sure that the enemy can, or your buddies can get out of there while you're returning fire with a 25 millimeter. This is actually a pretty good thing. Yes, there is some problems that, for the vast majority of people who don't understand it, is that when you looked at most of those vehicles, they were simply mobility kills where the tracks hit mines. And I can tell you for personal experience that there was a point in time in Iraq that there was 1 month that I think it was every day except 5 that we had at least one tank or one Bradley hit a mine in Samara, Iraq. And we were doing that. That was driving around on roads. So those things do happen. But the reality of it is that you also saw those vehicles get to use, once the Ukrainian side video come out, is that it was actually, still some very successful things. You saw the ramp go down. You didn't see a lot of casualties, positive things. And on the other hand, today, and I've been driving for most of the day, and I've been getting bits and pieces of the news, but I did see some really good videos earlier today. And what we saw from the Ukrainian forces was very light forces today. Light forces engaging trench lines and small settlements, things like that. And what that looks to me like is cleanup operations or follow-on forces, which is really interesting at this point in time. If you're just going 1 or 2 kilometers, usually that's a pretty big, that's a moving firefight. You usually have to go in a little bit farther to have to kind of bypass smaller outlets or smaller areas. So kind of some interesting things to think about. And I'm just really looking forward to hearing. We've heard some news about the use of attacks at night, and that's exactly what these NATO vehicles are going to do, wreak havoc on is Russian positions at night. I guarantee you right now, there are Russians meeting the end of the barrel of a Bradley or a Leopard or whatever other European or NATO vehicle or Western style vehicles that they have over there with new optics. Right now is the time, it's early morning, right before break of day. Things are happening there, guaranteed, and Russians are scared. They're waiting to see what's going to come over the next hill, and if their trench lines, the next one to get hit. So that's where I think we're at right now. I think that we probably need to, we know there's going to be casualties. We know there's going to be losses, and that's what we've been, especially myself, talking about a lot, is that we have to prepare ourselves for that. But again, these vehicles are going to do what they're going to, what they're made for. That's kill the enemy and save as many lives as possible.
Thank you, Angry. Let's go to Will real quick. Pretty soon, though, I do want to go to Nancy and have a conversation about the effects of the flood that we're seeing now, this many days in, because I know she put some major effort into getting something ready for that. So go ahead, Will.
And I have some information on that too, Prince, but I'm not sure it's worth reporting, but I'll maybe talk to you separately. Yeah, and to add what Angry just said, that's a incredibly good operation. That when you've got 2 or 3 Humvees and a half a platoon of guys that are clearing trenches, but relatively out in the open. They're probably clearing things that were left behind, strongholds. That's an excellent point. Plus to add on to what he said, all of the kills that we've seen of these Bradleys and tank, even when you see them on fire, note that the survivability of those things, they're doing exactly what it says on the side of the tin. If all the hatches and doors are open, and we saw video, in fact, of them using smoke to get out of the area, super, right? You get your whole crew back. a couple of them might be injured or one gets killed, that you can still put those guys back in another Bradley and get them off in another direction, back in the battle. And several of those guys that I saw evacuating were completely fine. And this is the same thing that I've been taking flack from idiots about the Bushmasters and things, how they're so weak and everything. You know, the sign of a good piece of kit is it's out in the action. And Bushmasters that I've seen disabled also worked exactly like it said on the side of the tin. Sure, the wheels are taken off, and sure, there's holes down in the bottom from hitting mines. But that water-filled, angled area down in the bottom is supposed to take all that damage, and all the hatch doors are open. So the guys probably all got out. So don't worry about the kit. Worry about the human beings, because we'll replace all the kit, and I'm sure there's more on the way already.
It's war. Things are going to be lost. Things are going to be destroyed. People are going to lose their lives. It's the way it goes. It's the cost of war, and it's something that we should expect. You know, these things will get fixed. These things will get replaced. And realistically, they keep showing the same video footage over and over and over again. Just to, you know, try to make it prominent and try to make it look like it's worse than it is. And in reality, it's probably not that bad. And, you know, well, it's not that bad. It's, you know, it is what it is, and it's not unexpected. So, Nancy, tell us what you think about the flood.
Hey, Prince, thanks. Yeah, first off, for anyone who's going, okay, help me catch up and understand what flood, what's going on. At the very start of the nest is a threaded tweet that's very nested by Doman. And what he's done is for each day of this flood, he's got a full thread with a pass a load of information associated with it. So if you're feeling like you're not caught up at all on the flood that occurred after the Novakhovka Dam was blown up by the Russians on Tuesday, in the very early morning, go check out Doman's thread in the nest. I strongly encourage you. He has day 5, but it also includes the prior day, which includes the prior day, and then most of the details from the day until, of course, you know, Doman has to sleep sometime. I don't get what that is, but you know how it is sometimes. So the next to last thread in the nest is the update that is from the head of the Kherson Oblast Military Administration. And I've put that there. That links to a pravda.com UA site, where basically it was the end of the day summary today. And then I'll fill in some additional tidbits. He says the level of flooding has started to recede. It dropped by 27 centimeters over the course of the day. The total area of flooded territories is half of what it was, you know, because once a channel of water goes as deep as it can and overflows the banks, then it's a question of how wide does it go. And that width has receded, which is very good to hear. There were, let's see, the water had departed from Mykolaiivka, Lviv, and Olhivka in the Berislav district. 32 settlements on the right bank, which is Ukrainian controlled, remained flooded, and 3,784 houses were underwater. As of Saturday evening, almost 2,700 people had been evacuated from at-risk settlements, including 178 children and 67 people with limited mobility. Those will be the elderly or the injured that many of us have seen videos of evacuation assistance helping with those. He did say the situation remains critical on the temporarily occupied left bank. 14 settlements are currently flooded there, and the occupation authorities are not carrying out evacuation measures. And as you heard us say earlier, that is something that the United Nations has been negotiating with the Russian diplomats throughout the last several days, and still to no avail. They still do not have the Russian government's okay to do anything to help those victims. There are individual rescue efforts happening in small measure, but they are very small measure and they are individual activities. The UN estimates that there are 700,000 people who currently lack safe drinking water as a result of this dam being blown. So that, and as we heard from the acting deputy mayor of Kherson City several days ago, two of their biggest priorities are temporary power and water, because the temporary power helps them get water as well. So that's one of the absolute priorities there. There are, of course, still lots and lots of rescues going on, but from folks who are there on the ground, they know that they're getting ready to enter a really difficult phase of this. Water is typically your friend, what it takes for you to survive. In fact, you know, John Spencer, when he was on earlier today, I went back and I looked at his mini manual for the Urban Defender, and 2 of the 14 standing orders that he has are associated with water. Drink water. You have to have it to survive. You know, you can't go more than 3 days without drinking water. You can go longer without food. And wash your hands before you eat anything to avoid bacteria and disease. Well, the challenge is, as those floodwaters have receded, you know, we'll see videos of people picking up debris from the far side of the dam where the reservoir was. That water is not going to have the same contamination risk, but downstream from the dam, where those rescues are occurring and where debris is floating out to the Black Sea, that water is highly contaminated and carries with it disease, bacteria, and everything else, bodies, etc. As they're moving into the next phase of rescue, that also means they're going to be recovering less living people and recovering more bodies. And they'll need things like decontamination showers, disposable gear, biological masks, DNA identification components. And those are the types of things that the aid agencies are working on. I saw an update earlier that Poland is sending tanks, and not battle tanks, but water pumping tanks, like from fire stations, and motor pumps and an anti-flood module with 2 boats. So they're getting that type of kit coming in. But the rescuers who are hands-on are going to be facing more and more morbid activities as the rescue efforts go on. And they're being reminded, don't touch the water. It's full of contaminants. I heard somebody today say, treat it like it's lava, and, you know, do your best not to walk in it and things like that. But we all know we'll continue to see people getting pulled out of the mud, pets getting pulled out of the mud and muck. And it's devastating to watch. But from having seen these events previously, I do have to warn people that for every uplifting photograph we see over the next several days, there's going to be tons of devastating ones. Mosquitoes are going to increase as well, and that's going to create more risk of biological issues as well. So it's going to be a rough period of time, and it's very infuriating that the Russian government is not allowing aid or assistance to flow to that left bank. I'm not surprised. I'm just very angry about it. Like I'm angry about everything else those jerks are doing in Ukraine. This is just one more step in that, and one more large war crime that hides thousands of smaller ones in its wake. So that's really the highlights. I just kind of wanted to give that official update and some, boots on the grounds communications that I'd observed today, and turn it back over to you, Prince.
Thank you, Nancy. And I think this is a perfect time, actually, to tell you a little story that happened to me this morning. When I woke up this morning, I had a message from a listener in Romania, and the listener said that told me that he knew the deputy mayor of the small town that he lived in, and that they wanted to help. And he asked me if I could help to get them in contact with the deputy mayor that we had on the space, to put these two deputy mayors in contact with each other so that they could work on, getting some help to her son. And I tell you, I don't think it was an hour later before I forwarded the message to somebody, they forwarded the message to somebody, and then I heard from somebody saying that I sent the information to, I talked to the deputy mayor and her son, and I sent the information to the person who requested it so that we can connect these two deputy mayors so that aid can go between their to their city, to her son. But then that also makes me just want to highlight that we at MriyaReport are also doing a funding drive, and that funding is going to be for her son. There is a letter that has been sent to us by the deputy mayor of her son, expressing their need, and there has been information relayed as to exactly what that need is, what items are needed. And so if you donate to MriyaReport, you can put it into our general fund, which is which sometimes gives us a little bit of latitude. But I can guarantee you that right now that money's going to go for her son. Right now, we need to have funds so that we can help to provide the much needed items that they need there. And, we have listeners who are still in contact with the deputy mayor, and as their needs change, I'm sure we're going to hear what those needs are, and we will be able to provide them with funds to be able to meet those needs. And that is something that's extremely important. As we were talking about a little while ago, we're not seeing the international agencies step up the way that we are used to seeing in many situations. So it's something that the smaller volunteer organizations are doing, and we have seen that with some of the organizations that we're familiar with. 3XR was there right away. They loaded up what they could, and they sent. I believe Frontline Kitchen was there providing meals. So we see these same organizations, these same organizations that have been helping all over Ukraine for the last 15, 16 months, going and meeting these needs in Kherson also. I just also want to say I just got a private message from a listener who just donated $500, and we appreciate that very much. And I thank you very much. And that money will be put to good use in Kherson to help the people who are there, and to help the city in meeting the needs of the people that are doing so much difficult work right now. So click on the first link in the nest. It is information on how to donate, with some additional information in there, or go to MriyaReport.org, and anything you can give is much appreciated and will be well used. No matter, it's always well used when we give donations to Ukraine, but in this specific instance, it is going to be used for her son. So thank you, and I'm going to go back to Tracy and see what Tracy has to say, what she found out about more of this stuff with the her son. Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you, Prince. Excuse me, sorry. Just to add to what Nancy was saying about some of the equipment, 2 truckfuls of equipment arrived yesterday from the UK, Canada, USA, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. And it's just because of some of the things that Nancy was mentioning, I just thought she might feel a little bit of reassurance to know that some of that equipment was on those trucks. Obviously, it's not enough. It's only 2 trucks full, so that's a tiny amount compared to what they really need. But some of the technical equipment is quite important, I think. Technical support and equipment adapted to use on reservoirs, specialised electronic tools, vehicle stabilisation kits, emergency evacuation kits, evacuation sleds, protective clothing, climbing equipment, specialised ropes and climbing equipment to rescue people from tall buildings, and specialised equipment for descent, stretchers, trauma blankets, medical equipment, tanks for drinking water, water testing kits, 67,000 litres of diesel fuel. So I think that's a start, isn't it? It's not, you know, nowhere near enough, but I think it is a good start.
Yeah, you're right. It's a start. And, you know, some of those things I heard listed, I wonder, do they need those anymore? But I'm sure they're going to have a need for them. I have no doubt about that at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's still going to be a lot of people need rescuing from roofs, isn't there? And if there's any way that they can get across to the other side, if they can, you know, push Russia back in any way, or if they can get any help with any international agencies to get in there. But I think you're right, there will still be. And from what, I don't know who it was that was saying earlier about after Katrina, that it could even have been Nancy, that there were still people on roofs 12 days later, if I remember rightly hearing that.
Yeah, and that was one thing. I'd gone back the other day and looked at that timeline specifically, and was actually quite shocked, but verified multiple places. It was about 12 days afterwards that that their last helicopter and major boat rescues were completed with Katrina.
I'm going to interrupt here now, and I just got another message from somebody saying, $500, I can't be outdone. I'll donate 1,000. So thank you very much for those who are making donations. These are very much appreciated, and they will go very much to good use. So just a big, huge thank you. Big, huge thank you. I've been seeing, you know, obviously everything flying across my screen of just things that you didn't imagine, but they're happening. And I'm very concerned still, yes, about the other side of the river, about the left bank that is occupied by Russia. And if we can get people, I think they may have been, you know, I don't know if they're sneaking over there and trying to get people. I sure hope they are, because those are the people who really need rescuing. And Russia, you know, is saying, okay, we'll help you out here, but do you have a Russian passport? Oh, you don't have a Russian passport? Too bad. Which is just atrocious. So with that, I'm going to stop here for a second and say, good evening, Gina. It's good to see you. I hope you're well.
Same here. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. And Slava Ukraini. I just want to tell you folks, I just had a firsthand experience tonight that just reminds me how literally life-saving the work of this space does. MriyaReport, Maria Aid. I actually had to leave a barbecue because of trying to explain that we are experiencing genocide in Ukraine. And I was among people who otherwise are lovely, decent, warm and welcoming people, but who have so been toxified by Russian propaganda filtered through American accomplices with that. There was no changing their mind. You could list atrocity after atrocity. I said, I'm a journalist. I've researched this for 15 months, you know, because I've been covering it since the start of the full-scale invasion. And we just need to keep this space going, keep the support going, keep the aid going. I know it's been said time and time again, but we cannot slacken. Every I don't even have the words for it, but every offense against human decency that the Ukrainian people suffer, from the war crimes to the, you know, really to the desecration of their culture and the denigration of their leaders. Part of tonight's encounter with an otherwise lovely woman was about hearing how Zelensky was corrupt and killing his people. I mean, almost incomprehensible. So I could go on, but please, I just can't stress it enough that we really need to take what we discuss here and make sure that those in our circles of friends and family and networks who don't understand this, that they do start to consider this, that we somehow break through this resistance they have. Because the last story that I filed this week was Ukrainian Catholic reaction to the dam. And, you know, of course, Archbishop Boris Gutsiak, whom I quote a lot because I interview him a lot, you know, the first word out of his mouth was diabolical. And this is, we cannot cease. We cannot slacken. So really, I just wanted to say that, and to lift up what you folks do with your tireless volunteering to make this all happen. And, you know, just to really, what we do here is life-saving. Even if we only listen, just by listening, if you never come up to speak, but you listen and you begin to understand. You know, I'll wrap up by saying that one of the hardest parts of this conversation tonight that I was trying to have with one person in particular, and there were two others who were of the same bent, but was the absolute unwillingness to consider new information, but to so thoroughly absorb this kind of mediated Russian propaganda, and to, you know, basically engage in what I can only call 360-degree whataboutism, you know, because for every point I tried to show about what Ukraine is suffering, they were pointing to other things in here, and they could not comprehend the concept of genocide, which is what the Ukrainians are experiencing. So a bit long-winded, but I just came from this, so I'm a little bit rattled. And I just thank you all for being such a wonder. I couldn't wait to get back off the highway into a safe space so I could jump on the space here and you know, participate fully. So thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, Gina. Thank you so much. You know, it's just unimaginable that some people don't realize what is really going on, and it blows my mind sometimes, you know. It just, you know, friend of the space. We all, you know, pretty much a lot of us know Constantine. You know, posted today. You probably, you know, if you follow Constantine, you may have seen it, you know, that his relative is stuck in her apartment, in her apartment building with an immobile sick mother in Oleshki, Kherson region. The water is a little lower now, but still very high. They don't have electricity or drinking water. Her friend sent her some food and water by paddling to her house on an inflatable mattress. It's not clear what to do. So yeah, these are the kinds of things that that are happening. That people need help and they're not getting the help. Will, I don't think what you sent me is totally inappropriate to share. I think that it is it's a story that people need to hear. We're hearing things about, you know, soldiers taking over houses of in the dry areas, kicking people out of their houses and taking over their houses for positions that they want. So, Will, go ahead and tell us what you told me, if you don't mind.
So, as you get, I have some friends that are still in Russia, and I have acquaintances who are of mine who are actually in Australia, but they have family in Ukraine, including in the south. Well, sorry, not the south bank, the left bank of Kherson. They have family members that live there, and so this is completely unconfirmed, secondhand information from a guy I know in Sydney, but I find him credible. People was talking to about the day that dam burst, the reason I was so concerned about people on the left bank of Kherson, Prince, was because I knew they weren't getting any information. I knew the Russian government wasn't going to go out there to help them. And then, of course, we saw the Russians even shelling the relief workers on the right bank of the Kherson. So I think it has some credibility, and it would be right in form. But it's piling on at this point to talk about the absolute crass, inhumane shit that Russia does. But apparently, on this west bank, the left bank of the Dnipro, Russian forces who have been displaced from locations closer to the river that are now flooded have been moving into areas that are dry in that same area, and going to house by house and finding out whether or not the folks there hold a Russian passport, because if they don't, they've been forcibly evicting them from their homes so that they can use them for their own purposes. Or maybe maybe they are showing a tiniest bit of, I don't know, but maybe they're showing the tiniest bit of help for the Ukrainians who did take Russian passports and maybe putting them there. But probably they're all just for troops and whatever official purposes the Russian backed DNR government is doing in that area. But yeah, hold a Russian passport also means that you don't get forcibly evicted from your home from a disaster area, flood caused by the very people who are now evicting you from your home. It's so on brand. And the worst of it is that if you refuse to be evicted because you say no, they will shoot you. That's the report that we have, is from the people that are there on the ground who are related to a gentleman I know, has reported that there have been people shot for refusing to leave their homes so that the Russian guys can take it. That's it is on brand with what they would do. And as I said, it's totally goes in line with the disrespect that Russians have shown Ukrainians in recorded history, basically, right? Whether it's the Holodomor or the manner in which they let people drown during the dam burst in the World War II, when the NKVD blew the dam up at Zaporizhzhia for the same sort of purpose, killed maybe 100,000 in that case. This disaster, as I said on the day, Prince, when I was trying to get out the warning about this issue, there were 30 to 40,000 people at risk in that area. And it would not surprise me if deaths go into the thousands, or 1,000 at least, because of the failure of the Russian government to notify people, even their own soldiers, and in the creation of this initial disaster, which we now know is even, the effects of this disaster should not be understated as a war crime, because not only is the Kherson Dam blown, caused a massive flood that's killed, possibly, I would say, 1,000 people potentially. It has caused an extensive environmental damage that will be transported, and is already transported, as trash or toxic materials or dangerous materials, explosive materials, downstream all the way to Odessa. So it's an environmental catastrophe that is huge and migrating hundreds of kilometers away. And the Zaporizhzhia Dam is also, as we know in further analysis, the means by which they irrigate and provide economic activity to a large portion of Zaporizhzhia, a significant portion of Kherson, and all of Crimea. So horrendous war crime. And what the Russians are doing in response to that war crime, by failing to notify, by generating all this disinformation, misinformation, by failing to support people to evacuate on the left bank of the river, and shelling the folks on the right bank of the river. And then finally, the economic activity that will be lost for 10 years from the area, because the capability to raise agricultural crops, that I will remind you, most of the volume of which goes to Africa, is another food war crime on the level that Russia has been trying to use the grain shipments forever. So, wow. I mean, it just every day the outrage builds, really. And you know, you wait for news about what's going on in the actual war part, but just, you know, I hate to tell you all that and then go, be calm, be patient. It's all going to happen. It is all going to not turn. It's all going to. It has been going Ukraine's way by the time you hear about it. Right. By the time you hear about it, it'll all be going Ukraine's way. I don't see. I'm no expert, but I do study this a lot more than the average bear. And I can tell you that I'm still quietly confident about what's going along on the entire front from Vuhledar all the way over to the reservoir, the top of the reservoir. Vasilivka will be. You'll see me dancing in the streets once they reach Vasilivka. So be calm, be patient, and remember a town called Kremina. Also, once we start looking into the future on reports from Ukraine. So look at the whole map, and we'll see where we get breakthroughs and start to expose the soft underbelly of the Russian forces in Zaporizhia, in Luhansk and Donetsk, and yeah, we'll go from there. But it's depressing to hear the news about this continuing disaster of this dam, from emergency response through assisting people in a disaster, through environmental disaster, through economic catastrophe that they've created. Very difficult to see. And so I'd encourage everybody who's listening, if you turn your anger, turn your hatred, turn your dread of what's going on over there into useful action by taking 10 or 15 minute break from reading the news and send a message to your representatives, whether they be in Parliament or in the United States, or in a proper government like parliaments here in Britain, Australia, India, all the other parts of the world. I'm just winding you Yanks up. Sorry. But yeah, put your anger to useful action and write them and tell them to provide the support you've already probably talked to them about, right? Keep banging the drum on exactly what they need from your country that you've already identified. You know, if you're in Australia, when are the F-18s going to arrive is what we want to know now. When are the pilots going to be here to get trained? When do we going to see the next big boatload of Bushmasters and Hawkeyes head out? And why can't we put some M1A1 tanks on those boats as well to make sure we have a really, really big donation announced on the 17th of June, and hopefully that it can announce itself on the same day, because it was already there on the battlefield somewhere, smoking some orcs. That'd be good. And yeah, do the things that we've already been talking about in America, right? Making sure your representatives on board with that resolution, and talk to them about the new resolution about specifically saying ATACMS should be provided to Ukraine. Long range strike capability is the only way, even after the war is over, that Russia is going to be deterred from using Kinzhals on its neighbors. That's the truth, right? They are not going to stop launching long-range rocket attacks. So we have to provide the capability, not the absolute use, but the capability for Ukraine to take out the MiG-31s that they launched those from, if they still want to launch them anywhere close to the battlefield, right? So anyway, the rant concluded, but yet there is a lot of bad stuff continuing on, and do read Doman's thread. He updates it every day. I also put one together, but I basically just send my stuff to Doman now if I've got something to put on there. And yeah, well, keep watching and keep supporting, doing whatever you need in your area to support Ukraine. I note that there's some rallies in Sydney and Brisbane today. And that's great if everybody can get out to those. And I understand some of the NAFO boys are also going to leave the peaceful pro rally and go do a little show of disapproval at the Sydney consulate, where Simeon Boykov is still holed up, who's a a criminal who assaulted like a 78-year-old pension man at a Ukraine rally. Boykov went to the rally to break it up and be offensive. He got reacted to by a 78-year-old man who pushed down some concrete stairs onto the back of his head. And that's the guy that's staying in the Sydney consulate of the Russian government, claiming he wants asylum. And I've encouraged them to give him that asylum as soon as possible, a Russian passport immediately, and hopefully mobilization to the front anytime that they can get him there. So yeah, that's what's going on from Australia. And happy to hang around and answer any questions, but that's what I'm hearing, Prince.
Thank you, Will, and it puts into perspective a little bit of your urgency for that night, and I know there was so much going on that night that it was a little insane, and I appreciate you very much.
Well, and we had to talk about the nukes, right? We had to
Yeah.
talk nukes, because when nukes comes up, you just step aside. But that's why I was so insistent on the day that the issue here isn't the nukes, which it still isn't. It was the flood.
Yeah, I get you. So one of the things that you have inspired me to start looking for is the amount of things that have been dumped into this flow, and one of the numbers that I can't find it again, but I know that I read it, and I want to say it was 150 million gallons. Maybe it was liters. Anyway, it was a very large number of either fuel or oil that was dumped in, and there is a risk of 300 million being dumped in also. So these are all things that are going in, flowing with this flow, that are the things that are making this water dangerous. I mean, we're going to have, we got the problems. What are the problems we have? We have the problems with explosives. We have the problems with explosives, mines that have been swept up in this and taken to different locations. We have the problem of fertilizers and other farm chemicals and other kinds of chemicals that have been swept up in this. You add that fuel or oil that has been caught up in this. You have the items in people's houses. You have the carcasses of animals. You have the dead animals. You have the dead humans. We're seeing these things already starting to wash up in Odessa. And so one of the questions that I've been asking myself for the last couple of days is, how far is this stuff going to go? How far is this going to go? Is it going to go to Romania? Is it going to go to Bulgaria? Is it going to go to Turkey? And I've been not able to find a whole lot of information. Finally, tonight, I found a couple of articles in Romanian news that really just sounded like, oh, nothing to see here, nothing to see here. By the time any of this flow, it's not much of it is going to get to the Black Sea to begin with, and then it's going to be dissipated by all of the shipping channels. So it's not going to land here. But you know what we're seeing? We're seeing debris landing on the beaches of Odessa. We're seeing houses, incomplete houses, floating in the Black Sea. We're seeing animals alive who have managed to get themselves on a plank of wood or something and travel over 100 kilometers and wash up in Odessa and survive. Not to mention the deceased animals and humans that are washing up in that area also. So I had a feeling that would inspire a couple of comments. Will, you got your hand up first. Go ahead, young man.
Yeah, so if you want to look into this more, Prince, and Nancy probably knows this already, look at the U.S. Coast Guard information on the response to Katrina. Look at the U.S. EPA's information on the response to Katrina, and that will be. And they've done studies, follow-up studies in relation to the impacts of that disaster, which they're required to do, and they'll point you toward the things that are likely to be the same issues that we see in relation to this flood in Kherson, because anywhere you got human beings, you've got underground tanks full of fuel. And so every one of those is highly likely to have lost its fuel. There's all the oils and chemicals and fertilizers and things you have around. So the immediate issues related to this flood are going to be the localized fish kills due to smothering through all the material that's been added to the water column that eliminates rapidly oxygen content. Then, of course, you got the long-term effects of eutrophication, and you have the long-term effects of toxins that'll be in the water column or in solids that fall to the surface or the ocean floor as it gets out into the delta. And the speed of it can agglomerate. Oil originally floats on the surface, typically, unless it's a very dense one, and that will cause oxygen kills and localized toxicity for things that hasn't poison in it. But the long-term issues related to sinking oil is after it gets weathered and it's no longer going to float on the water surface. It'll get bound up in the water column, either as very small particles or agglomerated together into these things like tar balls that happen after big oil spills. That's another thing. Well, don't look at the offshore accident, because that's way more oil. So what you're worried about is, of course, short-term oxygen theft in all of the water, all loss in all the water. That'll cause fish kills and anything that breeds with kills. And long-term, you're looking at contamination and long-term health effects in those fish species that eat a lot of material that comes out of the waters where any of that residual contamination can be. Eutrophication with chemicals, so that means long-term making places that of things like algae that wouldn't normally be in some places, and it can cause the water just changes in those environments that make the species that live there not capable of surviving in that location again, and so they move. But eutrophication, long-term eutrophication is an open stream getting a beaver pond on it, and then having all the growth come in, so it becomes a marsh rather than a waterway. Eventually, that's a eutrophication. But you can really, really, really speed that up if you add fertilizer into waterways, which is why it's such a big problem in all of our rivers. If you live on a river in a city, there's a lot of runoff and contamination that goes into that river all the time that has heavy metals. It'll have polyaromatic hydrocarbons. It'll have polychlorinated hydrocarbons. It'll have microplastics, and it'll have a lot of fertilizer runoff in nitrogen and phosphorus type fertilizer things that can cause your rivers inland to die, because there's no more oxygen left in the water, because there's such rapid growth of other biological things like algae and bacteria or whatever, that it eats up all the oxygen and the fish die, right? That's eutrophication initially, but eventually that will turn into nutrient. It'll cause grasses to grow and algae to grow, and eventually the waterway fills up with material, and it stops being a waterway, and eventually it becomes a marsh. So that won't happen in this case. What's going to happen in this case is going to be that water's going to fall back to where its original course of water through the plain there will be where it resolves itself, and all of the land that is now out of water will have to be cleaned up, and there's all the health and safety issues related with that. This is where the potential for coming across dislodged explosives is likely big, and that'll continue all the way out to the delta where it reaches the ocean, but only where those are probably exposed, where people can walk on them or try to pick them up with other things. But that UXO, unexploded ordnance, is still going to be a big deal, which is not a part of a normal disaster cleanup. And then you go downstream and you have to clean the beaches, get all the animals, get all the debris out, and try to restore the environment to a point where it can fix itself. Because it is unfortunate that this is the way that it always happens, but we do note that the environment has an amazing capability to heal itself if you help it provide the conditions in which it can do so. I would like to tell you, as an environmental engineer for many years, that we can really fix things, but the truth is, oftentimes all we can do is, well, we can prevent them, which is what I try to do. But when they can't be prevented, the best thing you can do is oftentimes assist nature to heal itself, and it will do so. So, but there are long-term effects here, and some of those effects, as you said, Prince, the safety and health risks, the UXO risk might be all the way down to where buildings have washed up in Odessa, and the local area of that whole delta is going to have problems with its habitat into the future if contaminants remain there, or if their normal water course can't be restored. That'd be my early take on it.
Thanks, Will. You've got some great stuff to add to us tonight, and that has a lot to do with your life experience and work experience and what you've done. And I don't know if you saw the pictures of the thousands of fish who have already died, and there are lots. They are being cleaned up as rapidly as they can and taken care of, as to not cause more problems. But the problems are aplenty. Tracy, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince. Actually, Will just said most of what I was going to say anyway, and added a great deal more. I'm a science geek, really, so I was going to talk a little bit about that, but Will clearly has far more experience than I do and said a lot more. So actually, that was really great, Will. Thank you for that, because you also answered some of the questions that I had. And I'm concerned about the fishing industry, and in the Black Sea. I mean, we don't know at this stage, and we're not going to know for a while, are we, how far that's going to travel out into the ocean and what's cleanup's going to be able to be done. But I'm concerned about that. Obviously, it's a secondary concern. There's much more pressing concerns at the moment, people's safety and everything else like that. But I do think it's an ongoing worry that the fishing industry in the Black Sea could be impacted for quite a number of years. I just wondered what you thought about that, Will.
So I don't have enough information on the Black Sea fishing environment, nor what species or anything like that that's there to provide any comment whatsoever. But I'm going to go way out on a limb here and say it probably won't be massively affecting of it. What it'll affect all the fishing that people do in the Delta, because they won't be able to do that activity as normal, and the water course will have changed drastically. And there will be pools of contamination and oxygen deficiency that could kill things still all through that Delta. But the key thing that would harm the fishing industry in the Black Sea is going to be if that Delta, and I don't know enough nearly about it, but if that Delta is one of the marshy, broad deltas that provides essentially a creche for small fish and species, and then that is going to be the major effect on it. Probably is going to be the fecundity, the capability of those species to reproduce, the effects it might have on breeding stocks there. But if there are no major breeding stock areas that are in that Delta, the people think, and rightly so, if you think of 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 liters of oil being washed down with this flood material, that is going to poison and kill off a whole industry in that area. It won't do. It's absolutely not a good thing to do, right? it's absolutely, we try to prevent that 100% if you can. But the truth is, the toxicity of that oil, once it gets weathered, most of the truth is, most oil, if it floating on water, gets degraded by sunlight and evaporation. It does in, I don't know, 20 hours what the distillation industry does in about 4 seconds. So all you end up with is the heavier stuff, and that's the stuff that can be more toxic. But it also gets dispersed through wave action and water action into very, very fine particles that then get picked up in filter feeders. So if you want to examine the long-term effects of this on that delta, you'd be looking to look at things that are bottom feeders closer to that delta where this water material would have washed out and the particles would have settled. But the extent of any effect that this release of all these chemicals and oil and everything into that delta, it will migrate and be all around portions of the Black Sea in some concentration or other, because that's the way water works. I do not necessarily, I would not predict at this point that there's going to be any major effect on the fishing industry of the Black Sea. But as I say, look and see if you can find any information on whether or not that delta is a big breeding ground for fish and other species. If it provides habitat, as they do, so small fish can become big fish, then before they venture out into the open ocean, then it might have a massive effect. But only if it's sort of something like that, because the transport and contamination of materials into the food chain or into the environment where it would kill you from toxicity of just being in the water with it, that is going to very, very, very quickly disperse and be down to levels where it's only going to cause long-term health effects for fish and people and whatever. It's not going to be causing immediate death from exposure or lack of oxygen.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you. I will do some more research on that as well.
Thank you. And just real quick, I'm just going through some older posts looking for some information that is now bugging me, but I just came across a post from June 8th, so a couple of days ago. It's probably more by now. But a state on this post specifically, it specifies that they calculated 855 kilograms of fish had died in the region so far. And that was a couple of days ago. It's got to be more by now. Nafo Davo, I know sometimes you get really quiet, but I feel like you've hardly talked tonight, and I apologize. So, how are you?
Oh, I'm just sitting here in the corner watching everything unfold. But thank you for realizing I was here. So I do have some things I wanted to add to what Will has said. He's covered the chemical side of things very well, thoroughly. A couple of things I wanted to bring up is that the amount of chemicals and things that are being spilled into the water, while it's a lot, there's also a ton of water to dilute it out. And as he said, the oil will get broken down just through natural things. But I think the real danger here is biohazard and the problem with viruses and bacteria that is going to be long term here, especially for wells and things that get contaminated with hepatitis or norovirus, rotavirus, and surprisingly polio. So there was an outbreak of polio in this region in 2020 that they had just been getting a handle on, and this is just going to completely blow that up. So polio may be an issue here. Also for the wells can get contaminated with Cryptosporidia or Giardia, Um, these are bacteria that form spores that will last for decades. Um, they're extremely tough, and so once it gets into groundwater, these are the main reasons why it's just a good idea to use a filter whenever you take a drink out of any river water anywhere in the developed world, because these spores can last for a long time. And just because there's no immediate, you know, no immediate evidence that the water was contaminated, there's a good chance it is. This is good. These spores are going to take up residence in the wells and the groundwater, and could take a very long time to clear out. Um, Another thing is with the huge flow of water downstream. There was a quite a large oyster, mussel, and clam industry. Those beds have probably been completely washed away. Um, so that's going to take several decades to rebuild. And also the logistics of of the docks and everything that have been now destroyed. There was a lot of shipping traffic going up and down this river that is now going to be disrupted. So logistics just of getting things around, and this is just one of those all-encompassing disasters that affects every single aspect of life, in many ways that are not going to be, we can't even predict. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. But for me, um, maybe it's because the hammer I have is um, molecular biology and microbiology, but I see the microbiota and the introduction of virus of toxic, not toxic, but pathogenic viruses and bacteria as to be I would see that as to be an immediate, clear and present danger in the area. And we got some more hands up. So thank you for getting that off. Giving me the chance to get that off my chest. I've just been sitting here listening, but I did have a lot to add. I just wanted to see what everybody else had to say.
I'm sorry, Dave.
That's okay.
You just,
As you,
and you know,
I have been very much an introvert today, so it's okay if I sit back here and just listen.
nah, we'll bring you out of your shell a little bit because polio. I was surprised when you said the word polio. Really?
Yeah, really. There's an article. It was a small outbreak. It was 20 people, but still, in a if we had a 20-person outbreak of polio in the U.S., everybody would freak out. And it's the same there. It's mostly been eradicated. It was brought in. I think it was brought in by travelers from Tajikistan or one of the stands that I think polio the only place that there still is polio endemic is Afghanistan, parts of Pakistan, and Nigeria. So it was somebody from that area traveled back, brought it back in. People were infected with it. They started a huge vaccination program, which then the Russians invaded and completely disrupted it. So yeah, this could be an issue. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Wow. Okay. I think we need to go to some hands because they're really piling up. Just really, really quick, I want to say, I found my numbers. My numbers were correct. My unit was very incorrect. So it was 150 tons of lubricant spilled into the Dnipro due to the explosion of the hydroelectric power station, and another 300 tons may fall into the water. So that's the perspective that I was looking for, that I knew I was not quite correct on, but I knew I could find the numbers. Juicy, I believe, is next, so go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Prince. Good morning from Finland. I who is whispering? I was
Davo, you got a hot mic.
yeah.
I'm trying to turn it off, but it won't.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I'm one of the lucky people that can basically drink from the lake that I'm just sitting in my summer house right now. It's about 10 feet away. I can take a drink of a glass of water and take a glass of tap water, and you cannot basically make the difference because they're all clear. Of course, and it's from microbiologist side, it's totally safe to drink. So I'm in a very good place. 20 years ago, I was in a honeymoon with my wife, and we were at Black Sea. And I'm wondering and pondering. We were in Bulgaria, in the sunny coast, as they tell it. I'm just wondering. There must be a huge effect on these tourist destinations as well. I've been trying to get a hold of my Romanian and Bulgarian friends that live along the coast. Is there anything that they're seeing right now? Because this will affect also the people that are, let's say, they're not so invested into the war, but when all that stuff starts to come up into the beaches and everything, they will realize that this is really, really bad. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was these are the recurring issues that I'm reading about. The humanitarian, the economic, and the environmental, or ecological. So it's going to cause a lot of problem in all of those areas, and economic is what you're really talking about there. And the economic, every time I start to think about it, I think of one more thing where it could have an economic effect, and you just brought another one.
Yeah,
Tourists.
and sorry, just to give my point. The idea with this ingress was that this war has been kind of like, not so many people, they know that there is a war, but they're not, the war is not on their backyard. But now that the dam is gone, and this environmental and this catastrophe is coming into their beaches, they will start to understand that this is really, really bad. And this is my point. I mean, it's this catastrophe and this war is coming into their beaches right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's, we'll see how far the spread goes and what starts floating up on shores in other places, because if we see debris and explosives and other things float up onto the shores in Moldova or Romania or Bulgaria, don't know. It's a little, I think, a little too early to tell if anything is washed up there. If it has, I haven't heard about it yet, and I have been looking a little bit for information about that, because that, not only from an environmental standpoint, but as you're pointing out, from a tourist standpoint, it is something that that will be an issue also. Now, for us, for the Crimean Beach Party, we already know that that Crimea has, as far as the occupied territory of Crimea, has already pretty much seen the erosion of their tourist industry for this year, mostly because of the takeover of the Russian occupiers of some of those tourist areas to house injured and wounded soldiers. But it's not going to help there either. Regardless, we're gonna see where this goes in the long run, and and we'll get it. People will deal with it as it comes. But yes, it could definitely affect Romania. It could affect Moldova. It could affect Turkey. It can have very widespread effects, and yeah, so it's a good point.
And just to give a little bit of my background, I've been contracting in Chernobyl as well. So I've been in back in 2000 and the beginning of the millennia, been there, and 2010, 11, 12 was there as well, and been contracting in Romania as well. So those areas are very familiar to me, and what goes on over there. So this is my background as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the input because, like I said, we can think of the farming and how this is going to affect the farming and how that is going to end up affecting the food supply in Africa and how, all of these far-reaching effects that are going to happen. And tourism wasn't high on my list, but I know that people go to the sea, people go to the Black Sea for vacations and getaways. And actually, if Daniel comes up tonight, I got a question for him about that because I think he recently went to the sea for a few days, and I wonder where he went, and I wonder if the area where he went would be at risk now for some of this happening. So we'll wait and find out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, tourism isn't, let's say, the number one in my list as well, but it's on the list because that will spread the knowledge and the 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 severity of this explosion to a lot of people. Because when they go to the beach and they see all the stuff on the shore, or the beach has been closed or whatever, it will become an issue for them. And of course, it will be a very bad issue for all the people that are living out of tourism. So that's one thing that should be taken into account as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Let's go ahead. NAFO Dave, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? Okay. NAFO Dave had some technical issues too, so let's go on to JD Knight.
Hi. I know that during hurricane season in Florida, they tell us to have bleach for water, not necessarily to purify it for drinking, because bleach water tastes awful, but to do things like, if you're going to wash dishes and you don't have a good drinkable water supply yet, or if you're going to do laundry or even bathe, they suggest to purify it with bleach. I'm wondering, does Ukraine have a supply of enough of a supply of things like that? And is there enough that can be gotten hold of to provide the people in the area with at least stuff like that? The purification stuff. Thanks.
Thanks. And we had the deputy mayor of Kherson on yesterday. My days are running together, but I think it was yesterday morning. And water filtration is obviously an issue. It's an issue for things like things like drinking, but also the things that you mentioned, bathing and actually when Dave comes back, I'm going to ask him another question about this, but washing dishes and all of those things. So those are things that are all being talked about and are all being worked on. I know by the city itself, to be able to get supplies and the things that they need to be able to make the water potable, in even in different situations. So it's something that's being worked on, and I guess this is another time to say, we are raising money as MriyaReport.org to send to her son so that they can buy the supplies that they need. And the deputy mayor of Kherson has communicated with our team in the background more about exactly what their needs are. I mean, like specifications for exactly what kind of pumps they need. I mean, down to details about what they need and what they're looking for. So you can donate to MriyaReport.org and know that your money will end up going to Kherson to help with the needs that they are having there. And that will include things like water filtration, because that is going to be a huge issue. And it's not going to be just a huge issue for Kherson. It's going to be a huge issue for so many regions in Ukraine. What did I saw? Did somebody say 700,000 people were at risk with their drinking water right now? Because the thing is that the Dnipro doesn't just supply water to Kherson. The Dnipro supplies water and drinking water to so many different communities all the way going down. So it's going to be a thing. So I hope that helps, and we're going to do what we can to help these people to help in Ukraine, because those are the kinds of things that MriyaReport was created for. These are the reasons MriyaReport became a 501c3, so that we can help to get money to these places in Ukraine that desperately need some help. And so if you're able to, go ahead and go to MriyaReport.org and make a donation, and it will be going to Ukraine to help. While you're at it, go ahead and retweet the space, because getting more people in here doesn't ever hurt. Really quick, Nafo Davo, can you get one of these bugs or diseases or bacteria that you're talking about by washing in dirty water?
Yes, absolutely. So most of the things you have to worry about is the fecal oral route of infection. And so if you get that, if you don't sterilize the water you rinse with, you get it on your hands, then you eat something, then it gets in your digestive tract, and boom, you've got cholera or giardia. Yeah, so it's very important. As I was crashing and cycling, I heard somebody speaking about using bleach, just to treat water for washing in and stuff like that. Yeah, they'll need to be doing that. There's also, I know there are some charities supplying UV sterilizers as well. They can do do a gallon at a time. But those, of course, rely on electricity. So if they can get a solar panel, then those things are good. But if not, then bleach is a good standby, or boiling. Boiling if you have fuel, or if you have a lot of wood. But that takes a long time. I did want to add that the water. I think almost all of the water for Crimea comes from this reservoir. So I expect to see a lot of people going across the Kerch Bridge, trying to get away while they still have water.
A great deal of water comes from that canal, and that canal, as of today, is drying up. Should be, I think, pretty much dry in the next 24 to 48 hours, I would say, if it's not already. It does not provide 100% of the water, and you have to keep in mind also that since 2014, when Russia invaded and took over Crimea, they have been without that water. Ukraine shut off that canal, and so they lived from 2014 until this most recent invasion, when they were able to take that territory and Russia opened up the canal. So it's something that they have lived with before. But I have seen, I don't know how accurate it was, I did see one video, just one video, of people asking for water on Crimea, saying that it's a problem. But that was before it was even out, because it has still been running up until today. I saw footage that it was running low or had dried up. So it's a problem they faced before, and the majority of the water that is used for Crimea from that canal is agricultural, but there is a percentage of it that is used for other purposes, and I can go find that data, but I don't have it off the top of my head anymore like I used to. But yeah, Crimea will have a problem with water also, and yeah. So anyway, on my list, Tracy, I had your name, but I wanted to see if you had put your hand down and didn't have anything to add.
Sorry, Prince, I just put my hand up because I wanted to ask Nevo Devo about the polio, if he knew. I mean, I can research it, but I was just interested to know which vaccine that they're using in Ukraine, whether it's the like old-fashioned sugar cube type one or whether it's the injection that we have in this country. Because just before the full-scale invasion, I was just reading something about in this country that we eradicated polio and we've started to get it back again, and they couldn't work out how. And then there was some talk about it could be because some people in other countries are vaccinated with this old-fashioned sugar cube where they used to put the drop on it and give it to you. She's the one that I had as a child, but now it's an injection. So it was just about that, really.
They're using the inactivated polio vaccine, IPV. The sugar cube one hasn't been used for a while in Europe. It is used just because it's a lot easier. It's there's the inactivated one is the shot. The sugar cube one is just is still alive, but it's attenuated, meaning it's weakened. And there are cases where that virus has caused localized infections. But as far as I know, the shipments that I saw from WHO and the UNICEF were all IPV, the inactivated vaccine going to Ukraine.
And that is a good thing to point out too, is that the World Health Organization, WHO, Dave just likes to sound like an owl, has put together a stuff to go over to help, and one of those items is vaccines, and so that's a good thing. Nancy, I'm sorry I left your hand up for a long time. I hope it's not too tired.
Oh, no, not bad at all. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, while I haven't seen anything about Moldova as far as environmental impacts from the floodwaters, I did see an article earlier today that they're providing Ukraine with relief assistance to the tune of a valuation of 4.2 million Moldovan lei or leu. And that's about the equivalent of, I think I looked at the exchange rate, it's about 236,000 US dollars. But little Moldova, in and amongst all the challenges they're having, is also jumping in and helping with water pumping stations, inflatable boats, food, and various equipment. And the Ukrainian article that I saw said it's a small country, but with a big heart. And so even despite the fact that this could cause them problems on their surface, they know the best way to help and to protect, you know, their community is to help Ukraine through this crisis as well. And I thought that was pretty cool. And earlier you did mention 700,000 gallons of water being the need, and that is from the United Nations assessment. And they had published an article, a news article that included that, let's see, yesterday, June 9th. Yesterday for me anyway. 2 days ago for some people on the call.
Thank you, Nancy. And I did see that information about Moldova, but there's so much information. And you're right. I mean, small little Moldova, but you know, we also saw a really nice meeting. No, that was in Romania, wasn't it? Sorry, I'm getting my countries confused. Go ahead, Nancy. You threw your hand up real quick. Go ahead.
No, my hand got sticky. I thought it had stayed up when I started talking, and so I went to put it down and hit the button. Never mind.
Okay, I see how you are. You don't know how to play with buttons correctly. I'm just kidding. But yes, nice to see countries, you know, starting to commit money to helping with this. And now you're messing with me, Nancy.
No, actually, I do have something else now. That UN article, I know the big thing that many of us are looking at is the deeply political side of the United Nations to see if they can break through Russia's resistance and convince them to help render aid. But you know, or to allow them access in order to render aid. But I did want to point out that by Thursday, the UN did have 2 convoys that were headed to Kherson and another delivery on its way on Friday. So they were moving the large-scale supplies, food aid, and rescue assistance, including coordination with the World Food Program, and in order to help with the relief efforts as well. So I think that's, you know, part of the large scale effort that the UN is doing. But I know many of us are focused on, hey, can you guys help these Russians put a bone of sense in their brains? So I know they'll keep working on that.
Thank you. And you are a little echoey, by the way. You're not usually echoey like that. So just
yeah, sorry about that.
Not unbearable, but just a little note. Will, you threw your hand up and then you took it down, so I'm going to skip you. But I'm sure we'll have questions for you in the long run too, because you are a wealth of knowledge. Gary, good evening. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you?
Good evening, Prince. Yes, there's 2 things they got to worry about. With all that water over there, that's from that dam, they got 2 things they got to worry about. There's malaria and sleeping sickness. Malaria is pretty bad. I had that once when I was in Vietnam, drinking dirty water from a stream. And I was thirsty. I didn't have no choice, but I was really sick with that malaria. That's a nasty thing to get, especially if you're washing clothes, doing dishes, cooking, drinking, taking a bath or shower. That's definitely that needs to be concerned with all that water they got over there.
Yeah, you know, Dave, didn't we talk the other night with some people from Romania that malaria really isn't an issue in that area, is it?
Yeah, it's not, and you definitely do not get malaria from drinking water. It's transmitted by mosquitoes, and the mosquitoes. There's a particular strain of mosquito, Egyptii, that carries the plasmodium that causes malaria, and that's not in it's not in the Black Sea area. So malaria is not going to be a problem, but definitely cholera is, and what's the other thing I'm blanking right now?
Giardia.
Yeah, Giardia. No, this was something else that I actually didn't. Typhoid. That's it. Typhoid and shigellosis. Those are, you know, those are the things we need to worry about. I don't. Yeah, especially in Vietnam. Yes, malaria is a big issue. Not so much in Ukraine.
It's more tropical if I'm thinking correctly, because I know it is a problem, and I know that it was or has been a problem in Papua New Guinea for people that I've known who have lived there. Frank, you had your hand up, but you opened your mic and so it went down. But I think I'd still like to go to you, Frank.
Oh, I was just chiming in for Dave's, his other illnesses that he couldn't name off the top of his head that are an issue. But yeah, actually, malaria is a huge issue. It's just that it's not an issue in northern countries, and Ukraine still is a northern country. It kills 400,000 people a year on average. It's a massive, and most of those are kids, unfortunately, as well. So it's terrible. No, actually, I actually had a question for Nancy, which was, what was it about? What was Nancy talking about? Oh shit! Now.
Oh goodness, if you don't remember, it's late for me. I might not remember either.
I got off topic there with illnesses. What were we talking about before, Nancy? Anyways, maybe I'll just.
I was talking about the assistance that Moldova was providing to Ukraine.
That's right. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you mentioned the UN coming in and helping out. Sorry. Has any of that come from the sort of the left bank, the south or east bank of the Dnipro, or is it all coming from the right side where Ukraine controls? Because as we've known, Russia is not. It's amazing how Russia is supposedly here to protect the Russian-speaking people in the Russian areas, and yet the moment that they need help, they will bomb the crap out of them, basically. So.
Yeah, and that's where, from the United Nations perspective, the only access that they have at this point is to the Ukrainian controlled territory, which is where they're providing relief in Kherson City proper, and of course they'll work with the organizations to expand it out from there. But Russia is not granting neither Ukraine nor the United Nations access at this point in time in order for them to provide the same type of relief aid to the West Bank, to the Russian-controlled communities that are also underwater. And they actually probably, based on where the floodwaters were expected to go, those communities are likely to be in more dire straits. Because if you recall, when Russia had first threatened to blow up this dam last October, and the floodwater prediction maps and things like that came out, the majority, the preponderance of the flow was to the south, and that included a large portion of low-lying Russia-occupied area, and that is not accessible to the United Nations relief organizations, nor to the Ukrainian ones at this time.
And yet, I'll go back to my earlier rant from a few hours ago, which is it's amazing how nobody calls out Russia for cutting off aid to the people that they were supposedly sent here to save. It's just absolutely amazing.
Well, you probably didn't see the the Ukrainian ambassador's take on it. He was clearly none too happy in his very blunt tweets about the issue. But yeah, I understand it's a fine balancing act when you're trying to get something out of somebody, which is effectively what the relief organizations are trying to do, is get Russia to relent. But if you recall, it is extremely frustrating. But if you recall, this is the same crap that happened at the beginning of the war with the green corridors and everything else. So disappointing, frustrating, absolutely. Surprising, unfortunately, not a damn bit.
Well, I mean, I think that the UN needs to see the error of their ways and realize that trying to appease Russia in a Chamberlain-like way is not going to work, and you need to call them out and say, look, if you're causing people to die with you refusing us to go in there. So anyways, I'll just say Slava Ukraini and Dobisa Rossiya. That means go to hell, by the way.
All right.
I was waiting for one of our individuals who knows a little bit of Russian to provide us the appropriate response on that one, other than hell yeah, which is the southern U.S. response.
Oh boy.
So
Go ahead, Dave.
I just want to break in. So I put up in the nest a map of the Black Sea surface currents, so you can predict for yourself where any debris is going to show up.
Alrighty. Shall we go to Elizabeth? Good evening, Elizabeth.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So I was sort of inactively listening, and then the thing that caused me to actively listen is mosquito-borne diseases, because I'm a for real West Nile survivor, and that didn't come up. Nobody researches it because it's an end host virus. I can't pass it to anyone, but I will tell you that it is really bad. And I'm in Louisville, Kentucky in the USA, and I think our climate is sort of similar, so I don't know if that's a factor. But obviously malaria and cholera and those things are much more fatal immediately, but West Nile is something that is really serious and has really serious ramifications, and it's just something that's personally relevant to me because I'm a West Nile survivor. So that's all. I'll listen.
So yes, thank you for bringing that up. I had overlooked that, but West Nile is definitely an issue in Ukraine, and there is some concern that they're going to have a lot of West Nile, and as you point out, it's not necessarily as lethal as the other diseases, but it can cause lots of long-term disability, which is not really appreciated until you have it. So yeah, the West Nile could be a big issue in the future in this area.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit with Anda and Daniel the other night, and just being pointed out that it has, at least in Romania, and I realize it's not like right next door, like in the next county, but it's not that far away. So West Nile is something that they'll have to watch out for, but I'm betting that they already do. And I think that at least from the World Health Organization, there's been a good response, and some attention will be paid to that, at least on the areas where they're allowed to help, of course. And the fact that you know, that people aren't being allowed to go and help on the other side, on the left bank, on the Russian controlled side, is atrocious. And as Will shared with us earlier, and as other things that we've read, it's horrid, the things that we are hearing is happening on the left side. One thing I said to somebody, I think I said it to Mockers, is that I don't know when I will believe the numbers as far as dead and missing in this area. I don't know when. Right now, I don't believe it. I don't believe that there are only like 29 people missing. That's absurd to me. That it's absurd to me that 5 people have died and 29 people are missing. That just does not sound right in my brain, because those numbers are going to end up being much higher. Those numbers are going to end up being much higher. Just like the numbers that we're seeing from that have been reported from Mariupol. We know those numbers are much higher, and I know the numbers from this dam being blown up are going to be much higher also. But it's going to take time. It's going to take time for the water to recede, and then they're going to find people that did not make it out, and those numbers are going to go higher. And then and that's just talking about that one area in the Kherson, right close to the dam. But you think of how many people downstream, and yeah, I saw a guy fishing today, but he was sort of like noodling, as I believe it's called, in his method of fishing. So he was in water trying to catch a fish with his hands. I don't know what kind of fish it was, but it gave me the impression that he was in the area of the flood. And all I was thinking was, oh, geez, man, get out of that water and do not eat that fish if you manage to catch it. But if you're stuck somewhere with no food and no water, I can see becoming desperate enough to do it. And that's just horrid. It's, yeah. But I wanted to bring some bright and sunny news. Well, sort of bright and sunny news. Today, Justin Trudeau was in Kyiv meeting with President Zelensky, and we saw much aid offered to Ukraine from Canada, and Canada has been a good supporter of Ukraine. I know there are people who will pipe up and say they could do more, and they probably could. They probably could. I may be Canadian, but I don't live in Canada, so I don't track that as much as others do. But I wanted to point out something that was said in President Zelensky's evening address. What I wanted to point out was President Zelensky saying, of course, we will not stay away from the disaster Canada is facing now. Massive wildfires, colossal environmental losses, and threats to people. Ukraine is ready to help extinguish fires in Canada if Canada needs such international assistance. President Zelensky, dealing with a war being waged against his country, an illegal invasion, a genocide, a war, and a huge disaster that is caused by this war, has said that he is ready to send support if needed. Says we should always take care of each other when support is needed and really help each other. I don't know. It leaves me speechless. It leaves me speechless that a man in a country that has undergone so much for the last how many years since 2014, and then renewed and stronger and more visible since February 2022, thinks that, you know, I will go ahead and I will send people to help you in Canada to fight these forest fires. But I shouldn't be surprised, I guess, because when Turkey had their earthquake, Ukraine sent people to help with search and rescue there. I'm just wondering, I shouldn't say it, but where are the relief workers from all of these countries? And I know that there are people. There are people from Canada, there are people from the United States, there are people from many different countries who work for these volunteer organizations who have already been helping out in Ukraine and continue to help in Ukraine. And and I'm not discounting any of them at all. I'm not discounting any of them. What I'm saying is the governments of these countries stepping up and sending people to help. I understand it's a war zone, but President Zelensky is willing to send people from his war zone, people who could probably help in his war zone, to help Canada fight the fires, to help Turkey search for people. And yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get off that little rant and go to Oscar. Good evening. Oscar, you have your hand up. Are you ready? All right, we'll go back to Oscar. Robin, it is good to see you, my friend.
Hello, Prince. Good to see you too. And Dave. Hi, both of you. This is just what you got off of your rant, so I thought I would continue it for you. I just wanted to point out Ukraine was probably the poorest country in Europe. In part because of the corruption issue, which they are addressing now. But even with low income and everything, we need to remember that that beautiful plane, the Maria, which we are partly named after, the largest cargo plane in the world at the time before the Russians destroyed it when they invaded Hostomel at the beginning of the war. That plane was a plane that was used by Ukraine to ferry relief to different disaster zones all over the world. So this is not something new for Ukraine, and it certainly shows us the difference in just in the societies of Russia keeping people from being able to be saved, and Ukraine reaching out at a time when they're facing a massive disaster inside their own country. I know which side I want to be on in this fight. I think we all do. That was just what I wanted to share with you. It's nice to hear you guys, and I'll stick around and listen for a while. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, Rom Slava.
Go ahead,
Jinx. Thank you, Robin, for popping up and adding that. I wanted to add a little more positive since we have been kind of on the looking at the doom and gloom of this flood, and Prince has gotten us moving into a more positive direction. This is something that is this is a story from New Zealand that I thought was great. It goes to the heart of what MriyaReport is about, because so on Radio New Zealand, they had posted a couple of stories from routers or Reuters, or however you say it, depending on what part of the country you're from. Um, that and they said they had been edited inappropriately, and so the Radio New Zealand did an investigation. They found that an employee that had posted these on their website had changed them to reflect a pro-Russian view. Um, uh, one of them, one of the stories was changed. Um, it had said that Ukraine's pro-Western government suppressed ethnic Russians, and then the other story was changed to call the Maidan revolution a coup. And they found this employee and fired him, because he had expressed a pro-Russian view that was not reflective of the facts. I wish all media would be this proactive in rooting out pro-Russian propaganda.
Wouldn't that be nice? Oscar, you still have your hand up. Are you ready to speak now? Okay. Well, let's move on.
So it looks like Oscar's dropping on my screen.
Yeah.
I have some other positive news.
Go for it.
So MedInvest, which is MedInvest Mining and Steel Manufacturing Group, which is, I believe, based in Italy, has donated an additional 30 ambulances to Ukraine. This brings their number up to 95 ambulances they've donated so far. Of course, this is a very small percentage of what Ukraine actually needs, but I think it's great to see countries, other countries in Europe, stepping up and donating vehicles and personnel and equipment that are needed there. So I'm sure those almost 100 ambulances are being put to good use.
I think so too. I think that's a good thing. We always like to hear about ambulances and things like that being sent to Ukraine.
Do you have any updates on the armored ambulances from Romania?
You mean the one that Radu is making?
Radu, yes.
Yeah, I know that Radu right now is in Romania. I do not know. I do not know the status. I believe that it is still being worked on in Ukraine. Location is much more guarded now than it even was before because of it having been slightly damaged in the location where it was because it was bombed, or droned, or it was attacked. Let's just use that word. So it is still there, still being worked on, and I don't know if there is an estimate for how soon it will be put into use. Radu was up within the last few days, but we didn't talk about that a whole lot. We were talking about the flooding and events that were happening in Ukraine. We didn't. I don't even know that we mentioned his hospital complex that he's working on. He was bringing us news that he knew about her son. But I do have another very interesting, very small piece of news that is, I guess, somewhat humorous and somewhat it's good. I mean, it's good news, but I think it's somewhat humorous. I guess evidently In 2016, Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko fell in the center of the capital. He fell off his bike. He crashed his bike. Well, this bike now evidently is a little valuable. I don't know, you know, the exchange on this, but it was auctioned off. He decided to auction off the bike, and he auctioned it off for 350,000 hryvnias. So I would imagine that's not a small amount of money. It would be a significant amount of money, I would imagine, for a crashed bicycle that was once ridden by the mayor of Kyiv, who has his own fame in his own right from wrestling, I think. That's how much sport I pay attention to. So yes, and the money will be used to buy drones for the armed forces of Ukraine. All kinds of inventive ways to raise money. So it is very interesting. I guess this bike became very, very famous, and the media enjoyed writing about it a whole lot. And one of his wishes is for the new owners not to fall, and if this happens, that they rise quickly and with dignity. So at least he has a good sense of humor, and he's giving stuff that's probably in storage because he has no time to ride a bike right now. He's giving that to the armed forces for more drones, which of course we know they use because drones are sort of a consumable. Here, there are things people save money up for to buy so that they can use them, but they are so needed and so useful, and have become such an important tool in Ukraine that they end up, of course, being put in a lot of danger and end up being consumables. But that's okay because they serve some amazing purposes, and I think have really, really helped Ukraine in this process. Another item that I had on my list here was about a Dnipro hospital, Dnipro Regional Hospital. They've talked to the director of the hospital, and since 2014, the hospital has received more than 20,000 people, and more than 95% of them have survived, which I think is a pretty remarkable survival rate. It's a very large number. Today they have 4.89% of deaths of people that they were not able to save. When you look at it that way, it really gives you the idea of how well Ukraine is doing in working to take care of the people in their country and to give them the best care that they can. And it just is sad, though, that we've also seen that, oh man, over 1,000 medical institutions or hospitals or clinics have been targeted in the last 6 months by Russia. So, Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to share a little quick news story. For those who had been following it, I think it was about a week ago that Alexander Commission, the Minister of Strategic Industries now, previously known as our favorite railroad executive in Ukraine and pretty much anywhere, he had been tasked with inspecting every one of the bomb shelters in Kyiv to evaluate their suitability for purpose after at least one had been kept closed during one of the air raids. And I think that was one where a child had died as a result or was seriously injured. It was about a week ago, and they had kicked that off, and he has now finished that project with his team and had some results that he posted on Telegram earlier today and are in the Ukrainian Pravda this morning as well. They inspected 4,655 shelters in Kiev, and commissions determined that 15% of the shelters are suitable for use without problems. And his quote, as of 8, which is a.m. on June 10th, the commission finished inspecting all 4,655 shelters in Kiev. The results are disappointing. And I thought to myself when I read that, yep, that's the Alexander Commission who has come and talked with us, blunt and straightforward as it is, and that's how you get problems fixed. They found that less than half of the shelters were freely accessible, only about 44%. Another 21% are available within 5 minutes, and those are usually the ones where somebody on duty has to open the shelter in response to an alarm. Only 15% are suitable for use without significant comments or adjustments. Another 50% are technically suitable, but they need to be slightly repaired. One other interpretation I saw said slightly cleaned, so I'm not sure which is the more appropriate translation. But so slightly over 6,500 bomb shelters have all gone through an inspection in a week. The formal report will be issued within the next day or so, and then they'll put an action plan together. But I know that was a topic that before this dam was taken out by the Russians and before the flood, the shelter situation in Kiev had been taking a little bit more attention from some folks. So I wanted to make sure to give you guys that update and kind of the preview that he's provided on Telegram. And I'm sure we'll have the formal report. And I know we're working on getting him back on the space to talk with us, but this work had taken priority as well. So hopefully we'll hear another update soon.
You mean he actually had some work to do rather than just sit here and talk to us? I'm shocked.
I know. Can you believe it?
So I have an update on the New Zealand story. I misspoke. So the employee is on leave pending an investigation. So not fired yet, but pending. Oscar, are you around this time?
I am, yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was going to say I've got a space, a community open called NAFO Aid Trusted Suppliers.
Hello.
Oh, as I said before, I've got a community open.
It's very difficult to hear you.
Well, I've got a pretty poor mic, but I've got a community open called NAFO Aid Trusted Suppliers. If you put your captions on, you'll be able to understand.
You've got a lot of wind noise or something, breath noise.
Can you hear better?
It's very hard.
Oh, it's breath noise.
Speak.
I'm holding it quite close to my mouth.
Oh, yeah. Move it away from your mouth.
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. I've got a community open called NAFO Aid Trusted Suppliers. I've sent a request, an invitation to Prince.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Thank you.
And
I
about
appreciate.
Marine SAR, I'm quite surprised the RNLI has not launched a flood rescue team, as they can do brown water, green water, and blue water operations.
I'm surprised a lot of people haven't launched rescue teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the RLI, you've got to launch them from Ireland and Britain, which is quite far away. You've got to take them across, I mean, a big enough body of water from, and you've got to take them all the way through Europe. I mean, there's small little orange rubber boats called D classes, which are about the smallest boat the RLI has, apart from the lifeboat, the lifeguard service inflatable. But they can carry about. They've got 3 crew. They can carry up to, I think, 8 people. But they've been around for yonks. They've been around since the 1960s, and they're what the flood rescue team uses. And they've flood rescue teams deployed mainly in Ireland and Britain when flooding has become a problem. But they do have done international work. But they also do funding for water safety out in other countries.
Yeah. I think there's a need for all the countries. We need, that's one of the things that we're asking here continually now, is to write your representatives and tell them about the MPs, they can send these rescue, and assistant forces and people.
I was going to point out the RLI is a charity. Actually, it's been around since 1824. But it's a trusted paged service on account of Her Majesty's Coast Guard and the Garda Costa na Éireann, the Irish Coast Guard, pretty much. But for us, I would have to write to my TD. Might write to them.
That might be a good idea. Tracy, I wonder if you have something to add.
Thank you, Prince. Just very quickly, because if you're writing to your officials, something that I do as well is I try to get other people to sign it. So your neighbours, your friends, that kind of thing. It just adds a little bit of weight to it, that then your politicians, they know that there is more than just you writing in, that there is local interest and that people are caring about these issues. And also maybe mention that you listen to MriyaReport, because I've heard before that actually MriyaReport has been talked about, believe it or not, in the Houses of Commons and amongst, especially like Ben Wallace. Obviously he knows about these kinds of things, so give it a mention. You never know, it may have some weight, it may have some impact.
But our Department of Defence is very useful for chocolate tea guards. It's for chocolate fire guard. It's a junior post, it's a junior minister who also has other ministerial duties. So, the Irish Department of Defence is a complete fucking mess. Pardon my language. I think it's something that NATO countries should do. But I don't think Ireland can muster much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Can I get you to mute your mic?
Okay.
I'm wondering, Gunny, if you had, thank you. Gunny, did you have some input here? Go ahead. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while, man.
Yeah, morning, mate. Look, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to pour some cold water on the idea of the international community putting rescue teams in. Look, ladies and gents, this is a theatre where rescue teams are under sporadic artillery fire, and there is obviously the other dangers of potential airstrikes, all that kind of thing. So there is no way on earth any third-party nation is going to put heavy rescue teams in. Because in order to do that, you've got to protect them. You can't. The Ukrainians won't be able to do it. They're pretty busy as it is. So let's say the UK says, "All right, well, we've got a rescue team, 80 people." how are you going to protect them from artillery? I mean, I've heard a couple of insane things about the country will also put a battalion in as a force protection, and they will look after them. And you know, guys, that's mental. It doesn't work that way, because you can't put a rescue team in and then, hey presto, wiggity wig, a battalion of the British Army in with counter artillery, air defence, all the logistics, air cover, all those kind of things. The bottom line is, this is a disaster that Ukrainians are going to have to deal with, and I think the very best we can do is give them kit. But logistically, it's also very difficult. They are fighting an existential war of survival, and already the logistics are going to be busy. And if we'd been quicker off the mark to start with, and really, all the indications are that this was seen as a real possibility, probably kit could have been forward positioned in readiness, but it wasn't. I suspect because of the logistics side of things. But you ain't going to get rescue teams in, boys and girls. I'm sorry. It's just not practical. And there is no rescue organisation that would be prepared to put a team in when MRLS and tube artillery fire is landing in and around the area. Yeah, you might get volunteers and things like that, but there's no way the organisation is going to take that risk with them.
Well, and I don't think that a NATO country would put any of their resources in there either, because of what that could end up looking like and what that it could end up meaning. So yeah, Oscar, go ahead.
I would agree about the kit, about the emergency kit, things like the water purifiers, maybe even ribs. I mean, it sounds like a pretty good plan both time.
Yeah, I mean, sending, the water purifiers and other kind of support and aid like that, things like that can be sent. And today Canada, I believe, committed some money to that. I believe I saw 16,000 from the UK for support and for relief and for items that are needed. Here on MriyaReport, we're raising money to send to Ukraine to help with the needs that they have in Kherson, and those are the kinds of things that can be very effective. And we've seen organizations like the World Health Organization and many organizations like that, who are sending services. And Gunny, I so appreciate you. I so appreciate your dose of reality that you always bring to us. And it brings to mind, it was just a couple of days ago, watching a video that was posted online of Ukraine's chief rabbi, who was in Kherson helping people, and came under fire, came under shelling, and he hit the ground and he was not injured. But boy, I was a little afraid for him. I wasn't quite sure he was okay by the end of the little video I saw. So, Gunny's totally right. There's shelling over the river, and people are getting injured and people are getting killed in that process. They hit an area where people were collecting to be evacuated. People were killed in that. So, one of the most heart-wrenching ones that I saw, the man ended up being okay, but it was a 93-year-old man, 93 years old. He said in the first clip, the first bit of the video, that, he survived one world war, and now he's surviving this war. And then the next clip was, a bang, and you heard, the rescuer saying, "We just took fire." And they had been caught in some shelling in trying to, evacuate this 93-year-old man on a boat. And the 93-year-old man ended up with a shrapnel wound to the head, and he then the next part of the video you saw was him, you know, them getting him out of the boat, lifting him up out of the boat. But it was followed up with that he was okay. But you know, those are the kinds of situations that are happening when they're trying to evacuate the citizens, to the point where a couple of days ago they put out a notice that anybody who wants to volunteer to come and help evacuate, don't. You know, find some place to help and help there on the shore. Find some place where you can be useful there without getting in a boat in the water trying to save people and trying to rescue people, because of the shelling and because of the danger. I mean, we heard about snipers taking shots. So these, you know, these are all considerations that people and organizations take into account when they're doing looking at getting involved in these kinds of things. And we might not like it. It's not necessarily a fun thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. That, you know, it would, well, I guess it is a good thing, but it would be nice if they could just, you know, send people in. But there are a lot of layers and a lot of different aspects to it. So NAFO Dave, did you have anything to add?
No, I think you guys covered it well. So I don't know if it was Oscar or I can't even. What's that? Linda. That's it. Is it Oscar or Linda? Not sure.
I think Oscar was next and then Linda. Go ahead, Oscar.
I was going to say, if the sniper's along the Dnipro, would that mean that to be the sniper alley situation like we saw in the Sarajevo in the Bosnian War?
Are you saying that it's ending up, that it could end up like a sniper alley thing with the Bosnian Wars? Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite worrying though, if you think about it. Snipers, like, not even taking out military cars, taking out civilians, even humanitarian workers, you know. I mean, the only loss of the guard on peacekeeping operation in Ireland was in Sarajevo being sieged in Sniper Alley. That was quite serious, actually. How many people got killed by snipers. And also the Serbians had artillery overlooking Sarajevo, which were used to, you know, cause absolute misery.
Yeah, we don't want things to be more dangerous than they need to be.
So
All right.
I think
Go
I
ahead.
would think that the one difference between now and Bosnia is there's drones. Drones are really good for picking out snipers. So I don't know if there would be the opportunity to develop some kind of a sniper alley like there was. Just because you can fly drones over and figure out where they are.
I was going to say, isn't there partly a kind of ghillie suit kind of yoke that actually hides the thermal in pattern?
Yeah, there are ghillie suits with thermal blockers. So
I thought with the advent, I mean, it was told when I was 12, I mean, not that I'm 19, but I was told by a friend that thermal cameras, imaging cameras, had made camouflage uniforms obsolete.
yeah, I'm not a military guy. I'm not up to date on that. Gunny, have you heard anything about this or know more about this? If you're around.
Sorry, mate, I can't hear him.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. It is a little bit
I
difficult.
couldn't either, Dave. I couldn't either, Dave. So if you want to repeat the question, but I'm not sure I'll know.
Yeah, you're a little bit hard. You're hard to hear there a little bit, Oscar.
I know.
You-
I think it's probably the accent doesn't help as well. But I was asking about whether or not have thermal imaging cameras made camouflage pattern uniforms obsolete.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Have
Sorry, can't
Go
hear
ahead,
him
Will.
still.
Yeah, I have thermal imaging cameras made camouflage uniforms obsolete.
No, but of course, yeah, wherever thermal image cameras are, you're not going to be able to hide where soldiers are. Uh, in some respects, camouflage uniforms kind of make camouflage uniforms, because they're all wearing bright fluoro tape so that they don't get killed by friendly fire too. So, no, they have not made camouflage uniforms obsolete, because you still want to have a broken pattern and be able to break up your outline, your silhouette for anybody who is looking at you with regular eyes. That's what it's for, not really for. Obviously, it doesn't work against thermal, but no, it hasn't. Would be the short answer, but yeah, that's all.
I suppose it's because you have. I suppose it's because thermal imaging cameras can't be always on one. You can't always have a cover, and every bit also. You also want to make sure that you also want to make sure that you're able to identify that you don't want to shoot just by camera alone. You need to be able to identify something by that access and be friend or foe, but also that it probably is also because it's kind of hard to explain. The Americans, I believe, had these in the Afghanistan had these kind of devices that identified them as friendly into uniform apparently. But the problem was the Taliban took to take them to avoid being able to identify as enemies. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I don't know. And I think this is getting into an area that
I know. I think we're off topic.
nobody here. Yeah, nobody here. You're a little hard to hear, and nobody here really at this moment has the expertise that is needed, I think, to answer
Right.
the kind of questions you
I
have.
think if this was a ski course, it would be off the off-pitch section.
Yeah, so maybe I don't know if you have the availability to come on more during the day, like
Oh, yeah.
probably I don't know in about 3 or 4 hours when one of our military minded guys are on the space and have the kind of information that you would want
Right.
to ask because we are 24/7 and we have things different times of the day.
Right. All right. Thanks for
Yeah.
that. I'll probably go on come on right off some other questions asked. I was actually going to say the point about example fish now the area where the dam is sort of mostly Russian speaking. I mean, like people who apparently the Russians supposed to go and protect in air quotes. I mean, does any actually honestly think that that's always been true? Because if you think about it, when Cromwell invaded Ireland, now I'm using this as an example, when he went in and butchered Florida, most people in Florida were just settlers, rather than English settlers or descendants of settlers. Or in fact, during the Irish War of Independence, you had people, Protestants, for example, Republic of Ireland, who would have been brutalised by the British security forces, but because they're Irish. I mean, obviously there would have been different religion. I know this is going to sound a bit off-pitch section, off track, but I don't know. I'm probably talking shite and probably fatigued stuff. Probably quite tired now. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think that probably the co-host that would help you and maybe have some of the answers to your questions would be one of our other Daves. We have a few of them. So apologies and I appreciate you coming up. I don't think I've ever seen you on the space. Your audio is if you can get that working a little bit better so that you're able to be heard a little bit better. And if it's military related stuff during the day in Europe is a little bit better than than right now, early morning in Europe. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Linda.
Hi, thanks. I have a what if, and it'll probably come across really naive, especially to Gunny, but nevertheless, maybe entertain me. I should remember, but I can't remember. Some country, if there's some country in Europe that is not part of NATO, right? So it's a European country, Eastern, Western, whatever, but not part of NATO, and I can't think of one right now. If they had a major disaster, a volcano, earthquake, whatever, a flood, fire, and NATO sent in boots on the ground as aid personnel to help with rescue efforts. If that could happen, the UN can. I'm not sure that NATO can. But if that were to happen in some country that's not NATO, and then if Russia started bombing and sniping those rescue workers in that other country who were in the middle of a rescue process, conceivably, what would be the response? Would NATO consider that a war act against their rescuers? Question. And then if the answer is yes, then number one, what might be their reaction to that? Would they consider that an act of war? And if they did, then what would be their response? So taking it, out of Ukraine, but putting it into another country that was experiencing, a horrible act of, let's just say, an act of nature, even though this wasn't. What would happen if you just move the country out of Ukraine, and then you take that and you move that back in the country of Ukraine, and say, if NATO sent in boots on the ground as aides, rescue workers, and they were fired upon, what would be the response? Would that be different? Would that be different, for example, if Russia sent bombs into Poland? What would be the response, right? Would that be different than if Russia sent bombs in?
You've got to stop to get someone to give you an answer.
Yeah.
Say again?
Yeah.
I said you've got to stop at some point so someone can answer that question.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't even know that if it's worth even looking at the what if. Will or Gunny, would you like to say something about this?
Yeah, okay. So there's two completely different things there that you kind of threw in there. So a natural disaster in Europe, that would primarily be dealt with by that nation's emergency services and other government agencies. They could put out a request. It wouldn't be through NATO. It would just be a request to the EU, although obviously the UK would answer as well, for certain specialised assistance. So that might be heavy lift assets, let's say, helicopters. And the UK government goes, yeah, RAF's on standby. We've got 6 Chinooks to task over to you. And then we would put them over. So that's one thing. You wouldn't see what you call boots on the ground. You might see certain specialist engineering units or medical units dispatched off to that country and put under their OPCON for them to use as they see fit. All right. Now that's different from Ukraine, because Ukraine can't put a request for civilian or military units in because it's currently engaged in a war. And that means that any units that are put into theatre will run the risk of being shot at. Now, if you take it, don't take it as a natural disaster, because this is a man-made attempt to kill people. The closest approximation would be the breakup of former Yugoslavia. But the problem is you have to have a UN mandated, ideally, mission which will put in certain caveats or certain requirements before they put people in. So you could say, and it won't happen because two of the UN Permanent Council are fucking idiots and they'll block it anyway. But one of those requirements would be a no-fly zone over Ukraine. And that would be enforced, and that would mean NATO jets over Ukraine, and they would start killing Russian aircraft. The second one would be rules of engagement that would allow supporting units, because NATO would have to put in air defense, artillery, engineering, at least light armor, all of those kind of things, the ability to engage the Russians if the Russians shoot at them. Well, it's not going to happen, is it? And the third thing would have to be some kind of general ceasefire put in with NATO or this UN-sponsored mission sort of in the middle policing it. So it's not just, it's not going to happen. Because obviously the first NATO soldier is killed by the Russians, well, that's an Article 5. And that means a full-on conventional war between NATO and Russia. And that's why putting people in won't happen. It can't happen unless there is a ceasefire, preferably a no-fly zone implemented, and then a cast iron guarantee from both sides that they'll cease operations in order to get humanitarian assistance in. Who would even believe the Russians, even if they said, yeah, we're up for that? There isn't a charity rescue organization in the world, I don't think, that would want to take that on, because nobody trusts them. So, yeah, you know, there's your answer. If you want people in there doing rescue work, humanitarian work, you've got to stop the fighting.
Thanks. That was the kind of wisdom that I was looking for. But I have a follow-on question. Supposedly one of the reasons why Russia is not likely to do any kind of nuclear weapons, any nuclear weapons of any type, is because of the overriding threat of, if you do this, you will be met with overwhelming conventional force. And with regard to the question I just asked, is that same logic potentially applicable? In other words, we will be going in for humanitarian reasons because there's this disaster going on. This is what we will do. We will not be shooting at you. But if you choose to shoot at us, then be advised you will be met with overwhelming conventional force. So that might sound naive again, but I just wanted to ask that question. Thanks.
Okay, so putting any armed force in there without the agreement of the Russians is fast track to a conventional war, right? And nobody wants that. Ignore everyone, most of whom have never worn a uniform in their life, apart from when they went to school, who are treating that as a blasé, yeah, well, bring it on, Russia, will do you. All right. The bottom line is there isn't a single leader in the West who wants a full-on conventional dust-up with Russia, unless it's a last-ditch thing, if there's no other option, because it will not just be in Ukraine. All right, it'll go from the Barents Sea down to the North African coast, and it will be extremely messy. the idea of putting units into Ukraine is a non-starter simply because that could be a very, very real possibility, and no one's gonna countenance that. No one is gonna do that for the sake of a flood. Now that sounds brutal, but at the end of the day, it's a flood and thousands of people have probably died. But that is nothing compared to the absolute carnage that we'd be facing if we went toe to toe with them. Right across theatre. Now the nuclear thing is different because CBRN theoretically is a no-go. You don't do it. The fact that the Russians have used CBRN in the UK twice in assassination has got nothing to do with it. But I would say, and some people would disagree, it is front and center of NATO minds, and there is a low but there possibility that if things go south on the Russians as badly as they may well do, they may well consider using a tactical nuclear weapon to blunt a Ukrainian thrust, cause a pause in operations. They won't care about the international outcry because apart from the BRIC states, they're pariahs anyway, and they may decide that that's going to buy them some time. It would be, for them, they would see it as a relatively low risk unless they're being told in diplomatic channels by NATO, you do that, you even think about it, and we are watching you, the retribution will be conventional and we will hurt you very badly. So they're two completely different things. One is a humanitarian disaster, man-made, caused by the Russians who do it as a matter of course, and just going to have to suck it up. Two is the Russian front falling apart completely and then feeling that there is no other way to stabilize it or create the conditions for which they think that they can strike some kind of peace deal, and then going to a CBRN device. Might be a chemical device, could be biological, probably more likely to be chemical. And they'll do that. Now, there are a couple of people who are saying, well, the reasons that the Ukrainians aren't doing one or two big strikes and they're kind of pushing against multiple sectors is they're probably keeping this in the back of their heads because you don't want everyone bunched up together. Is that possible? Yeah, I think so. I don't think anything's off the cards as far as NATO is concerned. And in the military, you plan for all kind of obscene possibilities in life. There is a NATO plan in every single country for alien invasion. Trust me, because that's what the military do. They plan for everything. And I think it will be a factor in how the Ukrainians conduct ops. We know that they were given CBRN equipment last year. A lot of it kind of popped in the news and then popped out. And that's why these two things are completely different. Again, you've got to say, this is a regional war. NATO are not formally engaged in any way, shape or form, apart from providing ISTAR, stuff like that, and logistics, obviously, and probably a few things we'll never know about. But it needs, ideally, to remain a two-nation scrap, right? We really don't want it kind of going outside the borders because things like that, they grow arms and legs very quickly and you lose control. And it's just not going to be, it just won't be good for anyone. Even in the US, no one will be untouched by it. So, you know, to round up, NATO and Ukraine, no. If NATO are going to go toe to toe with the Russians, there'll be a time and a right place for it, and it will be overwhelming, but it will be a last resort kind of thing. And the nukes, look, I hate to break it to you, but you've been under nuclear threat since 1945 to one degree or another. I think 1984, we nearly all died in 1984. It was some Russian colonel who had a look at the automated air defense system and decided that the computer was giving him bad data. But you were within a hair's breadth of being turned into particles, all of us. So, you know, I won't flap about it too much. If you hear about me opening a special bottle of whiskey suddenly, yeah, grab your tin out. But apart from that, chill out. Nothing you can do about it. We're all on for the ride.
Yeah, thanks for the thanks for the answer and discussion, and it still bugs me. So anyway, thanks.
Nick, good evening.
Good evening, Prince. How are ya?
Doing okay.
Good.
How's your part of the Northwest?
It's quiet and it just went from dusk to dark. There's a little bit of light in the sky, but it's a beautiful evening after a rainy day. And I wanted to comment. You and Nancy were conversing earlier about how horrific it is that the Russian barbarians are shelling people trying to rescue Ukrainians from the floods and sniping at them too, because they are, after all, unrepentant, unapologetic, rank barbarians of the worst order. And so I wanted to comment to everybody in the US that there is a brand new House resolution. It's House Resolution 3979, introduced by Ted Lieu, whose purpose is to name the Russian Federation as a state sponsor of terrorism. And you can write to your congressman. At this point, I only know of it as a House resolution. So there's not a point yet in writing to your senator, but there is a point in writing to your congresspersons, asking them to support and co-sponsor the resolution. Again, it's 3979. And if you want to Google it so that you know what I'm talking about, be sure to include 118th Congress, because if you do what I did initially, which was Google House Resolution Russia's Russia's terror state sponsor of terrorism or whatever, you would get one from the 117th Congress, which is no longer operative. So 118th Congress, House Resolution 3979, Russian Federation state sponsor of terrorism. I know it's a lot of tapping into your browser to get the Google up, but that'll take you to the right place. And write and or call your congressman or congresswoman, depending on where you live. You can do it. It doesn't matter whether they're Republican or Democrat, because there are so many Republicans that do sponsor it, and there are Democrats who would sponsor it if their arms were twisted, but they're actually sort of in weird districts that may or may not support it. So bug them all. Russia needs to be eliminated from the community of civilized nations, because it is not a civilized nation. It is a horde of barbarians. And we need to make sure that the entire world understands that. And that's probably enough out of me for tonight. I'm obviously worked up and actually rather emotional about all of this stuff. So thank you for letting me speak.
Always
Morning.
appreciate it.
Sorry. Morning.
We're just barely starting and we're already tripping over each other. Good morning, mockers. Have you had your 2 sips of coffee?
Almost. Almost.
Well, get to it. I'm refreshing pages left and right.
I'm sure you are. We're waiting for yesterday's numbers.
Yeah. Still waiting for those numbers. They haven't shown up yet. Did
Well,
you hear?
they're
Did you
having a
hear
busy
Gunny?
time.
Did you hear Gunny? I hadn't heard Gunny for a while. It was good to hear Gunny.
It indeed was. Hello, Gunny, and thank you for coming and pissing on our chips and all that. I'm sure that was. I'm sure that was educational, and we always know Gunny is here to put us right. So there appears to have been some booms in Melita poll overnight. Just so as you know, I've been sent something that sounds, there's no video.
But what's up with the guy that said Russian?
You know when people interrupt, you know how like kind of rude that is. Yeah, that's kind of rude. So, by all means, send me a DM with your question, and I'll answer it there. And cheers,
Okay,
Prince.
so
You got to it
you
before me.
you were saying a boom in Melitopol?
Yes, I was sent a video that was well, it's pitch black, but you can hear what sounds like cooking off ammo. So either they were having a big firefight with one another, or there was ammo cooking off. And I would imagine it's probably the second one. I don't think that the partisans are really into major assaults. So just to be aware of that. Now, also, just to be aware, it will rain for the next 3 or 4 days. So that is in the Zaporizhia direction. And because of that, you would expect activity to stop in that area and perhaps be in another direction. So you never know. Keep your eyes on Luhansk, Kharkiv, those sorts of areas, because they will be drier. Right, so in Melitopol, here is a bit more information about it. The locals heard the sound of machine guns. It is suggested they were shooting at drones. And the Russian Telegram, that's the one, began to write about activity of the armed forces of Ukraine near Kupiansk. Of course, this may just be themselves talking to themselves, you know what I mean. They sometimes claim that areas have been attacked just so that they can claim that they fought them off successfully overnight. Rybar, his map's quite interesting. It shows it shows that the Ukrainians are trying to break through in a particular area. Now, obviously, we can't always believe what the Russians tell us, but this guy, sometimes his maps are a little bit too honest, and he gets things right. So he has previous claim for exaggerating and claiming a Russian counterattack, though. So we will have to see what comes of that. However, it does look as though it might be true. So there is definitely something been going down in Melitopol overnight, and there's also a lot of panic with regards to Kupiansk and that area. We lack the smell of panic from the Russians in the morning, I think. And well, I would say that it's always a good start to my day to hear them having a bit of a panic. Now, oh yes, that's I've seen that, I think.
Mockers.
Yeah.
You know, I came across something that I thought you might find interesting. It's not going to be surprising, but I thought it might be interesting. Have you seen what the representative from Operational Command South has said this morning?
Oh no, please tell.
Well, this is about the left bank. On the left bank, the occupiers' weapons warehouses were washed away. So the quote goes like this: The occupiers built several lines of defense there, including mine explosives, barricades, which consisted of several rows of mines. Positions were also set up among them when the first floodwater rise flooded out their dugouts and trenches. Even they lost part of the personnel and weapons. In this strip from 5 to 15 kilometers, which was flooded, their weapons warehouse of military supplies were also located. All of this is now spread all over the flood zone and can be dangerous. Now, I realize the dangerous part of it is very serious. However, it is amusing in some way to me.
It kind of is, really, isn't it? That they've not done themselves any favors. I mean, there's excuses popping up, recordings of conversations and things saying, "Oh, we didn't expect it to be that big," but I really think they did. I really think they did. They just didn't bother to, tell anybody, because let's face it, if they lose people too, they can accuse Ukraine and say, "Look, it wasn't us. We lost lots of people too." But in reality, they don't give a hoot about their people, so that wouldn't matter to them. They're sort of it's an extra way to help twist the narrative. It really is. Though it's terribly unfortunate, isn't it, that they spent all that time building those trenches only to wash them out. And all that time planting those mines only for them to now be washed away. It's not funny at all, no. But it is a bit of karma, a little bit of karma for them. Yeah, that's as much as I can squeeze out of that as positives. Nick.
Hi, Mockers. Thank you. I did hear that that some Russian units were ordered to withdraw just before the demolition of the dam. So apparently, I don't know. Maybe the ones with favorite commanders. I don't know. I don't know how that worked, but reportedly, some of them were ordered to withdraw and others were ignored. I have a question for you specifically, though, because you monitor the booms. Just in the last, I don't know, 12, 24, 36 hours, maybe, have you noticed a diminution at all in the booms in distant reaches of the theater, as the targets of opportunity have diminished, and the offensive, the summer offensive, seems to be gearing up and kicking in, or is it effectively the same pace as it has been for the past 2 or 3 weeks? Thanks.
Well, there's been a definite uptick in missile strikes by Ukraine. Definitely seen an increase there. In fact, at the end of the day now, there is literally a list of places. And it would appear they're not just going for long-range strikes, they're going for areas that they are looking to move into as well. So, for example, Tokmak, Molochansk, those two areas there are directly along a rail line that comes up from Crimea. And obviously Tokmak is the sort of the main logistics hub, but they did move things to Molochansk because obviously it's further down the rail line, it's not being hit all the time, and suddenly, look, Molochansk gets hit as well. And that is a place that Axel said to me, when you hear that place get hit, that's important. And so, I'm going to take his word for it. But we have Kremina was hit multiple times yesterday by some sort of large booms. Arab,
Montrose,
yeah.
is one of your cats like licking themselves by you?
Yes, he sat on my knee chewing himself. Stop it. There we go.
I was
Does it sound
wondering.
like I was doing something gross?
I just, it was like, what is that sound? And just because I know you, I was like, oh, I bet it's one of the cats.
Yeah, sorry. He's having a moment. You know when they sit on your knee and then they have to have a wash before they decide to curl up and go to sleep? Yeah, well, he's been a pest, chewing on his ass. So where was that? Arabasta Arrow. Now, Arabasta Arrow, I think, is a little piece of land that goes through from the bottom of Ukraine to Crimea. And that is where, well, just at the top of that is Henichensk. Henichensk, that one. Sometimes written with a G, sometimes written with a H. There's multiple spellings of virtually every name in Ukraine just to keep me confused. But that is, I believe, just below Henichensk. So, tell me if I'm wrong, people. Then it says here, Berdyansk again, plus the whole of the Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk and Kherson regions, there were active artillery strikes. Which, you know, one of the things that is especially noticeable before going in for a push of any kind is an uptick in artillery. So these things all point to a general uptick in activity, shall we say. Does that help?
Yeah, Mockers, that was great. That was clarifying. My specific curiosity was whether they, the Ukrainians, had figured that they'd reduced the more distant targets of munitions and fuel dumps and fuel storage and fuel storage facilities and all of that, and command centers to the point where they could concentrate on closer, less strategic and more operational targets, I guess, to put it in probably an incorrect but vernacular that at least that I understand. And I think you answered that adequately for me. So thank you very much.
Never a problem. Yeah, there is a general uptick in activity all the way across, basically. I would suggest, though, that the long-range fires are still going after concentrations of manpower and equipment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be bothering. So we've got some numbers, and I will give them to you immediately. So we're up to 215,000 today, with an additional 980 liquidated personnel. 17 tanks. That's a lot more than there was in the parade, eh? 16 more, in fact. Ooh, 24 personnel, armored personnel vehicles. Cripes. 19 artillery systems, plenty of those again. 1 MLRS. As you're probably aware, there was drone strikes yesterday, and that would be why this amounts to 37 drones and 7 cruise missiles. But by crikey, 33 vehicles and fuel tanks. 33. I'm not sure if that's a record, but we'll find out. And 2 more special equipment. So excellent work there. Now, there was something that I did see, which was a nice video. When I find it again, you know how you just lose things. It was a lovely video of There we are. A Ukrainian artillery strike on a Russian convoy, claimed to be near the village of Zapovitin in Zaporizhia Oblast. And oh, hello. I always click into videos when I'm trying to just look at them. Very annoying. Yeah. And, well, that was a lovely boom. I just had to make sure I watched the end of it because I had a feeling there was a boom coming up. So they might have something to do with it. The Russian convoy was struck around 12 kilometers directly due south of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, presumably by Ukrainian artillery firing from the far side of the Dnipro. So, you know, it's about time they had a taste of their own medicine, really, isn't it? Being fired at from over the Dnipro. Two can play at that game. And I'm just looking here, there was a bit more footage. And there was a fair few vehicles in that line. And I'm just looking, I think they caught the third vehicle, stopping like most of the convoy and then just picked off the column. And it looks to be an artillery column. So towed guns behind the vehicles and a lovely shockwave from the blast, which should have disabled all of the vehicles and their guns. So nice work indeed. Anybody would think the Ukrainians are getting kind of good at this.
One would think. But I think it's been proven out. I think it has been proven very effectively in the last 16 months. I mean, nobody would have thought, you know, when we started this. Well, there were people who thought, but, you know, Pooty Poot thought he could take care of it in 3 days. But boy, was he wrong. 473 days later, here we are. And Ukraine seems to be teaching them a lesson or two. And you know what I find is odd this morning?
What's that?
I have just a couple of Russian accounts that I follow. Just literally a couple. And for the last couple of nights, they have been giving updates, especially by this time of the day, on what happened at night. And they're silent today. Have you found that, or have you even had a chance to look?
I noticed a massive uptick in cope yesterday, and I do mean massive. They started off with panic a couple of days ago, and then they sort of settled into cope, and then yesterday extreme cope. So if today they're suddenly silent, well, that tells you that they're probably coordinating how to handle the next statements. You know how they go.
How can we spin this to sort of make it look good? But they can't. So, Will, are you around?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I sent you a message. I don't know if we need to wait for somebody else for this or if this is in your wheelhouse. I sent you an article. It's in Ukrainian, but there's auto translate. But just from the short little post where I initially noticed it, one of the things was an impressive desalination of the sea was noticed near Odessa. So an ecological inspection took place of the southwestern district on June 10th. Samples of the sea were taken of 3 different places. And the salinity was 2.7 to 2.9 times lower than normal. Would that be something that you would expect to see with the chemicals and lubricants and other items that would have been dumped into the water because of the dam rupture?
So, so I don't know where those samples were exactly taken, but it's consistent with what I would see if I dumped 12 cubic kilometers of water into that delta, because the fresh water would drive the TDS levels, the salinity of the water down, right? Filtration, big tide like that, all fresh water, it would drive the salinity meaning down. All that means is the fresh water has not yet stopped to draining. And
You appear to be in a bad spot for connection there, Will.
I'm having tons of problems with my.
I think his microphone is giving him problems.
Yeah, may need a recycle there. You know
So
how
anyway,
it is.
yeah, this may be something that will be interesting for Doman because you know it also the article is obviously a bit more extensive and tells things about iron and all kinds of other substances and things like that that I could imagine Doman getting all excited about. So yes, so and it is very specific. So I think I will message this to him and and see what he has to say when he gets up. So
Yeah.
but
Also, I'll just reiterate what Will was saying, that was it's basically it's a dilution effect from all the fresh water being pushed into the seawater in that location. And one of the things it will do is obviously it cuts off a certain amount of oxygen to the water underneath, which is flora and fauna. It's something that would cause issues there. And it also, because of all the things that are in that water, it sets off, I believe, a green algae bloom, which again cuts off oxygen to the water underneath. And there are some things that you can do to try and counteract it, but it's on such a massive scale that you would need truckloads of things to put in the water to assist with the problems there. And some of those things that you put in the water may not also be good in the long term. So, there's there's an ecological problem there, which is going to continue to get worse, I believe, unfortunately.
well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry. Because it gives more than just the desalination. It talks about suspended solids and iron and other kinds of things like that. So it's they're doing testing on the water in Odessa is the bottom line, I guess, when it comes down to it. And they're starting to see some things that are not the average of what they normally see.
And I spotted this morning that another cat had been rescued from washing down the river on some drifting detritus, shall we say. So that at least made me smile a little bit this morning.
I saw something that I thought was going to make you laugh, but I think I forgot to send it to you. So, oh well.
Did it have flukes on it?
Oh, it was a boom. That's what it was. And I thought, oh, she's probably already seen this boom. So, yeah.
It's all right. Sometimes I like seeing them again. Good morning, Sussex.
Hey, good morning, you two. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Marcus. I was wondering, like, how can we get more women involved in this fight? I mean, 'cause that's the thing about, and there is a concept it's like, it's the war and stuff like that. But, what I mean? It's like, how do we, get more voices from women in this fight that's happening? I think that's very something that we should get into and think, okay, it's like, wow, man, it's like, the fight is happening now, but like, and then, it's, I would like to see, you both are amazing, two women, but like in the war, and we have previous speakers, but like, how do we get more women to speak during this war because they're part of this war? And I want to listen to their voices and stuff like that and be like, what I mean? That was my question to you both. Anyway, you both are great. Anyway, hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, Sussex. Well, I think part of that is, not everybody feels comfortable to come up and speak, and I appreciate that. I mean, not me, obviously. I'll talk to anyone, me. But it is something that, a lot of women are involved in raising funds and indeed making efforts to speak to governments and organise things. I think what you find with when I look at the ladies that are involved in this, they're doing stuff, they're busying themselves, and possibly not always available to chat because they're busy. Certainly, like Fellaine, for example. Now, it would be lovely to hear Fellaine come in and talk to us more, but she is very busy. She's arranging parcels and, equipment for units. She's translating for the army on a regular basis. She's sourcing materials and dealing with all sorts of things in the background, talking to purchasing and, trying to get the best deal for things. She spends an awful lot of time talking about how important it is to get something at a good price. And luckily, she's so lovely that most people do give her a discount. But as you can see, she's doing that on a regular basis. She sometimes pops in and talks to us for like an hour before she goes to bed at midnight. And bless her little socks, she's always absolutely shattered, but she's always doing something productive. And that's the important part for her. So coming here and talking to us is not her priority, and well, we can well understand that. So yeah, you are right. We do have some more ladies' voices that are coming as co-hosts. I think you've probably noticed that Robin, the lovely Robin Schwartz, is one of our co-hosts now, and it's one of those things that yes, women are involved, but maybe not as vocally. Maybe they're just busy doing stuff, if you know what I mean. It tends to be that I find a lot of ladies involved will have their heads down doing something important. Just the way they work. James, maybe you can add a bit more colour.
Thanks, Marcus. Lovely to hear your mellifluous voice so early. What time is it where you are?
Oh, I got here at 6 a.m, my lovely. So 6:45 now.
Fantastic. Now, I'm just driving out of Zhytomyr on the way to Lviv, having left Kiev, not particularly noisy Kiev this morning, I believe. I'm not sure though. Any news of any booms? I saw at JDAM hit a tank repair shop this morning. Was that a recent one?
That is recent. That has been over the last couple of days. Yes. that was, I'm trying to think exactly where it was. It was over the border, though, obviously. I'm tempted to say Bryansk or Kursk or somewhere like that. But yes, a tank repair workshop. Workshop. Hey, it's early. Tank repair workshop. That one.
Yeah, fantastic. We haven't seen many JDAMs being used. I'm not sure how many the Ukrainians have, but they're not easy to drop on Russian warehouses. You have to have an air force to do it, and the Ukrainians are pretty limited on that. Yeah, so have you talked about the news from the front, and what are we allowed to discuss? I mean, I'm sure everyone's seen the rumors, and quite good news it seems. I mean, what's the status quo in terms of discussions here?
Well, we're happy to discuss what is open source information and obviously what the general staff put out. Now, obviously, anything that comes from the Russians needs to be taken with a bag of salt, because they will claim that the Ukrainians have taken an area just so later they can say they've taken it back. So, you've got to sort of be a bit careful with the information that they put out. However, it would appear there is good news in a number of areas. Now, there were 4 main areas that were identified by the Institute of the Study of War, where there were active offensives going on, one of which was Bakhmut. And then there were 3 locations along the Zaporizhia front. And all of those locations, there appears to have been some success, shall we say. We're waiting for absolute confirmation, but I think the main area of success was, I'm trying to think, an area sort of heading towards Polohi, let's say that. Does that help?
Can we quote Rebar, the Telegram channel the Russians often refer to? Suddenly, they've suggested that Velika Novosilka, which is halfway along the line of contact above Melitopol, has the Russian front has suffered severe losses there. I think the word collapse had been used in Rebar's text, which is often quoted in Western media, and they are Russian, therefore not to be trusted. But yeah, that's good news if it's proven to be true and confirmed by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, he is sometimes a little bit too honest for his own good. He's not quite the same as a lot of the other bloggers. He doesn't just spout absolute nonsense. I think he likes to think that he's a bit more credible. And so, yeah, some of the stuff that comes from him can be used as an indicator, shall we say. We can't take everything he says as truth, because he does sometimes claim, oh yes, they came in and they were fighting really hard in this area, but we beat them back a day later, so you got to be a little bit careful where he says there's been advances. But I mean, if he's using the word collapse, I think he's probably being a bit more honest than some of the others.
Absolutely. I mean, 20-kilometer stretch of front route collapse. I mean, I forget the exact words, and I didn't read it in the original Russian, but certainly he said that I think we can discuss it now. It's in both Ukrainian and Russian sources. But yeah, it's not looking good at that point. Yeah, and we needed some good news, frankly, because watching videos of Bradleys and Leopards getting taken out is very depressing. I mean, we knew they're not Wunderwaffe, wonder weapons, but you have great hopes for these machines, and to see them broken and burning is always very depressing. But that's to be expected, and this is a brutal war against what was the Soviet army. And it's the reason that the Americans have 4,000 Bradleys. Let's be frank, right? They're very survivable. The crews usually get out. The Yanks are just going to have to send more of them. Thanks.
You're absolutely right. I would like to see a ton more Bradleys being delivered to Ukraine. I think that's a perfectly good response to what's going on here. Nick?
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to mention to James that I read the same reports he did. The bit that I read though also included a caution that the Russians have further defenses beyond the initial breakthroughs on the 20-kilometer wide front. However, my question is, how well manned are these? I mean, the Russians have this incredibly long front that they've been trying to station men on over the it's a couple hundred miles. No, it's more than a couple hundred miles. I can't remember. My translation from kilometers to miles is terrible, so I won't give you an exact number, but it's extremely long and they don't have enough men. So there's that. Also, I think that it is important to keep in mind that if you're looking at aerial photos from Russian drones of knocked out Ukrainian military machinery, there's a good chance that, especially like the little parking lot worth of IFVs or APCs or whatever they are, they all look like they were just knocked out because their tracks were just disabled by, probably, according to George, our frequent speaker on this space, probably from artillery deployed mines, which is a way of saying that artillery fired mines into the pathway of the oncoming vehicles, and of course that suddenly made a new minefield that nobody had accounted for, and so a bunch of them got knocked out, and so they were abandoned, but many of them are reportedly repaired. So the photos look terrible, but the truth is probably a heck of a lot less worse than we think. And so again, don't believe anything coming from the Russians. Any little success, they're going to blow up into a battle of Waterloo success for them, and every reverse is going to be trivialized. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, Rybar is reasonably, I mean, for a Russian source, not completely horribly inaccurate, reasonably accurate considering. But anyhow, thought I would throw that in. Thank you.
Yeah, also just something I wanted
Thanks,
to
Nick.
add.
It is
Oh, go on, James.
elevating to hear the Russians squeaking about collapsed front lines. And to your point about the knocked out US equipment, exactly. Many of these machines can be recovered. This is behind the lines. I mean, this is why it was so surprising to see all these knocked out tanks. Yeah, I think George brings up a really good point. There are probably artillery delivered mines that the Ukrainians weren't expecting to run into, which would allow for some of the clear confusion that occurred. And these are rookie crews. These are guys who were, 6 months ago were they were computer programmers. They were working in bakers' shops, right? These are brave men and women who are doing the best job they can. And there's going to be cock-ups, right? So going back to look to history, right? I mean, this is not Desert Storm. This is more comparable to the Second World War, when the British, for example, were trying to break out of Caen in Normandy, and that was the 1st and 8th Armored Divisions of a very experienced British Army who suffered worse casualties than they did in the First World War in infantry terms, and lost 75% of British tanks in similar countryside, hedgerows and firing ranges with a dug-in opponent, well motivated, well equipped. It took a month, at least a month, to break out with enormous losses, but break out they did, and we can only expect the Ukrainians to do the same. Losses are to be expected. I mean, the Americans built a lot of Bradleys for that very reason, right? This was the Red Army they were fighting in the Falaise Gap on the plains of Germany, and they were going to lose dozens, hundreds to Russian fixed rotary and now UAVs. And another point regarding those UAVs, we've seen the drones hitting Bradleys, which probably didn't expect it back in the 80s, but now it's an entirely new threat. And the Gepards, who've got a new lease of life as drone killers, there are not enough of them. The Germans haven't sent enough. There's not enough ammunition because of the Swiss, although that's being fixed. And half of the Gepards are around Kiev, around Odessa, around the airfields that they have to protect as well. So, this is to be expected. There's no air cover, rookie crews. The Ukrainians are doing a damn good job and are going to win this. Thanks.
Thanks, James. Just before I go to you, Laughing Tommy, I've got to add that the Institute of the Study of War have sorry, I find this funny. That they've noted that the Russians are complaining and basically saying it's no fair. They're using better technology and better tactics. So Russian sources claim that Ukraine's armed forces have tactical advantages in conducting assaults at night due to the Western provided equipment with superior night optics. And a prominent Russian mill blogger has been moaning about this because Western provided equipment provides Ukrainian forces with excellent night vision. So Vladimir Rogov also claimed that the night assaults allow Ukraine to effectively use their provided equipment against the Russians without receiving an awful lot in reply. Russian sources have widely claimed that Ukrainian forces have started intensified assaults at night in recent days, and Ukrainian forces may be increasingly leveraging those advantages. Well, wouldn't you? Yeah. So, Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah. So just to temper expectations a bit, the only ones reporting on the Rybar advance, and I'd like to remind everybody that he initially showed in Kherson the Ukrainians breaking through almost to the river like 2 months before something even remotely close to that actually happened. So the first, the advance all the way to Uruzhai, which is like 4 or 5 settlements south, is only being reported by him. The rest of there might be probing attacks there, but most other sources don't report attacks further south in Blahodatny, which is the settlement to the north of Uruzhai. So temper your expectations a bit. Maybe it's true, maybe it's happening right now, and that's why Ukrainians aren't reporting it yet. But it's better to be more conservative in your expectations than to think that Ukrainians, like I was watching people yesterday saying that the Ukrainians were already in Tokmak. And also, as far as the famous Bradley video, we've now had so many videos about it because the Russians keep reposting it from different angles, etc. But there's no way around the fact that a company got ambushed. They got ambushed by remote mining, a helicopter, and rocket artillery, which is a hell of a combo to run into. And they still had just a couple of vehicles lost initially due to mobility queues. Then the rest were from the further echelons of the unit. And the rescue attempt, which, by the way, the Ukrainians showed one of the Bradleys that was in for the rescue. They basically showed it from the weapons camera, I think, how they were rescuing the rest of their mates, popping smoke, and it was brilliantly and very well executed rescue. It was there were no visually confirmed losses of crew. They went in, fired suppressed enemy positions, and gave the other crews, who, by the way, some of them were a bit reticent to move, but it's normal to freeze after all. These are new units. So they got out, they got up, and they got onto the Bradley. So don't be too worried. It's not like everything got repaired. That's just inaccurate. But, and we do have the report of a repaired Leopard. That's okay. But remember, we will lose armor. That's normal. That's what the armor is for. The armor is there to preserve the troops. If those were the Soviet pattern armor, we would have seen a bunch of Ukrainians die because they would have been on top and getting shot by the Grads. They would have been inside and getting ripped apart by the mine. None of that happened. As far as we can see, there were no bodies at the place the attack got intercepted, and this is a company. There's multiple companies to a battalion, multiple battalions to a brigade. So be very, very happy about what you saw, because it could have been way, way worse. And it's not the win that the Russians think it is, but it's not like I've seen reverse scope all the way to, well, it's basically nothing. It is something. It's a significant tactical setback. And as far as the Ukrainians have pointed out, it's already been addressed by command. The relevant commanders have been, the setback has been analyzed, and the relevant commanders have been told how to readjust their tactics so it doesn't happen again. And we haven't seen more like it, which is very good. So just to keep things in perspective, what was it's not the rousing success, it's not an epic failure, it's just how war goes. And we're very much still in the fight. This was to be expected. We'll be going forward. That's it for now.
Thank you, Tommy. I don't know who was next. Prince, do you have any idea?
Simo.
Yes, I believe it. Yeah, Simo was next.
Yeah, good morning from sunny Helsinki. Yeah, I think we are entering now very historical days in the world history, European history. So this pro-Ukrainian space. So I would suggest everybody to be very extra careful with the words they use now, because there's this thing called fog of war. So if we use like words like rookie crews, better to be extra careful to know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know if the previous speaker ever received any tank training to see that who is a rookie and who is a not, but let me just inform everybody that even the generals who appear in the mainstream media, you know, if you look at Thomas Steiner, listen to him, some of the generals are very clueless also. They don't know. Modern war is a very kind of expert business. So if you're a tank driver, you are not a kind of reconnaissance guy like I used to be in my service time. So it's a if you don't know what to say, better not to kind of give this kind of analysis, because if you look at this video, which is kind of like a Russian propaganda video, in essence, this is a war of narratives. We are pro-Ukrainian space, and our narrative is pro-Ukrainian by in its core. So it's this kind of analysis is not very helpful. I just want to say. And if you look at the column, it's not about individual drivers. General Toveri, who is an expert tank guy from Finland, he says that you can train the guy to be a drunk driver in a couple of weeks, and the Ukrainians have learned every weapon system in a record speed. That the Western experts have said that this system needs so and so time, and the Ukrainians have matched this in a record speed. So it's not about that. If you look at the video clearly, for a kind of humblest armchair general, you can see that the columns were too close to each other. That's one of the things. But I don't want to second guess the commanders there. I think they are under enormous pressure. So want to say about that. But then my kind of main point was that on this war of narratives, I've been increasingly frustrated by mainstream media, especially here in Finland, and this kind of second guessers, and also think tankers. I think Thomas also alluded to these people who sit in their tanks and think. That's why they are in the think tank. And then they are second guessing the Ukrainian motives. Like there was one guy who said that now, because Russia released this propaganda, Ukrainians are forced, or Zelensky was forced to come up and admit that there is counteroffensive going on. I want to say to this Ilmari that, listen, there is always counteroffensives going on in war, so no need to kind of second guess this kind of thing sitting in Stockholm. So this kind of mainstream media journalists who act as a filter, luckily this MriyaReport doesn't have any filter except BS filter and pro-Ukrainian filter. So this is the thing that we have to be careful what this kind of think tankers and journalists do, because clueless journalists, they quote some clueless think tanker and then they misinform the clueless people who are busy with their ordinary lives. So the problem is there. I saw in our biggest newspaper, Helsingin Sanomat, they are quoting some obscure think tanker from Brussels, of all places, saying that Ukraine is playing with fire when they are attacking Russia mainland. I mean, like, who is this guy to say this kind of thing? These people are fighting for their lives. According to the laws of war, Ukrainians have all the right to use any weapon system except nukes and chemicals against this terrorist nation. So greetings to Brussels. I mean, this is not... Is this the kind of, like, they are just destroying their reputation there, this kind of worthless think tankers? They should just, I don't know. It is like, I share the frustration that Thomas, I listened very carefully what Thomas was saying in this Tynerton, and it's absolutely true. It's like a whack-a-mole, you have to find this kind of nonsense commentary everywhere, and it's just inhumane to think that you can kind of like comment on all the stupid mistakes made in the mainstream. So it is kind of like, it is this information warfare is very, very, very kind of tiring. But yeah, thanks and cheers to everybody from Helsinki.
Yeah, thanks, Samuel. Libero, go for it.
Hey, Mockers. Hey, Princess. Good evening to everyone. Yeah, to dovetail on Simo and Laughing Tommy, we need to draw a distinction between a mobility kill and outright destruction of armor. A lot of what I saw in that video, and there weren't that many vehicles, it appears that they drove over landmines, and it's very easy to lose a track. It doesn't mean that the vehicle was destroyed. And I think a lot of hay is being made by that on the Russian side. It appears that the hatches were open and the Ukrainian soldiers were able to evacuate those vehicles. So yeah, to that point, it's not necessarily some catastrophic defeat. It's just war. That's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Laughing Tommy.
Okay, so first I'd like to point out that I am religiously pro-Ukraine. That's one. Second, what and to address Simo's concern, what I meant by rookie crews is that we know that some of these units are newly formed, were trained in the West, and were sent in along with their equipment to be a newly formed functional unit. And it's a normal human reaction that we can see on the Ukrainian video. It's not like they've made it up. That's one. As far as yes, we can only see mobility because I watch pretty much everything that comes out. We can see in the first videos exactly as the previous speaker said, mobility kills. That's a correct assessment of that video. But there was a third video where after the mobility kills took place, Russians were using the same tactics as Ukrainians did. That the disabled vehicles were then at least one of them burned out, and there were photos of two further ones having burned out by drone-dropped small grenades, and this is expected to happen. I don't think it's in any way controversial to think that some casualties have taken place, especially since there's visual confirmation for that happening. That's one thing. And it's also ridiculous to think that no casualties should take place. And I perfectly agree with Simo that some guys sitting in a think tank and so on declaring the offensive over because of obviously it's because of casualties that are obvious to be expected is also silly.
Thank you,
Yep.
Laughing Tommy.
Go.
I appreciate that. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks. I wanted to, I was just on everything the liberal and Tommy and Simo especially said. Yeah, I get so frustrated with. I'm American. I'm subjected to American media constantly, and the subliminal conflation that the so-called experts and analysts and think tankers do of the decrepit Russian Federation with the old Soviet Union is confounding. I cannot understand how after 16 months of this calamitous for Russia invasion of Ukraine that the Ukrainians are consistently underestimated and the Russians are consistently overestimated. The only thing the Russians can do is destroy Ukrainian infrastructure and civilians. Their capacity to wage competent modern warfare is non-existent. They've got a few missiles. They've got an air force that is extremely timid. They've got an army that is undertrained, underarmed, under-officered, terribly led. It's horrific, and yet I keep hearing analysts like the ridiculous Richard Haas say, "Well, Ukraine can't really beat Russia. That's just too tall a task." I pick on him because he's on a show that I watch regularly, but he's just one of many. And then there are people like Michael Weiss and others who assess things accurately, and they are not represented in the media with nearly enough airtime. And so, yeah, just at this point, take anything you hear from Russia and or the Western press with a big grain of salt. Pay more attention to what the Ukrainians are saying and or media outlets in what that we typically call the Bucharest Nine. I think that's what we call them. The NATO countries closest to Ukraine and Russia. They certainly have a more objective attitude about this. And yeah, I had something else to say, but I'm getting so tired. I am going to drop off soon. But once again, thank everybody for the discussion and for being here. And Slava Ukraini.
Get home, Slava Nick. You sound like you're getting tired, but it's always good to see you. Hello, Liberal. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing you a whole lot lately, but it's good to see you tonight.
Hey, Princess, always good to see you. Good to hear your voice. Yeah, just to follow up on what Nick said, we haven't seen another video of a similar circumstance after that foray from the Ukrainian military. So it's safe to say the Ukrainians are learning on the fly. They're learning to use, Western equipment. Again, to me, it looks like they ran into a minefield, and what we saw was just, mobility strikes, not necessarily the Russians putting it on the Ukrainians. And then subsequent to that, when you have, armor that's sitting in the middle of a field, of course you can send FPVs and drones to try to further damage the armor. But, when I saw that, my heart sunk. But then I had to take a step back and realize that, this is going to happen. And unfortunately, not every battle is going to be won, but there is a lot happening that we're not privy to. And I'm very hopeful for the Ukrainians and their advance to push out the Russians. I don't think they have the morale. I don't think they have the stamina. The zero line, the first line of defense is going to be Mobics. And then you're going to get into their more seasoned forces in the second line. The fact that Ukraine is not simply attacking on one axis, they have multiple attacks along the front line, which means that Russia cannot fortify a specific area with reserves because the attack is almost coming along a great percentage of the front line, which means you freeze your reserves because you don't know where to send them. The idea is that if the Ukrainians are pushing through and they have a breakthrough, then you fortify that line if you're a Russian. And it seems that the Ukrainians have thought this out. They gamed it out, and I have every reason to believe that the Russians are they're gonna lose this war. They're losing this war, but they're gonna be dealt a defeat that is gonna be something that will be written in the history books. Thank you.
Thank you, Liberal. So, Mockers, do you have a defense intelligence report?
Why, I do. I have no idea how you know I have that. Other than the fact that you sent it me.
I was going to say, I'm psychic.
Yeah, your psychic powers are amazing today. So here we have the British intelligence update for the 11th of June. The collapse of the Kakhovka Dam on the 6th of June 23 has almost certainly severely disrupted the occupied Crimean Peninsula's primary source of water, the Northern Crimean Canal. The canal draws water from the Kakhovka Reservoir from an inlet higher than the bed of the reservoir. The water level in the reservoir has likely dropped below the level of the inlet by the 9th of June 23, and water will soon stop flowing to Crimea. This will reduce the availability of fresh water in southern Kherson Oblast and northern Crimea. However, the Russian authorities will likely meet the immediate requirements of the population using reservoirs, water rationing, drilling of new wells, and delivering bottled water from Russia. Concurrently, communities on both the Russian and Ukrainian-controlled sides of the flooded Dnipro are facing a sanitation crisis with limited access to safe water and an increased risk of waterborne diseases. There's nothing especially insightful from the MOD report today, I'm afraid. But it does highlight the fact that Russians have basically cut themselves off from water, which at the beginning of the war, when they first reached that location, they made a point of putting that water source back in place. So they've also done themselves out of that. It seems almost like they shot themselves in the foot a bit.
One of the things that is nice about co-hosting with Nafo Davo in the 3 hours before you wake up, mockers, is his vast knowledge medically, and especially about bacteria and viruses and all of the creepy things that can happen with water that has been contaminated, the way the water has been contaminated because of this dam being blown. And he has gone through all of the things that can happen with the cholera, the giardia, I don't even know all of the things because his big brain has them all. But one of the things that he mentioned today was a very small polio outbreak, and how this dam rupture could actually exacerbate that. And when I say small, I mean like 20 people. But still, it's something that I never would have thought of. But we have gone through other things like malaria is not going to be an issue, because malaria is not an issue in Ukraine or that part of the world there. But West Nile may be. So there are things that are being looked at that way. And of course, we talked about the World Health Organization, the WHO, as he likes to call it. I think he just likes to sound like an owl. But they have sent a very specific package of items that will be needed, including vaccines and medications to combat the diseases and infections and things associated with the water contamination and the risk that is to the people in that area, so that those things can be taken care of, hopefully, or addressed as soon as they happen. So hopefully that stuff gets there and gets put in place so that those resources are available as quickly as possible. But if anybody ever has any questions about that, about the bugs and the creepy stuff that, and the things that can make you deathly ill and that can kill you because of this flood that has happened because of the Russians blowing up the dam, Nafo Davo is the guy to ask, because he knows that kind of stuff. So he was even able to tell me what kind of polio vaccine. Actually, it was somebody else who asked, but he was even able to specify what kind of polio vaccine that they were sending to be able to be distributed in Ukraine to try to nip that in the bud. So I just thought I would add that to what you said there. That has absolutely nothing to do with Crimea not having water, but it is relevant to the flood. And as far as Crimea is concerned and not having water, they didn't have it for several years, from 2014 until they took over that region and freed it up again. So, and most of the water that came through that canal was used for agriculture. So anyway, shall we go on to James, or do you want to add something, Mockers?
No, let's go to James.
Thanks, Prince. That was really interesting. Quick mind check. I'm driving. Can you hear me well?
You're okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm heading down the E40 and towards Rivne. which has usually got excellent reception, but you never quite know what the Russians have hit last night. So yeah, to Prince, you're exactly right. The Crimean population got along just fine up until 2022 when the Russians retook that canal and turned it back on again. This was a military strike by the Russians. They wanted to take out the left bank south of the dam to prevent any possibility of an amphibious assault across there, as well as cause the Ukrainians an incredible headache with the humanitarian catastrophe, because Ukraine saves and Russia kills. So it's put a kibosh on any advance west of Zaporozhye for the moment. But I'd be interested to find out, has anyone seen how fast those water levels are dropping? Because it's high summer, it's hot. How long will those water levels be high? So high that it prevents an amphibious crossing around Kherson. And I see Bearded Brit here who knows a bit about these types of things. Can those roads be used once they've been underwater for this long? I mean, does this negate any possibility of the Ukrainians crossing the Antonovsky Bridge or around it and behind the Russian lines? Or is that still on at a later date? Thanks.
Bearded?
Hello, everybody, and good evening. Well, the water table will drop eventually, and I would look towards the combat vehicle reconnaissance tracked fleet. Those armoured vehicles, which were bought by private purchase and donated by the British government, have a ground pressure that is less than a man. So they are quite nimble and agile moving through ground, but they'll still get bogged. But one of the things I was thinking about is, I said this about a week ago, I think, people shouldn't be in a hurry. There's blood to be spilt here, and it's Russian blood. It sounds very melodramatic, but I pretty much concur with Trent Telenko's commentary earlier about this being a grind. And it will be a grind, and it's to prove a point. And I've got a feeling that it goes beyond just kicking the Russians out of southern Ukraine, but delivering them such a catastrophic blow over the coming months that they're going to find it very hard to attack anything in the near future.
Thanks, Beard. As General Zaluzhny put it, we're going to inflict such a defeat on the enemy that their children will not look in the direction of Ukraine.
There you go. He's delivered his commander's intent.
Laughing Tommy.
Regarding the water level, I think yesterday we had reports out of Kherson that the water had already started dropping, and by the afternoon it was 1.5 meters lower. So I think even if you assume, what was it, 17 meters for the dam, there's going to be no water except where it's pooling in the next week and a half, I think. So after that, it's just going to be about drying out, and and it's going to be up to different units. And as Beat and Britt mentioned, some of the units will be able to move easier than others because heavy armor will have a higher ground pressure. I'm waiting anxiously. There's this retired meteorologist that that usually has very good soil tables. He's from the US. And as soon as something comes up, I'm going to try to put it up in this space.
Go ahead, James.
And I think in strategic terms, I believe it was General Hodges who said that the Russians blew this dam too early out of panic. Because looking at it from the perspective of an amphibious assault, defending against the Ukrainians crossing the Dnipro around Kherson, you want to blow the bridge after they've made the crossing, right? Once they've built a bridgehead, you then want to cut their supply lines and then defeat them in detail. So to do that, you'd have to wait until that amphibious crossing has been attempted or lodged and then blow the dam, right? There's very little, it seems, strategic argument in doing it now, except out of panic. Would people agree?
If that was for me, it was unexpected, but I'm sure the Ukrainians had it in the back of their mind somewhere that something was like that could happen. Excuse me, I need to go.
A long-haired general has arrived. That's usually what happens. But where was I? Sorry, my brain switched off for a moment. So there is rain expected in the Zaporizhia region today. And I've got a bit of information that during the day, 18 settlements in the Zaporizhia region were subject to attack. This is obviously by shelling. All of these places, which I'm not going to read out, were attacked by multiple launch rocket systems and general artillery attacks. As a result, 2 people were killed and 1 was injured. So all of that to kill 2 people. It seems a waste in all ways. Now, I have just been having a look, and both sides appear to be reporting information that almost the entire forward defense line of the Russian army near Velika Novosilka, that's as good as it's getting, around 20 kilometers long along the front line, has been, and the words used here are wiped out. Ukrainian forces have liberated Neskuchini and Novodonetsk. Based on Russian drone footage, we know that Ukrainian forces are already operating further south of these positions, taking on Russian forces in Storozev and a little village of Blahodatne nearby. I tried my best. There is also geolocation confirming some of these areas, and War Gonzo is also now reporting that the armed forces of Ukraine made tactical advances in that area. So none of this is OPSEC because it's out from both Russian and Ukrainian sources, and it would appear that from all reports, the first line of defence there didn't hold for the Russians, and they did indeed retreat back. James.
That's fantastic news. So War Gonzo, another vile war criminal, just like Rebar and his colleagues, has also confirmed it. And he is, as you say, one of the more popular mill bloggers, as they're called on Russian Telegram. So if he's saying it as well, this is important. Did you see any Ukrainian sources, government sources, or army sources that have confirmed this? But yeah, anyway, 20 kilometers, that's a long stretch of front. And we know the Russians have at least 3 defense lines. But for one to have gone after only 3 days is very good news. I believe that is both Melitopol or Berdyansk, isn't it?
Let me just have a little check on the map here. You know, I'd love to see somewhere that I recognised. There are so many towns with the same name. No, I need a bigger map.
It's halfway along. If you trace the route between Donetsk and Zaporozhye, it's basically halfway along there, and due south of that is the Azov Sea. So the Ukrainians are going to be probing along that whole stretch of front, and clearly they found a weak point here, and possibly will reinforce it. So it's good news.
Well, any way they can find to cut off the Russians by making it to the Azov Sea, that's going to be where they go, isn't it? That's from what I can see, that seems to be part of the plan. That if they can get to the coast there, then they've cut off a large part of the capabilities to resupply for the Russians. So yeah, that would be perfect. Go ahead, James.
Actually, I was going to ask Laughing Tommy. He knows a lot about this stuff.
I'm sorry, James, what was your question precisely? I was looking at the map.
Yeah, sure. What's your perception of the strategic significance of Velika Novosilka? Is it on an important road? Do we know anything about the defense lines around there?
So, and I'm not a military guy. I just listen to this space almost constantly and remember all of the stuff, and also read every piece of open source intelligence you can find, and work with a bunch of open source maps. But according to Andrew Perpetua, who's been speaking to people that organized the defense in Velika Novosilka, they were extremely proud of those defenses and were saying that there's no way in hell that the Russians can take them over. And so far they've proven correct. So that's one. The strategic significance is there's a whole bunch of, on the Ukrainian side, a whole bunch of roads cross over there. So it's a very good place to supply. And south of it, towards the sea, there's a river running. So, and those settlements we've seen taken over are along that river, and the river gives an opportunity for Ukrainians to hit them on both sides, so they can attack from the west, attack from the east, and in this way, the units around the river have a harder time resupplying each other. That's one. And second, what the Ukrainians seem to have to been doing. So the first couple of days, they attacked to the east of all the way in Novodonetsk, and on the west they were attacking the closer settlements, and then on the subsequent days they attacked on the east this time, but further south, and now they have apparently taken the first settlement on each side and are engaged in the next couple of settlements. And there's unconfirmed news about the next settlement in Lyle, which is Toruzhev. So that's 4 or 5 kilometers confirmed, and a couple of settlements within them. As far as the strategic thing, just let me get the fortifications map up. You can also notice how, regarding Novodonetsk, which is in the east of this, how the Russians immediately blamed the DPR forces. It couldn't possibly have been the brave Russian forces that were getting ripped apart, even though they have a bunch of battalions there. So the main line of defense for the Russians is further south. So if you see the settlement south of Velika Novosilka, for about 10 kilometers, it's small settlements to a city called Staromlinivka. And behind Staromlinivka, from the defenses go west to east, and there's a large bunch of fortifications from a town called Lubinivka east to Yalinske. So if the Ukrainians keep going like this, they will basically take everything to the north of that. And this is the strategic significance of this is, the big road. So the major road connects Velika Novosilka to the east through Zolotaniva, Prichistivka, and Pavlivka. And Russian units in Pavlivka were getting hammered south of Vuhledar. As we can all remember, assaults on Vuhledar were going on. That's where the infamous 155th on the side of the Russians was fighting, and they were getting. Yeah, so 155th Guards Naval Infantry Brigade was getting annihilated systematically by the Ukrainians when they would attempt to storm Vuhledar. Now, giving complete control on the flank there gives the Ukrainians a very nice position to attack the units south of Vuhledar from both sides, which is one tactical and strategic advantage. Then you have something that I've only been discussing with Dom and so on, so I'll keep it to myself for now, because I'm not sure about it and so on, but it's very good news that Ukrainians are progressing south of Velika Novosilka, and very good news that they're progressing south of Orkhiv. I can't wait to see what they do next, and seeing that something very interesting that's happening is that the unit south of Orkhiv, there's the 291st Guards Motor Rifle Regiment of the Russians, which are getting hammered very badly. There's been reports of them taking a lot of casualties. And the other units are the 22nd Guards Spetsnaz Brigade, who have been on that front for months, so they're pretty fresh because they've only had engagements with, what do you call it, the territorial defense on the side of the Ukrainians, which was holding the line. But the other units, such as the 45th VDV, 45th Spetsnaz, they were units that got hammered in Kherson, then retreated. And they would have been filled up mostly by Mobics. And there's a Marine regiment of the Caspia Flotilla, who aren't exactly veterans. So it's going to be tough for the Russians to hold all of these positions despite their heavy fortifications. And as they have already pointed out, they have a tough going of it because the, what do you call it? The reconnaissance and attack units of the assault units, I'm sorry, of the ZSU seem to have way better night vision. And this explains why we always get the reports in the mornings, because they mess up the Russians at night. So I'm pretty happy to see there's this very good map made by an open source project called Project Owl, who are basically trying to map and identify all the units. And we'll see. There's, according to open source intelligence, south of the main Russian line, there is just PMCs that have so far not engaged in heavy fighting, and mobic units. So I don't know how reliable this is because it's based on latest sightings. So a unit could have moved there since the last, from their position since the last sighting, but it looks promising. But fingers crossed, we'll see what happens. We don't have the intel that the Russian or the Ukrainian military would have. We definitely don't have the intel that the Ukrainian military would have. And so far, from what the Ukrainians have told us, they are very happy with their progress. Yesterday, Hanna Mailar released a photo of her and of the deputy commander of one of the Marine brigades, and they were all smiling, looking at the tablet. So I'm thinking things are going well.
Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Lark and Tommy. You may not have been a military analyst, but you certainly know a hell of a lot about it. Certainly really interesting to hear the Russian troop formations that are trying to defend this breakout, and how attrited they've been. Really interesting. Thank you. I mean, clearly this is pretty good going, I would say. On day 4, D-Day +4, June the 6th, 1944, the anti-fascists went into Normandy, and June the 7th, 2023, the anti-fascists have gone into Zaporozhye and Kherson region. So, you know, glory to the heroes, and God protect their souls.
Exactly. I mean, the bravery, the commitment, the absolute faith in their cause. I think it's something that I find very inspiring indeed. I also find things like this inspiring. Apparently, a Russian Colonel Vladimir Fedorovich is no longer amongst the living. So I don't know exactly who he was. There's a nice picture of him. But they do seem to have terrible troubles keeping hold of their senior staff, don't they? It's almost as though these guys, because of a lack of communication, they're having to pull them further to the front, and it's not nice up there. What say you, James?
Absolutely. May he rest in pain, the evil fascist scumbag. And I hope it hurt when he got his parts of him blown up. Clearly, he had to go forward because his troops don't want to fight. They've got decent communications now, particularly for these supposedly first line units. You know, the VDV, the Spetsnaz, the Guards division, who received honors for decades for their killing of civilians and unarmed people, are suddenly facing a really proper army who know how to fight, who wants to fight, and have been supplied with proper weapons. And they're not up for it, are they? I mean, these colonels are not supposed to get killed in the quantity they're getting killed. They had to go forward to try and stop their troops running, and we've seen videos of 50, half a company of Russian infantry trying to break speed records across fields in the last couple of days, and that will continue, and we're going to see a lot more colonels get whacked, and we're here for it. Popcorn.
Yeah, get plenty of popcorn in. Other things we've heard as well is of units just flatly refusing. And that usually brings a big wig along to start some threats. So yeah, there is there is word of flat refusal. There is also word of people just flatly refusing so much that they just leave. and may more of that continue, because I think, you know, their morale has taken a massive beating, and I really, I don't blame them for wanting to go home. Maybe they should go home. Laughing Tommy.
That's very,
Yeah,
very
go on.
briefly before Laughing Tommy. I'd be very interested to find out any recent examples of mutinous behaviour. If you could tell us about that after Laughing Tommy, I'd love to hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question for you, Marcus. Does the report about his death mention his unit, or at least his what kind of troops he was with?
It doesn't, unfortunately. I'd have to maybe dig into that a little bit more to find out. But with regards to the mutinous behaviour, we did hear of about a week ago. There was a group of approximately 40, I think it was 40. They were a prisoner sort of unit, and they made the decision that they'd had enough. They shot 2 people who turned out to be they were from the what do you call it, the LNR, that place that doesn't exist. So they shot 2 people from there who would appear to have been in the charge of them, and promptly left with all their stuff and a couple of Kamaz trucks, I believe, as well, just for good measure. So that has happened. There was also a report of a group somewhere in the outskirts of Tokmak. I think there was something like 150 of them, and 43 of them were left. The rest of them just decided to sneak off in the night. So these things are happening, and we've also seen quite a number of new surrenders as well. So I think I would say that yeah, definitely things are taking place. Mutinous behaviour, how very terrible. James.
Yeah, thank you. Did you have any information on the nature of the unit around Tokmak that had been refused to fight? Because that goes to Laughing Tommy's question. You know, which unit did this colonel come from? If he was having to rally his troops on the contact line and in a supposedly first-class regiment, elite unit, whatever they've got left, then that's a big problem. And the same applies to the troops around Tokmak. You'd expect Mobics to refuse. You'd expect conscripts to refuse. But if Guards Regiment soldiers, if Marines are refusing to go forward or fire their weapons, then you know that this is very bad for the Russians.
It eludes yet. We haven't got to that point yet, but certainly some very demoralised people on the front line. They seem to push the conscripts and the Mobics and anybody who moans further to the front, if you've noticed, and keep their elites a little bit further back. So I think at the moment we haven't seen any of those people decide it's not for them. But you know, there's time yet. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, and as Yehuda and some of the military experts have pointed out, you don't have to have the VDV or the Marines or the Guards regiments defeated. What you need to do is defeat the weaker units on either flank, because once the LNR or DNR troops have run, then you have to retreat. You know, your Guards regiment has to retreat as well, right? I mean, it must be horrifying to hear over the radio that people are sprinting rearwards, and that opens you up to being surrounded. I mean, it's going to cause panic across the line. So this 20-kilometer collapse of the first line of defense, whether it's Mobics or not, would have put a shiver down the entire Russian front. It's great news.
Well, panic is very contagious, isn't it? And so is defeat. And so, like with the 50 guys running across the field, once a couple of them started running, the rest of them would have followed suit. Sorry if you can hear my belly rumbling. Crikey. Gonna have to have something to eat in a minute. Yeah, it's very contagious. Spreads like wildfire. And also, no matter they try to keep something like that quiet, desertion or somebody shooting their commander and just wandering off. No matter how you try and keep that quiet, jungle drums beat, don't they? And people are